It's been a fascinatingly long season here for the A-Star League Spring playoffs as well as the regular season in tow. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. We've gone from the round of 15. We've drawn and whittled things down to just 4. And that is where we find ourselves here today. Northwood, James Madison, Oklahoma Christian, St. Clair, the final 4 teams fighting for not only a grand final shot, but a chance to travel out to Indy to play each other on land. Cash, it is going to be exciting to say the very least, and I cannot be more than happy to have Gear along for the ride yet again.
Absolutely. I'm so stoked to be here. And again, this is it. I mean, this is do or die time. This is what your season is, up for. And this is what you play for, grind for in the off season, getting ready for everything like that. All 4 teams that are left here today know what's on the line. They want to be in Indy in 2 weekends and, be trying to be crowned a national champion. So Northwood, JMU, I mean, a tale of a Titan and a tale of a Cinderella coming into this year. It couldn't be a better matchup.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at our schedule here for the day. We'll start out with Call of Duty here between Northwood and James Madison's our first matchup. We'll switch gears to Rainbow Six Siege, Butler University taking on James Madison's counterpart in the Rainbow Six department. And then for the final match of the day here on the Bravo stream, Michigan Technology and Rochester Institute of Technology will go head-to-head in a little CS:GO. Take a look at our rosters now for Northwood and James Madison. For Northwood, they come into this matchup, as the top dog, trying to run it back here, go back-to-back and find themselves another national championship. Bink, Infinite, Dak, and Mock. This team at full potential here, full strength. This is when they're the most deadly. We've seen multiple facets of this team, whether it be Stat stepping in or K-Top multiple times this year. But this Northwood roster in its core 4 in full glory here today. They're warm as well, taking on the Challengers Cup at the same time. Actually, Bink just beat his teammate Mock inside the Challengers Cup. So that is a fun little storyline to not really keep track of, but at least just a little banter between the teammates. But I will say this, both are going to be at full slang potential and, of course, at their highest capability.
Most definitely. And then on the flip side for James Madison, if you tuned in yesterday, it was a clinic they put on against St. Edwards, a map we had game 5 written all over, closed out in a dominant 3-0, 100-point clubbed them in the hard point, 6-1 in the search, 3-0 in the control. This is a team that, again, if you don't know who they are at this point, well, they're in the round of 4 for a reason. Prey and Kelp combined yesterday for unreal slang potential in the sub duo. T-Web and Poker also squared up. And again, if we can get a copy for copy James Madison that we got yesterday, I think Northwood will be in for a treat in this one. Of course, Northwood on paper, the better team, maybe more preferred, but for James Madison, it is a team that even up until this very moment, continuing to get better, continuing to push their ceiling higher and higher. So again, if they come out to play today, I do not expect this to be an easy one for Northwood to try to take.
I don't either. Just kind of continuing the conversation in the tracks of James Madison, this is a roster, collectively speaking, that has shown the ability to kind of tackle top teams, but they haven't gotten over the hurdle of being able to take out the top of the top, best of the best. And that's exactly what Northwood brings as their challenge into this matchup, because Northwood throughout the entire year, whether it's consensus from the people in the spectator area, the casters, the players, they have been the #1 collegiate team throughout the entirety of the year. And that goes all the way back into last year as well. I mean, it was just 4 shy months ago when we were in Philly and they were fighting for a grand title against this, or against an opposite St. Clair team on the opposite side of the stage, same roster and everything. But this is a dangerous roster, and if James Madison's not playing, as you mentioned, their full capacity today at max strength, it's going to be a difficult test for them. And even then, I still don't know if everybody's playing on the right page that they'll be able to beat and take down the hurdle that is this Northwood roster, because they are an immovable object in the collegiate Call of Duty scene. And we'll take a look at the maps that we are going to get through to see if James Madison can do just that. They were banning the first map, but it is the pick in from Northwood for that Hydro hardpoint to start things off. I'll say this, James Madison has been good historically on that hydroelectric map, so maybe that does give them at least a bit of a challenge up to this Northwood roster. But, you know, when you are a team going into a hardpoint where you are the favored team in the respawn specifically, because that's where Northwood really is the cream of the crop, that is a dangerous one to start the series off. James Madison relies heavily on momentum, so hopefully they can keep that up. Maybe sneak a map 1 win away, but the LSCLO search and destroy map 2 is where I'm most concerned.
Absolutely. It's going to be one that's a real beacon for James Madison. Why? Because that's what they took yesterday against St. Edward in a 6-1 fashion. I mean, it was a dominant top-to-bottom search and destroy from them, and excited to see what they can do here for that. We've put a lot of emphasis on the search and destroys and the importance for James Madison coming into this. But like you said, a team like Northwood, where the search and destroy, there's no particular mode I'd want to try to take off of Northwood, but search and destroy might be the place you can kind of catch them in that regard. James Madison is a very strong search and destroy team, so again, if they find themselves in a deficit after map 1, map 2 is definitely where I'm looking at James Madison to circle, try to bounce back and level the series. Again, you say pick whatever teams you want. The underdog on paper, the longer they can extend the series, generally speaking, you start to break down that better team, you get more confidence. I think it's the same thing for James Madison here today. If you can actually extend the series, wear this Northwood team down, and look to find confidence for yourself, I definitely think you're going to be in a better position. But this map 1 is going to be so exciting. Like you said, Northwood, a lot of the guys warmed up over there, and you know, especially after yesterday, James Madison, they're looking to come correct today.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because, like, you know, sure, we can mention you know, Bink as well as Mock being able to play each other inside of the Challengers Cup, and that's cool. But Infinite is a different story. He comes off of a runner-up finish, the best place that he's had inside of Challengers all season before this tournament, just a few short days ago in the Challengers Elite Stage 3 playoffs, where they came up and placed second. And of course, now that team kind of going through a phase shift, as Snoopy and Infinite now no longer on that roster. Snoopy goes to Boston Breach Academy, and again, you know, not to get off topic too much, but Snoopy is ridiculous. That guy is I'm not gonna not say he's next up, so he's next up. And there's a lot of great things we can learn about that whole team. It looks like we will have a restart of the lobby here. But just kind of keep that conversation going forward. You know, Infinite in that Hive roster looked extremely good, but Infinite's playing some of his best Call of Duty he's been playing all year right now, and that presents an even bigger challenge for James Madison on the opposite side, because you have 2 players that are already warmed up. They played each other in the Challengers Cups. Everybody's guns are hot on the opposite side, and they've been playing the top teams within the North America region for Challengers. For James Madison, sure, you might have scrimmed a team, you might have gotten some good practice, but there's nothing like being able to take on the top teams in North America and be able to get that warm up and that practice against them, especially being able to take them down, such as Bink did on his teammate Mock.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you can't better lay out the work that James Madison has cut out for them. Again, you know, we're you know, big James Madison fans. We've seen a lot of them this year, right? And you know, you've rooted for the team as you've seen them come together and look to find success this season. So we know in the best way possible, the odds are stacked against them. They know that coming into this one. But again, in the conversations we've had with different players, with Prey, they're ready, you know, to take it down. Again, that's what, you know, is the heart of a true competitor, because they're not going to shy away because it's Northwood. They're not scared. Again, if you don't come into it thinking you can beat Northwood, you don't even show up type of thing. Again, they understand that they think they have a realistic chance to beat Northwood, and they do. Again, we saw it yesterday. Their best Call of Duty played was 24 hours ago. So for me, if you're ever going to believe and get on board with the James Madison squad, today is the day. And again, just how they start, of course, once we get in the action, that's going to tell us a bit more indicatively where they're actually going to be able to stand against the squad. But a really possible and plausible chance for them to get to a grand finals, to pull off perhaps one of the biggest upsets in collegiate COD this season. And it would just be radical and exciting for them as well. But it'll be a long series ahead of us. Northwood, like you had said, I mean, it'll be business as usual for them. They have been tested, tried, even today, right? Like you said, you're warming up essentially against the best players in the North American region. So they're going to be good to go. It's just mistake-free Call of Duty the best you can, right? Try to find a way to make sure you're minimizing mistakes on your end, making the other team play uncomfortable, and capitalize whenever they slip up. Northwood doesn't slip up often, let alone in respawns, but where you find an opening, James Madison needs to collapse on today. And like you said, though this is a Northwood pick, we've seen James Madison where we kind of got like the, okay, I believe the hype with this team.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it was T-Web. T-Web squared up on this map. I mean, was just like
100%.
dropped like a near 40 bomb and just went crazy around the map. They're very comfortable on this one as well. So I think as far as respawns are concerned, I don't think this is too bad of a map for them to try to get things going.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. And again, I'm glad that you brought up T-Web in that conversation as well, because when we're talking about an AR battle on Hydroelectric, it can be the difference maker on a map. I think that goes hand in hand, though, with being able to open up the lanes for your SMGs, too. You have Prey, who has been kind of the talk of the town when it comes to not only James Madison, but a lot of, I don't want to say controversies recently, but just, you know, being out front about how good he is at the game at times, and especially for a James Madison roster that's kind of clicking here at the last second. Everything is starting to kind of turn itself around into a nice opportunity for everybody. So I don't want to say this is the kind of same conversation that we had yesterday with James Madison against St. Edwards, because it kind of is in a lot of ways. Just knowing that, yes, they're the underdog, but like they have a chance. I feel like they had much more of a chance yesterday, and of course they came through with a 3-0 that not everybody expected to happen, but it happened. So I don't want to say it's going to be necessarily similar to this, but I do think that we can kind of at least extrapolate a few things from that, put them into this matchup here, and maybe get some sort of good news for us.
Absolutely. So, and we'll be getting to that lobby soon enough. I'm just as eager as everyone watching to get into this one and finally get to see kind of how these teams are going to play against each other. But, you know, we've laid everything out. We've given the rundown of how both teams can, you know, try to take this series. But again, James Madison coming this year, it's just so impressive that, one, they finished the regular season undefeated, but two, had themselves in a position where, again, they had to earn the respect of the league really at the start of this year, right? A sleeper team who everyone talked their ceiling, what their potential is, how well they could do, and they're doing it, plain and simple. Like at this point, you're in the round of 4, you are doing the damn thing. So for them, they want to get that, you know, they want to punch their ticket to that final dance. They want to do everything they can to get there, upset Northwood on the way, sure, why not? But again, really excited for them. And no matter how this series falls, Indy's gonna have storylines written all over it.
Oh,
for sure.
yeah. I mean, regardless, like whichever way you look at it on either side of the bracket, you've either got Northwood or James Madison going on to take Oklahoma Christian or St. Clair. And I know you can as well. We can talk about any of these 4 teams for the next 2 hours on a broadcast if we so had to. Because that's just where we have led ourselves up to this season. It's the best teams playing each other at the best moments, and I don't really think there was another team that anybody really thought was going to be inside of the top 4 besides maybe that St. Edwards roster that James Madison was able to take down. Sure, maybe not everybody thought James Madison was that roster at the beginning of the year. They had to get a little bit better as time progressed, but when they finally got over that hump, now they are one of the top 4 teams inside of the NA Star League. And you look to the opposite side of the bracket, I guess, since we have a little bit of time here to just kind of talk about a broadcast or a match that won't be on broadcast later on with Oklahoma Christian and St. Clair. That is like the definition of like playoff mode, playoff match, because Oklahoma Christian, they have not only been a team that has been revered as one of the best, if not, you know, second to Northwood this year, but you look on the opposite side of the coin, you look for St. Clair, who I guess kind of is an underdog going into that matchup, even though they're the higher seed, and that's an Oklahoma Christian roster that easily we can see that series going to 5. But regardless, whoever comes out on top of that, I think is going to be able to give Northwood a good run for their money. Hopping back into the game here, Northwood, James Madison. Not to say that Northwood's going to be guaranteed a spot to the grand finals by any stretch of the imagination, but I will say this, James Madison will be a tough challenger, but Northwood's going to come out strong as ever. James Madison on the right, Northwood on the left-hand side. Purple as it goes for James Madison. We'll hop on board with Poker here first. They'll make their way over to P1, but it's going to be those good sides for the first hill for Northwood as they'll get in first.
First one's a P1, a little 2-2 split, looking to work through the water and try to get into mid-map again. They want to put emphasis on flipping these spawns. They know exactly what they need to do here. You'll open up the first blood for James Madison. No one quite earning time, and Poker locks things down in the mid-map, but Infinite has already slipped the net, already shooting players in the back, and look, these spawns get a little hairy here in a moment if he can play his life, but T-Web knows he needs to stay down and not give up this kill.
Oh. Lay inside of the hill here. He has been such a great objective player for this James Madison roster when hardpoint is concerned. Northwood needs to be aware of this, though. They haven't really been able to get much information over the top. Sure, some shots can be up on towards the top of the dome, but T-Web has locked this down. Bink will find Poker in the middle of the map, but it'll be traded out immediately by Prey, and this is going to allow James Madison to have themselves set up for a P2 rotation. You can see all these purple arrows starting to make their way back into the map. They're going to get those spawns close, but Northwood's on the aggressive here. They've got themselves pushed up first. Infinite off screen is going to be able to find one. Prey with a good trade. 3 kills go James Madison's way. In Northwood, the push is stalled out.
I mean, apart from a full 60, a near picture perfect P1 for James Madison. Why? Because they got 25 seconds off of it, and then were able to fight off numerous pushes out of Northwood through the mid-map to try to get spawns flipped. Not only did they get time, but they found a way to keep those spawn control. Now they've got the first 20 seconds going their way, and sure, Northwood's about to collapse now, and they need to hold off for one more wave, but I mean, job well done through the first hill and a half.
Minute double kill. Bink going to be able to find himself a third. Good break in from Northwood, but it's only 10 seconds that have gone their way. And James Madison, they have a choice to make here. Do we push back to P2, try to go ahead and influence spawns maybe a bit, push Northwood a bit further back? Or if that push doesn't go our way, do we have to start setting up for P3? And that's exactly what will happen here. So James Madison going to let the rest of the scrap time go the way of Northwood. T-Web in the back line looking for a few players making their way in. And as Dak isn't able to find the trade for his teammate and Bink, Prey will find two. James Madison will be held down on the rotation.
And they had the points to be able to do this and back up for the rotation like you had called. They still have a 5-point lead going into P3, where, again, the first 10 or so seconds should easily go their way. But for James Madison, the concern is how quickly can they come out slaying? Can they come out hot? And yeah, so far, they've definitely answered that call. Leading the way is Prey, of course. And now they're going to see if they can hold off the push here and not give up another early break.
We asked Prey to be the difference maker for this James Madison roster. Prey will go ahead and reposition himself in a nice way. Should be able to go ahead for a contest. Finds the first. The second one goes the way of Prey. Poker can't find Infinite, but that will allow James Madison to still be on top of the lives that are in the body count by the hill. Think up top. Hipshire shot's not going to be good. That's Prey up to 5 in a row, looking for potential 6, and that could be a streak here for the side of James Madison very early on in the game. Dak to the front door. Shots are there. Kelp, good shots onto Dak, and that'll allow, once again, James Madison to hold down the contention. A minute and 7 seconds for Kelp leads the way.
Absolutely. I was literally just about to call that out, that he has, well, 67 of their 77 objective points. So, again, great out of Kelp. Already at the 5 and 3 on a three spree here. Prey also able to connect and get a cruise missile going for himself. So, I mean, again, James Madison, they've come out electric. They come out hot. They've won every rotation into P4. And now for Northwood, pressure on to break as this lead, again, already out to 30, 40 points.
Prey has been nuts here inside of game 1, giving James Madison the boost of confidence they need, the slaying around the map to allow Kelp and the rest of the boys just to sit tight in the hill, play their lives, and be able to run that objective score up as much as they have, almost across that triple digits already. Northwood looking on the back foot here. This is not the Northwood roster we expected to see here, but James Madison once again proving to be a thorn in the side of a top team inside of this nascent season. Honestly speaking, Cash, it's great to see.
It absolutely is. Again, this is the James Madison we want to see. Whenever you get to this level, you don't want the Northwoods to just steamroll, and you want to see someone rival and contest it, give it the best go that they can. And out here early in map 1 at the mid portion, yeah, they're up to a 50-point lead. Northwood have seemingly come out flat, but I don't even know that it's so much so that they've come out flat. I think James Madison have just come out swinging this hard. Once again, winning another rotation, already going to be in a great position around the map to find these entry kills and pick them off, make this hold easier for themselves, and Kelp going to be looking to soak up even more time.
Remember, James Madison, they still have a streak to invest. Maybe won't use it on this hill, which I don't think they should. Even if Northwood were to break on in. Dak going to be the first entry here for side of Northwood, but James Madison and Prey looking all the way across with the Vastnev. Shot good onto 1. Mock, Bink, Infinite, all on the kill feed for Northwood as a good break is in. The Bulldog's going to be flipped out across the map onto the right side portion. And as those nades connect for either team, it's a 3 versus 3, but spawn still close for Northwood will affect this hold. 30 seconds left of time for either team, and Northwood looking to get themselves back into this hard point.
And now for James Madison, the question begs itself, if they get the rest of this time, right, you know that Northwood's going to have pushback, you know they're not going to roll over in this hard point, so whenever they are able to find time like they're doing now, potentially able to tie the game, how do you look to make a good stand? Poker out to 5 and 12, again, Dak maybe having a slower performance on the other side, so who can really be that final piece that gets things going into the second set of rotations? James Madison, Northwood, it's a tied game going into the next.
I guess someone we haven't really put eyes on or really conversated much about for James Madison has been Poker. With all the talk that we had about Kelp needing to have a big series, have big games, Poker's been kind of left on the back burner, but hasn't really been all that good here on the first map. 6 and 13, double negative. Hasn't helped out the team much in terms of objective time either, but still a 7-point lead here for James Madison as Northwood continues to slay around the hill. 2 kills go Infinite's way. He's got top dome control now as well, and as Prey looks to reposition himself back around towards the middle of the map, Dak is spotted out, and Northwood has full control of everywhere they want.
Dak was 3 and 9, now on a 6-free with streaks to work with. This is Northwood coming alive at the moment they needed to, and this is the pushback I was talking about. Now James Madison have to make adjustments. They have to try to find form because everything they did the first set of rotations, Northwood looking to do now.
Locking everything down. Power positions go Northwood's way. James Madison has yet to be able to touch back into the hard points since, I don't know, say 2 hards ago. That is very telling of how Northwood are going to try and dictate the second set of rotations, being able to lock down not only the majority of P1, but find yourself being able to spawn trap the opposition so far deep left on the minimap when P2 is just about to pop. Infinite's going to be the first one in, soaking up the time here. Prey pushed forward, Dead Silence pop. Bink up above on the dome's going to play his life, and now Infinite's got a beautiful head glitch he can use to his advantage. The snake around the corner should help him out just a touch too. 160 to 117, James Madison has fallen off a cliff.
Dak on an 11 spree as well. I mean, having his way at this point has turned things around from 3-11 to 4, or 3-9 to 14-9. The turnaround that really you expect from a player from Dak, but again, at any point these players can go absolutely rogue. Prey, what started off with a hot performance for him, now slowing down not only to even, but the rest of his teammates no longer positive either. I mean, what was a 50-point lead going into this one, Northwood have swung 70, 80 points in their favor now, eclipsing that 200-point mark in the blink of an eye.
13 in a row here from Dak. Just watching him go on a rampage off screen in the spawn side. T-Web's going to make his way forward to try and march on in, but Dak, well, he's got the hot hand right now. He's got the AR, and he's got the spawns here for Northwood. 200 to 117. As Dak is still alive, waiting for the reinforcements to make their way forward. He'll extend it to 15 before a well-placed nade is in from Prey, but the damage has been done. All those kills allow Northwood to get so much map positioning, get themselves invested into these hills, and as the streak is used up and over the top, Dak's the first one here inside of the hard point. 45 seconds of time left. They won't be able to win it off of this hill, but James Madison, they're going to be seething here as they have lost so much an advantage that they had.
Absolutely so. And that's Northwood. That's exactly what can happen, even if you have a good start, even if you have the mid portion of the game in control. At the drop of a hat, Northwood can flip the script, and it has been all blue in the kill feed for quite some time. Northwood turning things up to 11. Took them a minute to arrive in the game, but James Madison have been stalled, stunted, and full stop ever since. Now over 100-point lead, 20 points from closing this one out. It'll have to happen on P4, but Mock already out on rotation, trying to lock in spawns.
E-Web the only one here, 4 HP. Infinite over to the right. Shots will be good. Headshot is going to finish him off, but he has another gunfight that he's going to have to take, and Mock is going to be around the corner with the Vaznev, trying to shoot in opposition. 231, 127, 50 seconds here of hill time for Northwood to be able to get themselves. Whether there's anyone who can come to the rescue, it's Prey. 21 and 16, leading his team across the board. And I have to say, you know, not only has the slaying not been good from James Madison, aside from Prey, but I mean, 9 and 21, 9 and 19. Kelp was about 7 and I want to say like 7 and 7 at one point in this game. So being at 3 and 13 since that point, and Poker still not being able to climb past the 6 that we saw on screen from him earlier too. T-Web not I mean, it's just all falling apart here. Sure, maybe some good slaying can come out from here in these last few moments, but again, with how much the score has already been ran up, it's looking like a GG.
Absolutely. So they need a quick break here on P5 just to try to stay alive. They're able to close the margin. I mean, it's a 70-80 point game, but still not impossible, but definitely going to have to turn some slang around here at this point. Kelp, like you said, with that slow slang performance, still with 120 of their 160 points. So, I mean, again, has really done what he can in the objective column, but when you can't find kills to supplement that, sure, it makes things harder on your players like Prey, who already got to another 7 spree. I think that's the second or third crude missile earned. Yeah. All for whatever, you'll have to figure out, you know, if it is all for not, but with 10 seconds left, I don't know they're even going to be able to get into this one. It has just been Northwood steamrolling on the second set of rotations.
Yeah, Bink has some good shots in the middle of the map. James Madison, they're trying to push their way forward. Even though the team kill comes through, there's just not enough bodies to put onto the hard point. Northwood in map 1 will reign triumphant. The second set of rotations really proved to be crucial for them as they now take a 1-0 series lead over a fighting James Madison, who, albeit are the underdogs. But, Cash, I think the story we can take away from this map is the ARs reigned supreme from Northwood after that second set started, and James Madison had no answers for it.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Dak went 21 and 13, but Mock had a quiet 27 and 12. Yep. I mean, that's over a 2.0 KD with 124 on the hill. Great performances out of them, like you said. And I mean, it was what, 120 to 50 at one point, or I guess 110 to 50 at one point. So, I mean, it was the rest of the second set of rotations, James Madison was only able to earn 50 points to Northwood's 200. Obviously, that's going to be a glaring problem, though the score wasn't that devastating. It was, what, 167 to 250? They did a lot of that legwork early. Yep. But Northwood turned it around. I mean, it was a blowout by the time that the second set of rotations kicked off. So, again, when you're playing against the Northwood, if you're James Madison, you know they're going to find their footing and they're going to push back at some point. The biggest question, now that we've seen it and going forward for the rest of the series, is how do they play around that? How do they adapt? When Northwood catches fire, how do you slow them down or get yourselves back and reinvigorated into the series? A search and destroy, we always say it's a good place to slow down and kind of regain yourself.
Yeah.
But that's definitely going to be the question. What do you do when Northwood does that, the back half of a hard point? And again, until they can answer that and really find the pieces, expect Northwood to continue doing more of this.
Absolutely. And again, this is the storyline, right? Northwood, better team, but JMU, their momentum might be able to get them to a potential series upset. Look, there's a reason nobody's been able to touch Northwood. There's a reason that Northwood has been the top dog for almost 2 full years of collegiate COD now. Whether that's from the roster change after Kev and Radial left, or, you know, just being able to add, you know, Mock as well as Dak onto this roster to join Bink and Infinite. Like, there's many things that go into what has made Northwood so good, but these guys are all top challengers players.
Yep.
That's the main thing. They're all top challengers players. And in trying to beat top challengers players who, albeit might not always play together and might be on different teams at given points in the year, they're going to be able to come together and play smart hard points, smart search and destroy. But that's really the big thing, is those respawns. So am I necessarily worried about James Madison for search and destroy? Probably not as much as I am in the hard points. But like being able to get off to those hot starts where everybody was slaying at the beginning, great. But if one person slows down, especially if it's an AR against this Northwood roster, that's when the subs will then feel that pressure of Northwood, and that's when everything shuts apart. And that's when you start seeing Kelp not be able to be in a supplemental objective role. That's when you see Poker not be able to be keeping up with the slaying department with his AR in hand. And although Prey might be able to get around the map with the SMG, when it's only one person being able to go slay heavy and be able to shoot straight even against maybe a long range AR gunfight, it's not going to net you anything positive. Northwood's going to reel this one. In the search and destroy, things could change again, but for right now, you saw the better hardpoint team in map 1.
Absolutely the case. Again, I couldn't have said much of that better myself in regards to what you were saying about, you know, you took advantage of that early part of the hard point. Like I said, job well done. Job not finished. But job well done from them in the first set of rotations, because they had Northwood reeling. They were out to it. Everything you could have asked of them in that first set of rotations, they did. They won every rotation, hills 1 through 5. They were able to, you know, break back into hills using a P3 whenever they got broken into early.
Absolutely.
You know, they rotated early, got broken in early, still found a way back in. Great. And again, that's just the point I continue driving home, because I think it's just what this series hinges on for James Madison. Okay, Northwood's beating you rotations now. Okay, Northwood is slaying. How do you break in? How do you make them uncomfortable? You had them reeling. Now that you're reeling, again, what's your game plan to get them back in a position where you're in control? It'll be an ebb and flow that we'll have at least through 3 maps, right, to be able to see how James Madison can string together a response. But search and destroy play no different. They had a really strong LSELO searching yesterday. T-Web with the sniper was really connecting in those early rounds. And again, Northwood, like you said, they're going to come together. They're going to play smart. This isn't a team that's going to get picked. You're going to have to earn every kill on them in search and destroy. So you're not going to just get too many freebies. But when you do, you have to be ready to take them if you are James Madison. You have to hit the shots. You have to play smart. You have to trade effectively. And yeah, you do stand a chance. Like you said, I'm less worried about the search for James Madison than I am the hard point. That being said, it will not be a walk. It won't be a 6-1 LSELO. If it is, I will eat my words and probably tattoo James Madison on my forehead. But it's one that, again, they do stand a possibility to be able to make a stand in. Got to be willing to make adjustments. Got to be willing to play smarter COD than the smartest team in the game. So, again, this isn't to, in a negative way, stack the odds against James Madison. But you said it, Northwood, they've been the best team for 2 years. Anyone who knows collegiate COD, like, you describe consistency, you describe discipline, you describe correct Call of Duty. You're describing Northwood. That's exactly how it goes. And again, already off to a good start here. Bink gets the first blood, but T-Web is able to connect and trade it out. This is already a decent start to this round here for James Madison, where, again, no life disadvantage, but bomb is down in field. 2
important things to note. Stats in for Infinite here in the search and destroy, and the other one is that James Madison, you're going to need to win maps 2 and 3 to even have a chance in the series, because you know what's going to happen on the Embassy hardpoint. Dak makes his way forward. James Madison falters here in the first round. And although the roster may have changed just slightly here from map 1 to map 2, Northwood still continue to roll strong.
First blood gets traded out, but a clean house from there. And like you said, looking to roll strong with the substitute change. The game plan doesn't change for the core 3 that are left. And they're going to continue executing their game plans to the best of their ability. James Madison now on the defensive side of things. T-Web still sniper in hand. We'll see what they can do, but expect Northwood to run this up the gut, give it their best look, and see where they can find these kills.
T-Web gonna have a sniper here early on in the round, trying to go ahead and take control of where the A control site is. Stats going to have a nice little stun up and towards the middle of the map. Kelp going to be forced to back all the way off, as nobody has pushed up that B site just yet. Here comes a push in from Northwood. Everybody's starting to make their rotation out over on B. The only one that's going to be there is going to be Kelp. He's listening for a few audio cues. But as Bink gets past the doorway and everybody marches up in, Northwood going to be able to find out, oh, I thought probably the first blood, but a 9 HP able to get away. Prey at least stays alive here for another retake, but the bomb will go down after Bink gets the first blood.
The trade is in, and Kelp's able to find another before getting taken down. So 2v2, you're in position. If you are James Madison, you just need to look to find one of these kills. It's done for Poker, not going to find anything down the stairs. Everyone playing close to the bomb site. Maybe Mock a little backed off, but you're going to have to make a move here to find these, as now there's less than 30 seconds left in the round. You need to try to find one of these kills and Prey the perfect time. Pounces and finds one.
Only has 1 HP, though. Not much time left. Mock knows this. Mock will be able to find one with the nade. Super well placed. And then the shots on the second. Chef's kiss. Easy round there for Northwood, but Mock once again goes big here. Just look how he cooks that. Perfectly onto the bomb. 5-0 start for Mock. 1 kill off of streaks. You can't get much better than that. He's still frying for map 1.
Oof. I mean, just picture perfect. What you come to expect out of Northwood. Mock out to 5-0. Just through 2 rounds. James Madison need to try to make a stand here now that they're back on the offensive side of things. Been trading well after the first blood. It's the next wave of kills that come in that unfortunately don't get much easier for them. They kept that one close, but Mock with the 2-piece to close it out. Now getting into this A-side aggressive. So is he going to be ready for someone already here?
Waiting for an aggressive challenge, but nothing came out just yet. Kelp was able to get into the A-bomb site. Has a few players here to help on out as well. Northwood are going to be looking to go ahead, suffocate this, attack it. Dak the double on T-Web and Poker, the last 2 remaining. Inside of the A site, they're going to try and play each other's corners. Prey walks away with 1, but Mock once again going to cook this nade up. Shots onto Kelp won't be good enough. They'll both stay alive. 2 versus 2. Bink spotted out. Kelp could go for a challenge on the right side here. Shots are going to be in, but not going to be able to connect. He hops out the doorway. Prey finds another one, and then 2 versus 4. All of a sudden, things turn around as Kelp walks away. He finds the snap for Dak. 1 versus 1 here is out in the doorway. Prey is now playing by Kegs. He'll win it. And James Madison in a 2 versus 4 takes off Northwood. They'll get their first round on the board.
Big clutch up. And a big opportunity to keep it within 1 round striking distance. So heads up play out of Prey there. Like you said, a good round to get on the board. A good situation with objective in play to walk away with.
Offensive attempt for Northwood. An aggressive James Madison hit into the middle of the map. He's given us some interesting things to note upon. Tidbits of information that'll be useful throughout the rest of this search and destroy. Poker trying to get over towards the radio tower, and I swear to God, every time we watch El Asilo, that's the only place he likes to play. Prey will be backed off, though, weak inside of the site. On the back line, though, Kelp gets a nice flank in. Dak shuts him down, but the damage has been done. Northwood now, only 2 players left to the 3 of James Madison. Prey, who's on 3 in a row at 4 and 2 here in the search and destroy, looking for a few. Poker might get some bad timing, though, trying to snake this. Around the right side, will Dak be able to get good timing? Answer, yes. Poker dead, 2 versus 2.
You have T-Web to the back line. Trying to find anything and Prey, really just holding this A site, making them have to rotate or take these gunfights. And you can see with the way they've pronged out, got Bink clearing it, leading the way, and Dak wrapping through the back lines. But T-Web might be on the chase. He could have eyes on this with trigger discipline. I think the way Prey's turning around, I do think they have an idea.
I don't know if I love him going for the shots there. He had the information, but then Prey's allowed to just go ahead, roam free on the site, gets into the bomb site, thought maybe he had an opportunity to go ahead, play the head glitch on the bomb to find Bink, but 1 versus 1 yet again, this time. T-Web versus the opposition on Northwood. Bomb will go down here. No dead silence invested from T-Web as he's starting to make his way forward. Bink is just trying to lay down in the corner. Maybe watch the back line. Will he be able to spot the foot out? Oh, he saw it. He saw him move. Big turns around, but T-Web snaps on him for good. He'll go ahead and charge up the dead silence before he hops on the bomb. James Madison, 2 straight rounds for themselves. They've made some sound adjustments, but the first bloods have been crucial for how the dogs are being able to bounce back.
They have been. I mean, again, they're 2 for 2 through 4 rounds on first bloods. Great one there for Kelp to walk away with a 2-piece. Again, his Search and Destroy has also just been so intelligent because he's had really good timing on when to get aggressive, and again is rewarded for it by finding a 2-piece. Even if he gets traded, again, damage done, right? You had said Northwood now in a man disadvantage. need to try to work away around this situation. But that round, all of its success started behind Kelp and what he was able to do. Though 4-4, nothing super flashy, but again, doing what's necessary for the squad, and now it's an all-out foot race towards this B site.
Dak pulls out the sniper, switches things up. Northwood, first blood, Bink there for a trade as well. But T-Web will finally bounce back and answer here for James Madison. 3 versus 2 here on defense. Bomb making its way forward, but it's in the hands of Kelp, who admittedly has had a good search and destroy for his standards. Bink looks over towards the right. We'll be able to find some shots onto said Kelp, and now forces T-Web into a 1v yet again. Only has a sniper to work with. 2 players on islands on the map right now for Northwood. Good positioning. Maybe pops the dead silence a bit early.
Trying to get over the top. At least gets eyes on the player hopping on the cross. I like the trigger discipline because at least he knows Bink's there, but maybe Bink has an idea too with how he's jumping around and playing. Baiting this out, stats staying put. You're going to trust he can win this gunfight, and with a sniper closing distance, I'm definitely going to be favoring Bink in this one.
Dax is just playing this so slow. Knows that he doesn't have to give any positioning away. Knows that the bomb is still out over by B. T-Web has not made a move to collect it just yet. Still trying to find himself an isolated gunfight. Stats will open the doorway up. Bink spotted out over by the top AC unit, but his Stats has started to make his way forward. T-Web going for the bomb. 10 seconds left here in the round to work with. He looks back around behind him. Stats is trying to give himself some good information. Bink not going to be on the site, but just outside of the door, and as T-Web is forced to get onto the bomb. Shots over towards the left are going to be good, but not good enough for the kill. Finally will come in, but not enough time to get that bomb down. Northwood play their surroundings correctly, and they set up in the way that gives them another round win.
3-2. Here in the search and destroy. It's just, again, the awareness, the intelligence of this team, right? Playing around the clock, knowing he doesn't have to go and find this kill and give T-Web an opportunity to clutch up. Closes out the round, gives themselves another round advantage in this one. Back on the offensive try, Northwood. They have all of the playbook to choose from here. They've given B a look, they've given A, and now you've got the forces split for James Madison.
Dak once again on the aggressive with the sub in hand, was trying to find the first blood, but T-Web gets aggressive with his sniper in towards the double doors by the A control site, finds one poker, a double kill here in a technical way for James Madison, which gives T-Web up to 5 in a row. Dak on the outside by Kegs. A bomb site, clearly the destination Northwood was trying to get to. Problem is that they were cut down before they could really make some noise on the site. It was James Madison who was able to win a 2 versus 4 moments ago in just a few rounds, but as Northwood tries their hand this time, could pay dividends, especially with Dak and Bink being the 2 alive.
Everyone for James Madison. Playing close, playing tight. Dak still able to find a kill, and now on the chase. Might get timing for 1. Tries to get 2. Shots to ring out, but not able to find anything. So position known. You got Bink playing towards the B site. You can see this is where they're trying to go. But James Madison, they're clearing at the back. They're trying to rewrap this, and their position will be unknown. But Northwood got to make a move towards one of these sites here in the next 30 seconds.
And Poker's just playing the back line here. Knows that if Dak tries to get aggressive outside of the door, could prove to be crucial. But Dak with a nade, well cooked yet again. Northwood, this is just another aspect of their game that is so good. But with time dwindling down, James Madison trying to close in on the site. T-Web over on the left side. Still streaks potentially on the table. Prey looking to make his way in. 45 seconds left here in the round, and as T-Web falls, it's Prey, who's been so good throughout the entirety of the year, left alive in a 1v2. Shots were on to 1. Has to reposition himself. 19 bullets left in that Vaznev. And both players for Northwood playing all the way back out and over by themselves in a position where they're high-lowing in for a trade.
Oh, and Northwood simply just trying to kill time. Prey has to chow out, but attack versus Vaz at that range. Especially with who's holding the attack on the other side of things. Northwood get their 2nd round in a row. Respond with a 2v4 of their own. You called it. Bink and Dak left in it. I'll give them those odds any day of the week.
Oh, yeah.
They clutch up and now are 2 rounds away from taking a 2-0 series lead.
Yeah, normally it's like the caster curse goes the opposite way, where you don't, like, you sit there and say, oh, maybe a 2v4 goes their way, and then they just die immediately. That time, Northwood clutch up. They give themselves another 2-round buffer to work with, and James Madison back to square one. Offensive hit. Kelp bomb in hand yet again, and the objective player from James Madison on this roster. They just wait outside this A site for a moment's time. Northwood has some good information on where the players are going to be from James Madison. AR shots not going to connect here just yet. We'll force them to back off for a moment's time. In towards the A site, though, they finally get, and it will be Kelp on the bomb. Should be a 45-second restriction here for Northwood.
Oh, but Bink, you can't let him flip the net here, and he does. In their pool room, trying to work around, but is already in the back lines, and again, rewarded for it. Kelp gets killed. Now you're gonna have to do a shuffle on the back line, and that's gonna let the line of Northwood march forward, look to take up more space, and Bink just trying to buy time, let his teammates get close, and look to retake this bomb.
Yep, they all collapse on one. Now it's Prey last alive inside of the bomb site, tries to work the door around, but there's everybody and anybody outside trying to knock on in. It might have been a safe haven for a minute while everybody else on your team was getting cut down, but while you were not in a position to be able to find a trade or be able to help effectively slay out this Northwood roster, well, you just allow yourself to get collapsed in upon, and now Northwood 5-2, 1 round away from being able to put themselves up 2-0 in the series. Now we'll put them on series point, the control away from finding themselves ticket to Indy for a grand final appearance for the 2nd year in a row.
First Bloods have been so influential in this one. James Madison with 3 First Bloods in 7 rounds, but even then, some of the rounds they first blooded, well, you've had clutches, 2v4s, situations that you've thrown away, and Northwood have been able to capitalize on. Even with stats being at 0-4, again, the prowess of this Northwood team, simply unmatched and uncontested at times. James Madison running out of opportunities. This one will be their last to try to make a stand.
You just don't see the same aggression out of James Madison as we typically see on an LSELO Search and Destroy. They love to get in the back lines of everybody. They love to play from the opposite side of the map of where they spawn on, specifically for defense, and where that's concerned, Northwood hasn't allowed them to do that. They hold every angle of the map. They don't allow James Madison to get aggressive, and once you shut that down, LSELO plays completely different for them. That's why the scoreline's at the point that it is. 3 versus 3 though in the round we go. Northwood has the bomb in hand. They once again look out to get over at B, and James Madison has yet to be able to counteract this. Northwood look for that A hit immediately, go out to B, and once again they're in a 2 versus 3 trying to retake a site that's almost impossible to.
I think you were framing it up best. Really, it's just a lack of confidence in a sense to what they like to do. They're kind of playing around Northwood, not trying to implement what they want to do in a sense because they haven't been able to counter or do the things they've wanted to. But a 2v2, both players backed all the way off. But again, time dwindling. You're going to have to work towards this now. Just about 20 seconds left.
Shots not going to be able to snap over to the right. 1 versus 1. Mock, T-Web, shots, good. Northwood, search and destroy win goes their way. And there really wasn't much doubt going into the S&D. Thought maybe James Madison could turn things around. Roster swap and the substitution for stats in for infinite doesn't really work out all that well in the favor of James Madison. Northwood continue to reel in the way forward. With a 9-4 search and destroy from Mock, he has obviously led this series, but an 11-5 performance from Dak outshines everybody in the lobby. I hate to say it, Poker Kelp once again just struggles in the search and destroy. Just another map where they aren't able to put themselves in good positions. It's been the killer for this James Madison team, and it's been another reason why they're down already 0-2. And Cash, I'll be the one to say it. They're getting put down, sick dog style.
Yeah, I knew it was coming at some point, and there it is. But you're absolutely right. For James Madison, it's just, can't say we're shocked at this, right? We tried to shape it up for them to really have the best opportunity to try to do this. And again, the series not over yet, but Northwood is doing Northwood things, and sometimes all you can do is sit back and watch and just appreciate again how they're able to get themselves out of binds, how they're able to put the situation that may be unfavorable at times into something that is momentum for them, and they just ride that wave. So we have a hotel coming up next once we get back from our break, but yeah, for James Madison, you've really just got to dig deep here. Season on the line. What's the miracle pep talk going into this break, and what do you do to come out strong here in map 3?
You just got to start slaying better if you're James Madison. That's the answer that you have to start with, and then you can look outwards for different anecdotes and whatnot for how the remedies could start coming to you in an 0-2 deficit in the series. Northwood up 2-0, 1 map away from setting themselves to a 2nd consecutive grand finals here in the Nay Star League. When we come back from a break, a 3rd map, a hotel control, and a potential for Northwood to close things out. right, well, we are back here. Northwood up 2-0 over JMU. Things have gotten quite spicy here in the last few maps, but really only for one side of the equation. Cash, they have been steamrolling this JMU roster, and not that's necessarily a bad thing or a rag on JMU, but for the millionth time, it's just how good that Northwood have been. So a Hydro hardpoint 250, 167. The LSELO search and destroy, obviously, as we just saw, 6-2. So now we go to a hotel control where Northwood should realistically close things out in a 3-0.
Absolutely. So, I mean, again, your last chance, your last hurrah for James Madison to make any kind of turnaround happen. But for Northwood, a team on a mission like this, trying to get themselves through the grand finals, yeah, they look to be closing it out on this map and get on with the rest of their Sunday. For the dogs, they're going to dig deep, see what they have left in the tank to try to push this any further distance that they can. But again, you had said it, we've said it, everyone knows it. Northwood is just having a ball here in this one, and doing what we expect them to do. We wanted the game, of course. You hype it up to be, it absolutely had and has Game 5 potential on it. But again, with Northwood playing as strong as they are, you know, this is also the other side of the coin that you realistically have to understand that this was very possible coming into today, and they're just continuing to put on a clinic at this point. So we'll see here again what James Madison can do in this map. But for Northwood, it's just going to be one more to try to close it out and get themselves to like another grand final again.
You know, I hate to say it too. I know Northwood is also playing with some sense of urgency to a degree as well. But yeah, it's, I mean, just another situation where we have to restart the lobby. Cool, whatever. I don't want to beat the dead horse here. I don't want to keep saying things that you already know, and that's, you know, just kind of what we have to do at times here on the broadcast. You know, we hype up teams, we give them their due flowers, but we also have to be realistic to a certain extent as well and shoot it to you guys straight. So talking about what James Madison can do in the complete opposite flip of what I just said, lol. Yeah, this hotel control is very much going to come down to just being able to step up in the slating department. I know we said it a couple times already, but it doesn't just necessarily mean winning those individual one-on-ones, although that's a big part of it. It's being able to, you know, kind of come together and say, hey, we have X amount of minutes here, let's make this team push, which we've seen them do time and time again. It's no different here. It's just the fact that there are different angles that they're going to have to play against. The fast aggression that, for, you know, at a higher extent of play, there are teams that can be aggressive but don't have the efficacy to be as aggressive because there's some gunfights or maybe some movement tactics that they're not just as skilled about. That's where Northwood kind of flips that whole script around. It's the fact that they can move up the map with the aggression, but also get out of dodge just as quickly as they were able to move into an advantageous position. So when everything kind of flips around like that, and you have to then fight on your back foot while also trying to play as aggressive as you possibly can, because that's the way that you guys know how to play, that's when things start to get shut down. And there's not a lot of good that comes out of the passive play from James Madison. We'll be completely frank about that. Because if you play passive and allow Northwood to get advantage, they're going to keep that advantage. They're going to take space. But if you play aggressive on them, they also play aggressive, and you lose your first couple of gunfights, or you lose the opening break of a hill or a round, that's when things also get bad and out of shape. So you're just playing a double-edged sword every time. There's really no way to really get a true grip on this, because no matter which way they swing, they're probably going to draw blood.
Most definitely so. And for James Madison, again, I think even the simplest terms that we even said for that statement, right, is slaying. Where were they finding success in the first set of rotations on the hard point? Slaying. They were going toe-to-toe, taking it to Northwood and keeping up speed. Now, again, being able to maintain that over the course of an entire game or an entire hard pointer control is definitely a different story and a taller, you know, ask for them. But they need to try to do that to get back into this one, because then the aggression starts to pan out. Then you can start to go toe-to-toe with them. Northwood, all of them dancing here in restaurant as you turn the corner, Poker gets chopped down, A-site's going to be captured. A quick 4 down though on the exit kills is going to be important, but that'll give a spawn close, at least for Mock to work up. But again, you get aggressive for the exit kills, you get rewarded for it, and now have a 4 life advantage.
You kind of got blessed with where Northwood spawned there. You know, 2 close over by P6, but the other 2 over by where the kitchen spawns are. But now you're just trying to manifest your way through the middle of the map, and that's exactly what you've done here if you are in Northwood. Bank looking for shots on the Poker. 3 players up in the top of the bedroom. Wallbang is going to be good in from Poker. No kill comes through after the fact, though. 17 HP. Bank backed all the way off. Prayed down below. That's a double that goes Northwood's way without a trade from James Madison. This is where they can start pushing across onto the point, and as everybody falls, it's all 4 dead, and James Madison trying to get back through the middle of the map. Bank, 2 kills go his his way. 3 and 2 for him on the map. Staircase head glitch goes for him. Team kill comes in. It was with the trophy system, but it allows it to be a 2 versus 2 on the site. Second tick of progress hasn't been gone for just yet, but that first tick has been controlled here for Northwood. James Madison hold on defense, 21-17 the lives.
You have up to a quick 6 and 2, 7 and 2, really dictating the mid-map with the AR, and Northwood putting emphasis on trying to sniff him out, clear him out, and make this push easier for themselves. Still a 5-6 life disadvantage after the dust settles, and again for James Madison, another good start for them and a respawn. The maintaining of it is going to be the question that we need asked and answered, but for now, good stand, good positioning, and again, you're aware the players have slipped through the back. Prey, he's on the hunt, and he's going to find something for it.
Bink. Nade over the top, stun check in the corner. Prey will eventually get spotted and taken down. Really not a lot to talk about here in a negative light for James Madison. They've done exactly what we've asked them to. Stepped it up in the slaying department across the board. Poker still just a bit slow, but as again, the rest of the team has done enough of the job to be able to carry the load early on here in this round. 18-9, lives doubled here for the defensive team. Northwood, though, all it takes is one good break into the hill, so it's still not completely over just yet. But with 30 seconds left, it's going to need to be just about one more hit here for Northwood before things are all said and done. Dak's got a beautiful flank for himself as he finds the first. You
find the first, a trade comes in out of Tiwa, but this is still very much possible depending on how the next kills go. Live up the next kills are going the way of James Madison here. You're killing time, you're eating clock, and well, chewing up some lives as well. 16-5, less than 15 seconds. And for Dak, he's simply got to rework this, try to wrap and stop the clock where he can, but James Madison should be privy to it.
Back on the zone. Things have stopped out and stalled. 2 lives left remaining here for Northwood. There's one close to the zone, but as Bink tries to go for the gunfight onto one, Poker's able to trade from the opposite side by the bar, and that'll give James Madison the first round here on the board. So at least something good to work off of and move forward with. Still got to do that twice more to keep the series alive.
Held him just to 4 ticks. 13 life advantage. Again, James Madison's very capable of doing these things. And it's not shocking when they do. That was a very good defensive round out of them. T-Web having a standout performance that maybe we haven't seen him have in a minute, right? I mean, the whole team played well yesterday, been kind of quiet today. The Search and Destroy was making some noise with a sniper, but this is the T-Web we had seen in the mid portions of the season that would just take over and will his team into series. Putting on a performance like that early on a 4-3 end this round. They're going to try to work and get over towards this B site early on. Trying to find some kills, trying to find some trades, but Northwood taking care of business now. Kills and trades go back to it.
Yeah, Mach and Infinite both putting up Doug numbers right now. T-Web will find that kill there. Northwood still finding themselves at least a little bit of efficiency around the map. A site locked out right now by defense. James Madison hasn't been able to get that far pressed up onto the B site. But as Dak falls, they're at least giving themselves a little bit of time. Starting to make their way around the map. It's 2 versus 1 on the B side if they want to take it. They don't realize where Bink is at the moment, and they can't push out too aggressively. 2 kills do go their way, though. They realize that there's a couple players over by Restaurant and Wine, so this is going to allow them to get onto the B side, or at least it should have, but instead they are, well, just terrified of pushing in the middle of the map right now.
Yeah, just the hesitation, and again, Northwood will make you pay for that. Sure, you still have a kill, but they're gonna have to work another 4 down just to get towards the site. And at this point in the round, you've committed to it. You have to, at this point, walk away with progress to B site for this to be worthwhile, because again, the defense was shutting down the A pushes. Mach lines up 2 through the middle. Again, it's a 1v1 on time, but off of spawn here, you've got to get inside the A site. Northwood going to be aware of that. I don't expect them to give this one up, given that the time is so low.
Round 1, it was a T-Web masterclass. This round, Prey decided he wanted to go ahead, try to best out his teammate yet again. This Bink will throw in a stun check over by the Restaurant and into Wine. Middle of the map has been locked down here by the defensive team. 1 tick of progress on A. Second one now starting to make its way through, but Northwood has all their numbers and the reinforcements here to start making their way into this site. Infinite, good shots, help out Bink, and out through the back line, James Madison has not been able to find any sort of success on taking down these Northwood players. Every kill is met by one from the opposition. Check that, make that 2 or 3 kills from the opposition in an offensive round where they just stall out. James Madison loses it. Northwood tied up 1-1.
Lives weren't even the problem in that situation. It was just clock mismanagement. I think they gave B too many looks, and what really made them go towards B that last time was because, again, a couple players were the ones holding it down for Northwood at the B site. You let a couple players sit around Restaurant. When that first wave coming up Kitchen gets chopped down, they say, all right, let's swing back to B. They had the 4 down and didn't quite know it, didn't quite take advantage of it. But again, with Northwood playing the map spread that they do, you put that many resources towards the B site. A is only going to get harder to try to break into. You see a perfect case of it there. And as good as their defensive round was, they get shut out just as bad, if not worse, offensively. Now they need to make another big hold here.
Dak backline shots good. Infinite there to pair with them as well. Over on the B site, work has been made by the solo player of Mach. He's had himself a much better last 2 rounds than the first one went. It was 3-11 after round 1. That last round really didn't take many live deaths. But he also was able to help out in the killing department. Prey hops onto the site, spots out. 1 shots are good onto Mach. Mach should have won that, but that tick of progress on B is secured. First one goes their way. They're still in the restaurant. Bing trying to go ahead and snake himself into oblivion for Debrak.
And Infinite in the back line could just jump on B and stop the clock. That'll turn heads of James Madison players. Still going to keep spot control, knowing they just got a couple kills in the feed. He's going to try to cut these players off as they work back towards the site. Now that A is going to come in, Infinite should get a couple of freebies here if he takes the shots. And, well, he's able to line up 1 shot into the second. And now Northwood, with plenty of time on the clock and already a ticket B, going to try to work across here.
Infinite spots out Kelp, will reposition himself into the back line. Still just trying to keep himself alive here as Northwood has that A site completed. Kelp will hop into the zone, making his way across over towards the bedroom side of things. Going to be good for 2 kills here is James Madison. Infinite will bounce back 1, at least trying to equalize things out, but that's Dak who's there as well. And now off the respawn, things can start to push up into the point. They know where James Madison will be spawning, and now Dak can start to make his way forward. This is the difference in the decision he has to make. Do we want to stay in the point, try to stack with the rest of the teammates, maybe try to get aggressive through the doorway? But another 2 kills go the way of Northwood. Still pinstripe kill feed. James Madison on top of it for now, but the reinforcements are in. The stack is here. 2 ticks of progress. Looking for the final one. Tons of stuns and all the nades inside of the hill as well. It's a nade party from James Madison, and they shut things down. 15-14. Northwood still the advantage in lives.
Very crashing the party. Now they're going to march this line forward, try to bleed some of these lives. It's close. They really need to work time off of this clock now as Northwood still have plenty of time to work across and get another push in. Just needing that 1 tick of progress, as you were saying. You got to hold, find form at 12-12. Live should be a factor before the clock is. This next move kills could decide the round.
Middle of the map, Northwood are trying to go ahead and play through it. James Madison and their ARs have different suggestions for ways they want to play this. Sprays up to 24-16, has himself 8 positive here in the control. They have all infested their way into the top of the bedroom. Northwood have no clue to this. Dak just got caught sprinting, pants down, as he was trying to get out the double doors. Infinite still over by the bar. Poker shots were good. Gonna be spawns in the back line, but he has reinforcements here. Mach has started to make his way forward. T-Web should get cut down here in just a moment, and it will be. Right, kill feed. 2 we go. 3-2 advantage now for Northwood as they try to push back to the zone. Prey the only one here, but his teammate Poker on the respawn was able to get up close enough. But as Prey falls, now things can start to push forward yet again for Northwood. 3 lives remaining for James Madison. 5 here from Northwood. Well-placed Semtex in the back line. Stack is going to be good onto the point. Snap from Mach over towards the right. Nobody going to be able to contest here for the moment. And somehow, Prey still alive. That's 2. Needs to get across somehow. Thought he might have been able to escape. But Northwood take the advantage up 2-1 here in the control, and you thought maybe for just a moment Prey could have made some sort of magic happen to keep his team alive.
Tried to dive across. Beautiful 2-piece. Make that 3. And try to dive across there at the tail end of the round. Yeah, just couldn't stay alive. The heroics, not quite enough. Actually, I mean, a 30 bomb through 3 rounds just about is insane. I mean, being close, but not even. It's just nuts what Prey's able to do. And unfortunately, they're down 2-1 because of it. They need a big offensive round win here. Try to stay alive and extend this one. And Northwood 1 round away from closing this out.
Win a control round or go home. Northwood trying to close things out, and that's a great start. 3 kills off the rip. Opening break goes the way of Northwood. T-Web, though, still alive. Made his way into the restaurant. Reinforcements will be here in just a pinch. And as Bing falls, it should give James Madison all the information they need. I'm pretty sure Prey just shot bodies too. And I mean, hey, for good reason. He almost goes ahead and pieces Dak in the process. So you're still down though. It's win or go home. Northwood, all the advantages in the world here in the control. James Madison, I mean, you're just trying to keep your season alive.
Really, and that sounds so desperate, but at this point, it's what you've got to do. It'll be back-to-back offenses even if you take this round. So might as well get used to it. Might as well get it in some kind of rhythm, some kind of flow here, as they're going to get A for the first time on their offensive attempt, and now can work across the B. But I mean, again, the guns are shooting pretty straight. I mean, you got T-Web, the 21-16, again, Poker and Kelp still just kind of not at the ability of slaying that we need them to, but Mach and Infinite are having slow performances on the other side. So really, it is just a clash of the Titans in a sense, and it is 3 down in the feed. T-Web, some love shots to go on it. Gonna stack the point here as well, and I mean, hey, pour some champagne because they're absolutely feeling bubbly in this one.
I mean, hell, give Northwood even more reasons to try and close this one out quickly, but Poker lays down. Infinite didn't get the read on it, or the information that the player's behind in the bar there. As Poker's now turned himself up to 6 in a row. He's got streaks to work with. Bink, good AR shots at range, but they're on the zone. They're trying to go ahead, capture this all the way through, and they were just that close to finding that last tick of progress they needed on the B zone. But here on offense, Cash said they needed it, and they have done at least so far, and had a big offensive round.
Plenty of time left. Just one tick. They're grouping up, gonna play this together. I mean, again, why they found success? They're keeping toe-to-toe with the slaying. It's not a 10 life differential. They're hanging with Northwood, and that's what they need to do. They have the ability. We're seeing it here. They're going to need to do it for the next couple of rounds just to keep themselves alive in this series. But as long as they can still keep trading out, as long as they can put themselves in good positions, they have a chance in this round. But with Bing finding a couple, and the other two will fall in tow. Bing finding 3 or 4 in that one. Still, minute 20 on the clock. Yep. Lives would be another factor. Again, you have 2 15 pushes. And you already have Mock working on the flank to try to take this player down mid-map. But I mean, this defensive line just got even more stout out of Northwood.
We switch to the POV because Mock has a huge gunfight in the back line here. 2 players from James Madison pushing through the jewelry aspect into Satellite, trying to get in behind to the spawn side, but Mock will lock the first player down, and this is wasting precious time off the clock. But on the opposite force, Kelp has gotten into the point, needs to look behind him. Infinite still up in the top, and everybody on the point has now backed off. Kelp is running, trying to turn and hide tail. Dax Hipfire shots will be good. Only 5 lives remaining here for James Madison. Down to 4. Northwood, a defensive round to try and close things out, and a streak invested over the top for James Madison. They're just trying to get onto the B zone here. They're trying to do anything that they can to keep themselves alive here in this series. Northwood just 4 kills away from being able to bring themselves to an Indianapolis championship opportunity against the winner of Oklahoma Christian and the St. Clair Saints. 2 lives remaining here for James Madison. Mock in the middle of the map has made his way forward. Shots are going to be good, but not enough onto Poker. But as T-Web falls and Poker in the domino effect will drop as well, the Northwood roster will find themselves in a championship game fighting for a national title for the 2nd time in 4 months.
And that's just Northwood doing Northwood things. And it is still so impressive what they're able to do. A 3-0 here. Not even shaky at times, but James Madison tried to make a stand where they could, and even when you make a stand, it's never on 2 full legs. Northwood constantly debilitating their opponents, constantly keeping them under the thumb. And now they're going to be punching their ticket, as you said, to a grand final in Indianapolis in 2 weekends. I mean, would you have it any other way? Again, no matter who they face, whether it's Oklahoma Christian, whether it's St. Clair on the other side of things.
Yep.
It's just... Corn, I'm ready for Indy.
I mean, look, we are in full run it back mode right now, and of course we still have to wait for the results of the Oklahoma Christian and the St. Clair matchup, which is going to be quite the doozy. It's unfortunate we're not being able to see that one on stream, because you and I have been looking forward to that one pretty much since the playoffs started, and we saw they were on the lower side of the bracket. But I'm glad that we finally did get that matchup through. But again, you know, St. Clair, an opportunity to run it back, but Oklahoma Christian, they have been a top team all throughout the year in the collegiate scene, and once again, they are giving themselves an opportunity to prove just that as we creep ever closer to the ending and the postseason conclusion of every single collegiate COD league across the board. Right now here for the NACE Star League, though, congratulations to Northwood. 250-167 in map 1, a 6-2 there in the LSELO Search and Destroy, and a 3-1 to close things out in the control. Cash, closing thoughts and remarks on this series.
Yeah, I get excited to see Northwood run it back in Indy, no matter who they face. Storylines galore and so many things on the line, apart from, you know, that coveted national championship. To go back-to-back to continue to be the team to beat here in the collegiate scene, Northwood is continuing to write that story for themselves. And for James Madison, I mean, to make it to the round of 4 after coming into this year with really no one having eyes on you until you kind of started making noise in the mid-season, a very impressive season out of them, all 4 players, whether they come back to this university next year to play together. It is definitely special to have seen what they were able to do this year, and you fall to the hands of the best team in the game, but again, you went down swinging.
Yeah, last year Northwood was able to run the gauntlet of the collegiate leagues for their entirety of the season. They won all the championships that they could go ahead and fight for. This year they look to do the exact same thing again, but they are guaranteed to play against either St. Clair or Oklahoma Christian in a grand final for what would be another national title for a Northwood, not just entire, you know, COD roster, but an entire school that has had so much to tout across all of their different esports. We'll take a look at the schedule real quick here to see where we'll go next here on the night. But of course, Northwood taking down James Madison. Butler University versus the collegiate counterpart, James Madison. The Rainbow Six team will be taking on in the next matchup, and then finally to close things out at the end of our broadcast, and that'll be around 6 Eastern, Michigan Technological University going up against the Rochester Institute of Technology, and what will be a showdown to find out for those two teams who will be moving on even further inside of the postseason. That being said, until we get to the grand final for our collegiate playoff here in the spring season of NA Star League, that's going to be it for myself and Cash. Enjoy Rainbow Six Siege coming up next, and you stay safe until we see you in Indiana.
time here in the 2023 NACE Spring Semi-Finals. And time to let you know, alongside me here is Infernosis and Scott. It's time to play defense here for these two teams, as I believe I just lagged out the freaking wazoo. Anyway, these two teams both playing defense. James Madison defending a title from the fall semester. Butler defending home turf as they are hosting the spring finals in just 2 weekends.
So the game of defense will only last long enough for one of these teams to truly meet their end. And with Kettering moving on as well into their semifinal, their round of 4 matchup, we could see a repeat of last year's LAN finals, or we see something entirely different. And while you do like a bit of the old, sometimes a bit of the news just as nice, this matchup is going to be very nice here.
I'm excited to see this matchup as well. Our teams are undefeated through regulation. They've, I believe, both not lost a map through playoffs as well. 2-0s through and through. And it's been clean for both. And that's honestly to be expected. Both of them, as I mentioned, going undefeated through regulation, through the groups. They didn't even have to play in conference play-ins because it didn't matter. And now is the number 2 and 3 seed respectively, losing only out to Davenport, who had a better showing in that difficulty of group. They're looking pretty good. Let's take a look at our schedule. We've already seen Call of Duty thus far today. You saw James Madison pick up a dub up against Northwood University, or Northwood University dropped James Madison, sorry, 3-0, not even requiring a 4th map, nor a second match. We have Rainbow Six with Butler taking on the other James Madison squad, and then in Counter-Strike, it's Michigan Tech taking on the Rochester Institute of Technology down in our final matchup of the semifinals.
I would have been very impressed, Dad, if James Madison had actually managed to knock Northwood off the board for Call of Duty. Not only is Northwood the best Valorant college in the nation, it's also considered one of the best Call of Duty ones as well. I'll have to see if that continues to hold true, but with a victory over James Madison University, I'm sure they're plenty happy. Let's go ahead and highlight the James Madison University and the Butler University squads that are here for Rainbow Six Siege, the better esport through and through here, Dan. Well, I guess it depends kind of who you ask. For the Butler side, it's Inham, Jonesy, Big Chai, Raikai, Gravy, and over for the James Madison University side, it's Prey, Tweb, Kelp, Poker, and Zero. I don't think that's correct.
That is the Call of Duty roster. The Rainbow Six roster for them is Jarvis, Oshi, Shadows, Bluekey, and PK.
It's all right. We got it. We understand it. We list it. So it's all that's needed, Dan, to get the job done. Let's talk about our map bans and the bans in general. It started off with Chalet getting knocked off the board, followed by Bank, Theme, and Oregon. So no tried or two tested T3 map of Oregon. But Clubhouse was still in there somewhere, but still managed to go through unpicked in our first 2 map selections. It is Border and Villa starting off, and unfortunately, Clubhouse, same as Cafe, get knocked off, leading Skyscraper to be the decider should a 3rd map be needed.
I also want to point out that when you put the bans in chat, you spelled Cafe C-A-F-E.
That is true, I did. That's all right. One of our producers spelled Chalet C-L-A-T-E-T. So we had that right at least.
Lele?
I think that's what it was. There's something along those lines. It was, we're all different here in our own individual way.
Well, the first map of Border, I'm honestly excited for. We were talking about the map bans beforehand, and I'm just excited as something different. Yesterday was a wild matchup between Kettering and St. Clair. Kettering obviously making it to the semifinals you talked about, but in very close fashion. Yeah. I'm honestly a little surprised at the St. Clair showing as well. We saw them drop out, I believe it was, I don't remember who it was. It was Drexel. That's who it was. I watched it on their stream while we actually had the RIT and Cincinnati game going round 12. And then that Kettering matchup would have been a difficult one, but a shame they were dropped away. Into our game we will go. Border is our first of the day.
Whew, yeah, you were talking about that Kettering game. I was on broadcast with a fellow casts, aka John, and we were so darn sure that Kettering would take that in a landslide 2-0 victory. But St. Clair put up quite unbelievably the best performance they could, as far as I believe. I don't know, maybe they had more in the gas tank. But unfortunately, they don't get to showcase that with that loss in OT on both maps. A ridiculously long affair, only 1 round away from going the full distance imaginable for those 2 maps. But unfortunately for them, Kettering was able to take that win, and they'll move on for a chance now being able to step into the finals and repeat what they did last year, hopefully with a better ending for themselves. not coming in second this time around. Fanface does go through. James Madison as their first pick. They've locked away Osa for the map here of Border. Followed up with Jackal, the Iron Knock scanner, not being allowed to come through. Defensively, Butler will now get to choose their runt of the litter, so to say. And it seems like they're taking their darndest time to do so, but they'll take a very standard ban decision to take a zombie off the board.
This is the first standard ban of the 3 we're actually seeing as well. Jackal obviously sometimes gets banned, whatever, it depends on the team. But Osa is one that really surprises me here on Border especially. Sure, you can bring it in 1 or 2 sites, but it's not a consistent factor. So that really leads to the fact that James Madison just do not want to compete with Butler on it. The Valkyrie, a little bit more of a stock standard ban. The defense seems a little bit more normal than the offense in terms of bans out. But I'm still a little surprised, considering what James Madison dropped off the Osa. I would have favored a lot of other bands, honestly. Nook probably being at the top of that list.
Nook is extremely viable here on Border. There's a lot of metal detectors that can theoretically go off, right? You have a whole back in the day of saying, hey, Nook can get through these without being spotted. But just in general, Border has a lot of annoying default cams that do catch out a lot of the attack and just kind of slow down the approach even further. It's one of the reasons why Border is not as heavily played as some of the other maps, especially when it comes to the amateur and or collegiate scene, which typically sit around the same level of play. But it being selected, I'm sure we're plenty happy with the performance that we're going to be brought for here today. James Madison start off on the defense. It looks like their operator selection is none too far away. No, it doesn't shy that far away from what we're typically used to for a map like Border. PK will be bringing out the Melusi, meaning the Banshees are on the board. Maybe expecting a clutch drone to come out here to deny that utility for the later stages of these rounds, but Border is much less of a final 20-second push towards site and more of a minute-and-a-half grueling towards the objective with multiple sight lines to work from.
Also surprised to see how much James Madison's dedicating over towards this office side. 3 separate players, a decent bit of utility as well. They are trying to create as much rotations as they can while also being able to cut off Butler on that attack. And Butler's heading in that general direction. Big Shy picking up that Finka. I like the decision there, especially a Spear, an underrated weapon in my personal opinion. I like it. Lack of recoil, decent bit of damage, you do you. But James Madison's defense is looking awkward, at least different, to say the very least, as honestly were their map bans and their operator bans here on Border. A lot of differences coming through as we start off this semifinal.
I'm actually very impressed with the lineup for James Madison. The only weakness they have that's glaring is the actual door leading in towards B objective. Past that, they have full control over the point. They have an extension over here towards office, like you said. That sets themselves up quite nicely for a good hold, and with the castle barricades that were also placed down, it means that there is a huge noise queue set up to let them be told that, hey, Butler is engaging. Butler is pursuing this objective and pushing here into this map. And once you hear that audio cue, the team can transition. The biggest weakness, though, like I said, is the rush in from Butler. If Butler start to expedite their push forward and then take a very quick approach, it'll catch them off guard, and James Madison will be left to retake their own objective, which may just be the most difficult part of all in this round.
Wiki gets downed, but should be able to be retrieved. I believe they were downed through the reinforced wall break you see with the Selma there as Enham's holding that long angle across. But no, Bluekey is retrieved. Shots almost through the wall would have landed. But the weird spot here for James Madison on the defensive side is they do not have as much flexibility available for them. Bluekey is down to just 1 health after being down. There's no third chance for them. That is all the mulligans they will get. Bluekey now just back to holding patient angles. Again, lucky to be alive. But Butler need to start to go. The time's going to start to hurt them more than the damage onto Bluekey will. They start to find kills. A good follow-up, but a TK for JMU. And Butler now look to go.
Gravy makes a huge load of noise with a proximity alarm. Does find a kill onto Oshi, though. Shadows left alone after the kill into Big Shot. It's an even one-on-one. 40 seconds still left in remaining, meaning Shadows has plenty of time still to work with, as unfortunately, Gravy does not have control here of the diffuser and has not opted to move in towards the side to go for a plant. They're running out of time and options, though. Time continues to tick further in favor of James Madison. Father Time acting in a 2v1, it seems. Gravy will move in from that east stairs side in through the office's breach they've created. Diffuser is down on the ground, but Shadows could swing in a moment's notice. Notices them through the breach in from Fountain, but will make their hasty retreat escape from Hall. Now stepping in towards Arsenal, spotted first and foremost, doesn't get the upper hand of the first shot, and they'll pay the price. Shadows finding what could have been an ultimate demise, somehow coming up on top and finding themselves victorious in round 1.
Taking advantage of a mistake as well there is Butler as a whole, but Gravy more specifically. Shadows on this defensive side had the opportunity to find that kill, but immediately was cut away after a little bit of game of peekaboo around the hard reinforce, or the hard door hinge. I think that's the word I'm looking for. It was weird, but it worked, and off the back of it, Butler started things off well. And a reminder, this is not only a semifinal to get into the finals, obviously, but it's to get to LAN as well. Butler is hosting the aforementioned LAN, so if they lose this, they don't even get to defend home turf. If James Madison lose this, they don't get to defend their previous title from the fall.
How unfortunate that they get put here in this matchup together, right? You said it's a game of defense, and how interesting would it have been to see both of these two teams in the finals, returning victor and home territory hosts. It's denied, though. It is what it is. These teams will have to find themselves a tough matchup first and foremost. That first round, more specifically, was quite a tumultuous battle between these two teams. Butler only coming out ahead by the skin of their teeth. James Madison defensively will have to reevaluate their approach. That TK really hurt them there, Dan. They would have had 2 players in that final engagement against the 1, which they had already had, but they would have been isolated as much as they were previously. Which means, theoretically, a refrag would have gone through much cleaner. As, unfortunately for them, Shadows was stepped away from the objective where typically would be needed, and that's where that secondary player was felled just moments prior by Butler, leading to the 1v1.
James Madison now looking to make up for lost time. We will see a interesting decision. I want to get your take on this. Considering the 1.5x was taken away from the AUG A3, do you favor bringing the Cade here with the AUG or with the TCSG? Because more often than not, you just see slug shotgun over the lesser of the two.
It's fairly dependent on the map that you're playing on. For most maps, you're typically bringing... It's a tough question. A lot of the times you're bringing a Mark 14 on the defense, right? You're going to bring the Syria Gates, you're going to bring that. Means you already have a marksman rifle at range. The TCSG essentially acts as that in the first place. You don't need a secondary. If it's just the Cade in play, maybe I would opt for that if you don't have anything else up on the board. But for a map like Border that is very confrontational around these corners, much less so of through walls that, you know, you're making small holes through to take shots at, I would dare say the AUG is the better choice in this decision. I think that in terms of the corridors and hallways, the AUG is going to reward James Madison, going to reward Oshi much more than it's going to do for any other weapon in hand.
Butler on this attacking side as well. I like the fuse selection here, especially considering the bomb site. PK needs to play a game of peekaboo. Finds a first. I don't think he's expecting a second player, though. He has absolutely no idea. Almost wins the fight still, but Gravy will shut him down. And in the span of 90 seconds, James Madison has lost 80% of its manpower and has now left Blue Kino 1v4, needing to drop, well, the exact same 80% of Butler on his own with just a 9x9 VSN with no 1.5 on it. This is a problem, and one that will not be solved as James Madison is cut away decisively over on Bathroom Tellers.
If they're still a 1.5, they would have noticed the player swinging them from hallway door. That's not the case. Unfortunate as it is, Butler will have a much cleaner round 2. It honestly seemed like James Madison were not privy to actually defending their lives in that round, much less the objective, which wasn't even a necessity for Butler to pursue. Losing 3 players over towards open, leaving 2 players in towards site. It just was James Madison falling apart at the seams. And I think that's the right idea for Butler. Isolate kills for the 1v1. They can pick over, they get 1 kill back, you've got a refrag, and guess what? They weren't understanding that they're moving in 2s. 2 is a dangerous number. It's not the loneliest it could be. And sometimes it's nice to have a friend right behind you to pad your back and pad your stats, hopefully give you an assist after you die.
Butler on this attacking side. I'm going to keep establishing the fact that this is a dominant attack for them, because one thing that has been seen prior for Butler is their difficulty switching to an opposing side. Granted, this is their map selection, sure, but border defense isn't the easiest thing in the world, especially when you impact your teammates. In prep phase, Jarvis is stuck on just about 80 HP. I think there's a problem. Because I don't know if prep phase team damage should be on.
It is probably not supposed to be on. It is what it is, though, Dan. They'll have to survive with like 85 HP. I think the number that they're sitting at right now, maybe a little less, maybe around 75, 80. That gives Butler a little bit of an edge. But they still actually have to pursue the site. Moving in from the outside, there's that door frame I was mentioning previously. If the rush were to come through from Butler, it will cut and, you know, really hurt James Madison's attempted defense here. Because like you said, they really do prefer the extension here over towards offices. Then if Butler just forego that avenue, it could punish them. And with the fact that there are no nitro cells available for James Madison, it makes it even easier for Butler to go for that push. And they have no toxic bane, meaning they have to man ego swing every one of these angles if they were to deny that quick plant here on A.
Positive start for them is dropping in him off the bat, but Johnsy now with this Ying Candela just walking in. Oshi couldn't see anything. They played a staring contest with the sun and lost. James Madison now with a man advantage back, though, off the back of a trade. Raikai very lucky to be alive. The spray across almost landing through two separate walls, but in the end, it's still PK to fall, and James Madison to lose whatever semblance of advantage they had just a few seconds prior.
Lukey holding back as best they can. Jarvis locking in from main hallway, has a cheeky angle through a door frame. Lukey's the player we noted that was taking long shots through two walls. Not enough to break open that wall enough for a big sight line. But there's Gravy trying to make that outside veranda approach in through Archives. It falls short. Shadows gets the kill, now looking for a second. DB knows Raikai and will conclude the kill quickly after the fact. Not aware that they're going to be swung by Shadows again. Jonesy tries to toss out a Candela. It's not only swept away by the magnets, but their life is swept away by the magnet thrower. And it will be a James Madison defensive round win.
And that early damage did absolutely nothing to impact the round. James Madison was able to flexibly play off the back of it, and most importantly, the aggression worked out for them. It was a nice change of pace. I think a little bit more patience was required from Butler, because James Madison was playing over patient the first couple rounds, and then immediately flipped that switch. That's what I was looking for. I had a friend do that 2 days ago, and I made fun of it. It's bad now. But James Madison
the turntable
basically just flipped that switch and played aggressive, and honestly took those fights that I don't think Butler were really expecting.
Note that before James Madison had 2, if not 3 players extended over towards offices with 1 player holding out towards that southern hall. Eastern stairwell, that corner elbow stairwell. James Madison opted not to do that this time around. They did have an extension, but they only had 1 player actually inside offices, and they did eventually lose their life. That kind of gave the swooping edge to James Madison, saying, hey, they are once again taking control of offices, though they died. We get a ton of intel, and we already are at the advantage theoretically because we're defending on this point. Let's just play for that in the first place. James Madison, though, now opting to go for the first floor point, and it is not back over the standard objective of choice. They really did not like that option. They're going to head over to open and maybe try to catch Butler off guard. But let's remember how quickly Butler took that A point just 2 rounds prior, knocking down 3 players on the entry in towards, only losing 1 and losing no more past that point. Butler have plenty of options in a pretty darn close window to swing on into the objective and get a plan over in corner.
Honestly, if Butler wanted to just take the site, it would probably be the better of the 2 options. We talked about this on Thursday, the 2 differences between site immediate takes and taking long times to try and clear out roams. Sometimes it's better to forego dropping the roam and just play for an early post plant. That's not the case here for Butler. They do want to try and clear out the roam. About 45 seconds gone in the round. They're just now starting to encroach on the actual map itself. But an odd position for them. PK, that shot almost lands across on towards Big Shy, who's playing aggressive with the SMG-12 in hand, but dies to a C4 from down below. Oshi on the pulse, times it well, and finds an opener, but immediate trade is there. But so was Oshi. A follow-up! Raikai's dead. 2 for 1 in the early openers.
Sometimes the high ground isn't everything it seems to be, Dan. Sometimes Anakin can get their shining moments. Man, disadvantage set up for Butler. Johnsy doing everything they can to rotate through main hall, was about to take elbow, but decides instead head over towards that security side from break. Lukey was holding up on top of the servers itself from that hatch drop inside of box. They'll eventually fall completely to the ground and no longer have that cheekier angle to work from. Butler seem to have maintained and gained control over the second floor as James Madison have just entirely removed themselves from that position. Right idea, maybe wrong time, maybe a bit early. The Butler are still too scared to engage in good time. Because of that hesitancy, James Madison will be rewarded for an early retreat away from that point. Head is spotted. Blue Key sees the player but can't connect the kill. And Dan, they still have the buck, so at least they can still work from the open floor plan.
This verticality may be a difference maker for Butler as well. If they take a little bit too long in this verticality, they're in a pretty bad spot, but if they can force James Madison out of comfortable positions and make them uncomfortable out of position, force them away, then they're in a good spot. Gravy will have to break the Surrey gate with their previous drone and look to jump in, but their whereabouts are certainly known. They have no more EMPs to drop away that bulletproof camera, so the spray will land Blue Key just off the back of a red ping, and that bulletproof changing this scope of the round. The diffuser down inside of the site. Oh, she's still playing with that cardiac sensor in their back pocket. And Enham just being swung from seemingly every angle. A clean finish for James Madison and good flexibility once more as that early aggression pays out in a second consecutive round.
Butler have nobody on the covering fire for your planter. On top of that, your planter decided to stick their head out into the open. You know, if you turn your head towards the wall and plant that way, it'll be your flank that's actually slightly perusing out into this open space.
Means your butt.
If you don't get hit instantly, it won't kill you instantly. Your head's an instant kill. If it's the only thing sticking out, they only have to hit it once. Your flank, they've got to hit a ton. It does not deal very much damage, though you'll probably regret it afterwards. It's still not enough to get the job done, and Butler would have at least gotten the plant down, or at least been in a better space to do so, meaning a post plant. And they had control of the second floor where James Madison had completely escaped themselves from. Overall, a good round for James Madison. AMU did a wonderful job of actually clearing out the players despite being at a theoretical ground disadvantage. They took 2 shots from the floorboards, got 2 kills, one of them from a nitro cell. They set themselves up wonderfully to take down Butler, and Butler did themselves no justice. With Raikai dying, having been on that fuse, you lose so much of that ability to clear out inside that wall, the opposing side of the wall from ventilation. That was their covering fire attempt. They were going to use the cluster charges to create space, meaning no one could push the player planting inside ventilation, and it would have worked. But Raikai dies, and Butler is forced to pay the price because they have no opposing strategy to work with.
Main part of their strategy fell. For all of you wondering what the heck Scott's talking about, when he says flank, he means your butt. Just figured I'd really, I mean, your flank isn't a body part. Just saying. Your gluteus maximus. There you go, for all you medical majors out there that may very well. I mean, yeah, but I can say it and make it funny. So that's the entire reason I made the point. Butler on the attack, now looking to do something similar to the previous round, but changing a little bit. I like the adjustment for Raikai to go into the IQ and try and clear out some of this defensive utility, notably the Electro Claw or Electro Claws, neither of which have been put down, by the way, and the EDDs Blue Key to try and eliminate some of that flank holds on the Butler's side. Weird spot still, as Big Shy will just walk in, and they've already gained most of the top floor, if not all of it. I think the extent of what's held now for James Madison is the armory side at best. That's a difficult hold with still a minute 30 plus left in the round.
The good news is, Hellers and Bathroom are very difficult to approach still from the top down. Yes, you get some control from offices with those floorboard breaks, and there is theoretically a hatch you can drop towards into Bathroom. But most of the time, James Madison is going to be extended off the side. At most, there'll be one man actively controlling inside of Tellers and one man inside of Bathroom. I think that still happens to be the case here for JMU. Not enough of the floorboards can be cleared by Butler to truly make that a safe space. It looks like Butler are maybe looking to drop through hatch Arsenal itself. That would be a horrible decision. Oh, she's watching at this point, and even the other hatch they thought was safe, Jarvis, has not been thrown down in ventilation. 2 easy kills. Interesting nade choice there as well. I'm amazed at what we're seeing go down here, and it's a total dismantling of Butler's attack. James Madison just outright cutting Butler apart at every turn. They get 1 kill. That is it. The only reward for a horrible round.
Understandably, they will call a timeout. That is 3 consecutive rounds Butler's now been cut away on. James Madison's adjustments have worked out nearly perfectly for them because they've been playing aggressive upon aggressive upon aggressive in these last 3. Look at it. They've just won by kills in every single instance because Butler is not expecting a lot of the aggression. I also love the fight that we saw, especially there between Big Shy and Shadows. You can see Big Shy had the 2x on the Mark 14 and was looking across, but there was a soft wall that was mostly broken between them and Shadows, yet Shadows had movement in his favor. Big Shy was going across his screen, so saw the head moving and shot at it. Big Shy was just looking at a wall that happened to have a small black hard hat above it that he didn't realize was the castle's head and died because of it. And now James Madison are very happy with a lot of these rounds. The adjustments have worked for them. They have played a little bit more flexible on the defensive side, and Butler just has not adjusted basically at all. They've stuck with the same game plan, of which has barely worked. They still need to clear out that pulse, and they were unsuccessful in doing so, even with Raikai bringing that IQ.
Butler winning the first 2 rounds honestly puts them in a very poor spot here, Dan. James Madison gets 3 objectives in a row, 3 different objectives. That would be typically the singing point for an attacking team to call their timeout, because now they've seen theoretically all 3 objectives that would be played for JMU. They can build strategies in accordance to those points all within 1 timeout. That's at least the standard when it comes to your timeout calling. But there's only 1 round left. Because they took those first 2, they're left in a state where they can build a strategy. They have a, 1 or 2 chance to really guess what objective it's going to. They know what it's going to be, but they don't get the full depth of that timeout that you would say if James Madison took the first 3 initially, which is a little worse for wear. But Butler already having those 2, plenty happy with it. They're looking to go 3-3 at halftime on JMU's pick, which could be a huge thing for Butler when they transition to the defense. Because James Madison looked good defensively. They go for gunfights, though. Are they going to be punished for that over-aggression where they're not as greatly assisted by the map that is working for the defensive side? Or are they going to do the exact same thing and just win on kills?
Well, the one thing they're doing is changing a lot. Comparing this round's operator lineup on James Madison's side to round 3, in which the last time they played and won this site, 2 operators are the same, but they're on different players. Oshi's picking up the Warden instead of Jarvis. You can see PK on the Wumai instead of Shadows, and then Shadows is going from Wumai to Solus, Blue Key from Maestro to Cade, and you're seeing Legion off the board alongside Castle off the board in favor of that Mira Solus combo, and it seems to work. The adjustments have been made, but Big Shy on that Nook that was not banned by JMU is now activating. 1 kill found. Gravy, a nice shot with the para, up and over. Blue Key none the wiser, and Butler's now making a change. All importantly, to pressure immediately. Only a minute gone, and James Madison's already out of their comfortability.
That armory window is one that's typically highly slept on. Note as well, the Montaigne on the board for Butler means that they can indeed go for the pressure in from that Archives door frame safely. And with the Nitro Cell having already been ripped and dipped, and the second one they would have had no longer being available as the player has been felled, that puts Butler in a beautiful position to make use here of this shield. Candelo tossed over that soft wall in through towards Arsenal or Armory, as he's still working alongside Raikai in Archives, though. And while they do know for sure that the mirror is close by of Jarvis, they can't get anything off because that wall being left soft means there's no safety. PK gets a headshot through the shield seemingly, maybe Raikai turning a bit too much, and what started off as a solid point for Butler has now turned to shambles. No safe space, 1 player remaining in Gravy. Well, they're about to turn into mashed potatoes, and while Gravy and mashed potatoes sounds great, you're either one or the other in this state, and Gravy's about to be, well, stuck into a rock in a hard place with 3 players going against them.
Probably use some bread and butter with this 1v3 as well, if you're a food connoisseur. And I don't think Butler's going to find any, unless it's them just being cut apart like a hot knife through butter, one may even say. Now Gravy walking through bulletproof shield or the deployable shield in front of them, still trying to take the fight, but Jarvis just gets to play the game of peekaboo, and with a higher fire rate, it doesn't really matter how much damage the Para does if it can't hit as many shots as it needs, not even the one-shot headshot found. And James Madison lose the first 2 rounds, sure, but the adjustments were there, and the flexibility, I'm going to say it once more, was just the same. Even though they won round 3, they almost completely revamped their defensive lineup for Armory Archives, and it worked perfectly as they held later on.
James Madison had completely forgone the attempted entrance in from Archives last time that it was played. Timeout called by Butler, and James Madison says, okay, they're going to counteract this site. They're going to counter our last defensive hold. There's no way to call a timeout and do the exact same thing, would they, Dan? Lucky for them, they guessed right. Butler did, in fact, change up their strategy. They went for an Archives door play. They went for the Montaigne push, and they played it perfectly. James Madison brought 2 nitro cells, and while neither really found the impact they were hoping for of that Monty, apparently the shots from the MP5K over inside Arsenal can get the job done despite the shield being up in their head. I like the idea from Butler, but the execution just falls short. And instead of executing themselves correctly on a site, they were instead executed in turn. And now they'll get to choose how to defend, and they'll go right on back. Same objective of play, but this time Butler will have their chance to show what they're capable on the defense.
Talking about Butler having difficulties with their switches, we've seen this in seasons prior and in other leagues just the same, but it's usually on maps they don't pick. It's entirely possible it happens here, where they looked good on the attacking side and they just shut down after, at least the early part of the attacking side. But I'd like to see them, especially with this lineup, look for more aggressive fights like we saw from James Madison. Enham playing with the Mark 14 in hand, one of the better weapons in the game, considering it still hasn't been nerfed, and DMRs are kind of broken, let's be real with each other. But James Madison apparently don't care about the lineup. They just want to go. And if they do, they have a really good setup for it. Nobody's in that general vicinity. They could just plant, and there's not a whole lot that could be done about it. Smoke put down. They still have extra utility off the back of it, and no sound is there. C4 over top, I believe, was denied by the EMP, and they just get the plant down in 15 seconds.
There was no chance. There was no nitro cell available for Butler. They did not play an operator selection that was indicative of a defense here for Archives push. Montaigne locking from door. What are you going to do about it? Here go the firebolts, and once again, James Madison are positioning themselves well. Gravy, though, finding 2 kills back-to-back. Unfortunately, neither under the Montaigne.
Gross.
Shadows working from below, as maybe a wonderful angle to deny this as well. But they're just barely on the visual for it. Can they see? They see the head just barely, but they don't see it in time. No! What are you doing, Shadows? Butler will steal a round out from underneath you, and I mean quite literally, as you give them round 7 for free, because Shadows can't notice the tiniest of pixels.
His head was filling in the entire slot between the metal bars, too. He saw his foot, he saw his head. I mean, obviously, we know what to look for with the X-ray vision. But that's something, if you don't see him anywhere else, you know exactly where you have to look. The long arm is only so far, and that really was not that far. James Madison, that's a round you should win just every day of the week. You had the setup well, you knew exactly what you needed to do, and honestly, 2 separate things hurt them in that round. The lack of overall setup directly below the diffuser because of the unfortunate placement of that unpenetrable or impenetrable flooring just below. I believe it's a light structure. And overtaking gunfights when you're in a post plant. Play hide and go seek. You have a 5v5 post plant on one of the more difficult sites to attack, and yet you still drop away from it. That should have been your round every day.
The edge of the rug? Am I wrong?
I think it's a light structure, like on the bottom side and towards ventilation. I'm pretty sure it's a light.
Observer, please.
You can't see it on the observer, I don't think.
He's not listening. It's all right.
If you can look at the ceiling, you'd be able to see it.
We'll see Butler go back through in a couple rounds, Dan. It'll be fine.
True.
Whew. They can't go back to it yet, though, with that last round win. And the buffer that James Madison had created for themselves of being a 2-round spree could have been 3. But with Butler's inevitable steal, it seems, things get a little bit closer and less precarious for their defensive half. Solus is on the board. Johnson's doing everything they can to gather as much information. It's worked to a degree. 2 drones having been destroyed for James Madison, but they get caught off guard. Yeah, there's no Jackal, but there's a Gemini replicator for PK, and there's drones galore that haven't been dealt with fast enough. The Solus lose their life, and that puts Butler in a very disadvantageous position with a lack of their extension effectively still in play, and a huge bit of information they were reliant upon no longer available.
Good disengagement at a bare minimum from Gravy. As soon as they realized they had lost that real estate, they just back away. Use the shorty, get out as soon as you can, because you cannot afford to go into a 5v3 on a bathroom teller's defense without even bleeding out all that much utility from the attacking side. Look at the attack. The extent of utility they've used thus far, a couple Argus cameras, and a phone call, that's about it. And James Madison's happy. They also were very happy they were able to hack the cell phones because default cameras now counter the defense, especially knowing that James Madison has them available. The swing in through this custom side, but Shadows is evaporated. A follow-up onto PK, and Enham doesn't need information. They just need action and a gun in their hand.
Let's think about that for just a moment. James Madison knew that Enham was coming from that way. They knew with the default cams like you had mentioned, and still fell victim to the player off the back of one gorgeous flick and a spray down on the secondary for the player who theoretically should have just pivoted back to the rest of the team after they lost their one, technically the 1v2, and just played for the next fight for a crossfire. And because they thought they could re-extend for the Avenge, it falls short. Elbow cam tossed out here. Gonna make Gravy forced to evacuate down the stairwell and you're over towards lobby. And Ham is pretty much trapped alongside the rest of the team. A bit of a strange combo. One in server, one not far beyond that towards the check-in of server, and maybe one starting to pivot in through that bathroom door frame. But with still James Madison on the top floor with the hammer still available, they're going to be very rushed for time. Jarvis tries to drop down hatch. It's Enham for their third kill of the round, hunting for a possible ace. Plant is going down, though, for Blue Key, and it's planted in bathroom from hatch, but the flank comes out for Gravy, and that may just be all she wrote, as it will be closed and secured by Butler, with Blue Key being the last to follow, cut off from that server side.
Butler, in a similar way as well, were happy to give up a little bit of the site just to make sure they could collapse post-plant. And the unexpected walk-up from Gravy on the top floor, I'm pretty sure I saw Gravy, after shooting the Argus camera, walk back up metal stairs. I was expecting them to go in through Armory, but they smartly decided otherwise. Because there's a metal detector in Armory, or the window that you have to jump through in a small office, they decided to cut noise entirely and play a little bit more patient. As soon as there was an audible and apparent bit of aggression onto the site itself, they walked in through the 90 hallway, through the office door, and found the freest of kills possible because there was no information to work off of. The Argus camera had already been shot. There's no extra redundancy there for the attacking side, and James Madison are cut down again off the back of a lack of information. Butler are playing extremely smart in these post-plant scenarios.
Will that continue? Time will have to tell, but that's a 2-round spree once again. But let's not forget the first half here. Yeah. What happened? Butler take the first 2 and then give up 4 to James Madison. Will we see a repeat? Know your history, folks, or be doomed to repeat it. Butler will need to make sure that they do not grow complacent, because complacency was truly one of their biggest issues against James Madison's defense. Not enough diversification for strategy, felt like they weren't pivoting around corners fast enough, and the engagements at which they should have had an advantage inevitably fell the other way. Butler go for an early swing out through that Arsenal door, leading to the outside. Unfortunately, no one for James Madison, giving them the time of day. They'll be forced to re-barricade and step back in for the defense.
James Madison are in a pretty good spot, but Sledge for them on another situation of customs is weird, because we saw this attempt prior, but Butler's defense is looking to set up for it.
PK from break room clears default cam. Dan, Butler have finally made it through 60 seconds without losing a player. Something we've not necessarily seen from them defensively just yet. Some adaptability may be key. Droned out, though. There goes Enham's position.
Oh, no.
And we've got, unfortunately, the worst of all situations. The drone bug.
There we go.
There we go.
It used to be much worse. So,
And
bright
Border
side
used
is
to be
there
much
at least.
When Border initially got brought into the competitive pool, that was a very rough time for R6 right after a huge update, and when you would free cam up above, the whole map would tear in two and you'd see a giant astro wall come up in between objectives. It was awful. It also would crash.
It was so much fun. It was so much fun. I don't know what you're talking about. Shadows apparently having fun, just not even looked at apparently, because James Madison is just walking through this top floor. Over pressure of this Butler defense is forcing them into sensory overload, not even knowing what to look at nor what to listen for. And it's a flawless round for James Madison as they once more collapse on Butler, but this time cross their T's, dot their I's, and find the kills required.
James Madison already back in a solid state. Butler back down to a round buffer against the competition, and it's another scenario where Butler didn't really have a solid fight against JMU. It was a really poor round. Like you said, Shadows just walks in. Nobody is watching that angle, despite the fact that two players were holding that side. They were tunnel vision in one direction over the other. There were 3 entrances into Arsenal from that left side. 3. While there is only 1 from there. From the wall you both are watching. Trust your teammate to hold there. Watch your flank. Because not just you, but your teammate as well will fall victim to it. Make the adjustments. Butler defensively will reattempt, it seems, up to the second floor. Something that, well, they won the first time, but I won't give him too big of a pat on the back for it. Let's be honest, it wasn't necessarily a round we thought would go their way for sure. But James Madison doesn't seem like they'll go for the same strategy. They're going to go for a much more standard approach with the full walkthrough. No one's repicked on over to the Montaigne. It'll be a very standard approach, more likely than not in through that breach for Arsenal, or maybe in through offices to use that exothermic charge in through that window hardball.
And notably, Butler's very happy with how that first round went, to the point where they aren't changing a dang thing about their defensive setup. They're expecting James Madison to go back to something a little bit more stock standard. You talked about not having any repicks onto what would be that same rush composition. They've basically revamped their entire lineup, this time bringing that Thermite, Ashes on the board, as usually expected. Thatcher is once more alongside that Buck, but in different capacities. And then PK's going on to the Iana. From the Glaz we saw that was prepped for that post-plant scenario, this is weird for James Madison. If they walk into a similar composition but aren't expecting the exact same thing, they're going to run into a few problems, notably a few fragging out Butler Bulldogs waiting for their walk-in.
Keep in mind, you said Butler didn't change very much, if anything at all. We'll ignore that. Butler didn't change very much, if not anything at all, and one of the things they did not bring in that last round we saw here was Nitro Cells, because they weren't expecting the rushdown. James Madison, though, they don't need to worry about it in this round. They know the Nitro Cells won't be brought forward. They know the composition line the Butler are working with, so they want to get aggressive. They like to push forward. They know they won't fall victim to a stray Nitro Cell from the 4 below. Just go for the kills. A near flawless round result at the end of the day for JMU, denied by the trade for that final kill from Raikai. And JMU will now reach match point on their map pick, with Butler scrambling to find an answer, and I'll be frank, it doesn't seem like they have one here, Dan.
No, the extent of their even early responses are, yeah, we're going to find the first 2 rounds of a half and then forget how to play Rainbow Six Siege for a small amount of time. Usually that small amount of time is about 4 rounds or so.
15 minutes.
Yeah. And James Madison, at this point, have made the adjustments once more. Naturally, that was an adjustment you expected to be made. Between round 7 and what we just saw as round 10, they completely changed their attacking lineup for Armory Archives, but the lineup they brought for round 7 was a one-time use thing where you cannot expect that to work a second time. You sometimes may never even expect it to work a first time, which obviously we saw it mostly work until a single kill was required, and then they were like, well, we don't want to win the round anyway. They figured they'd keep up appearances of dropping the first 2 rounds and then winning the rest of the half, because if that stays the same, well, James Madison's going to close things out 7-4, as they were looking to now close out Bathroom Tellers as well.
Let's recall what happened here last time down. Butler barely came out on top. One of the reasons for that was, I believe at the time it was Big Shy, sorry, taking a shot over towards Jarvis as they attempted to drop through hatch. James Madison took a bit too long on that second floor. Nobody was on the objective directly. They were all over in towards servers instead. And because of that, it caused a lot of problem for that push through. However, looks like that'll be circumvented. No second floor approach. They're going direct into sights. JMU already putting down the diffuser, and the wonderful shots connect for Butler. Diffuser is now trapped in behind the vending machine. I don't know how Butler managed to defend that, Dan. I'll be honestly shocked. Like,
It looked like impact grenades. I think Johnsy landed them to drop the diffuser and then shoot them down because there wasn't a very easy way to actually drop them from long range. Shadows is up above, now trying to play hide and go seek with Raikai, and it looks like they're going to lose the fight. Raikai has heard the 90 cam being broken. There's also somebody sitting inside of office. That's the Solus. Johnsy now looking to swing will win the fight. They had help from behind if it was required, but there has now been a kill return. Oshi found Johnsy in the corner of office, and it's now down to a 3 versus 2. Yes, the diffuser's trapped. Barely Oshi's alive after shooting the frost mat. Good awareness from them. But James Madison need to recollect that diffuser as the SAS combo is looking to close out the map.
I've been fairly impressed with JMU's attempted return here. A lot of this has been greatly assisted purely by Butler isolating kills. You lose Gravy. Nazi's a little bit too late for the refrag back. Wasn't able to defend, but they were in an angle at which they could have defended, so they get the kill in return. And then JMU does the exact same thing where they're a bit too late to actually defend, so they get the kill in return. It's a game of refrags. And if Butler continue at this pace, they'll win. But no one's there to take back Jarvis, nigh Oshi, who's nearby. James Madison will close things up to a 2-on-2, and they've got a little bit of util, but they weren't ready for the Grismot mine. Big Shy taking down Jarvis, a 1v1 here in servers. Big Shy has the angle to work with. And Oshi is limited on HP already. This may be the most dangerous gunfight we'll see here today. Wide swung, but Big Shy holds true. Barely coming out on top. An unexpected angle of value. And Butler will somehow manage to claw back just a little bit closer, now looking for their chance to lead us into OT.
And the unexpected movement there in that fight actually wins Big Shy the round as well. Usually when you swing a corner and you look at somebody who would have been in an expected angle, you don't clear a closer, more unexpected angle. It's called an off angle for a reason. It's very not often used. But Big Shy just waits and plays patiently, knowing that Oshi had to swing. It was either to go there or go around towards square and die otherwise, to an even worse angle being played from tellers through a wall that was soft and had a punch hole in it. Little Easter egg for you if you're looking for a Butler VOD video. But James Madison need to switch something up. They cannot rely on these dedication, oh yeah, we send it all in here. If it doesn't work, the round's basically over for us. Because it's a miracle they brought it back to what was a 2 versus 3 and a 2v2, much less what could have been a round victory.
Butler are now in their last saving graces, their last chance here. Some say the last dance. That may be an aptly fitting term for how back and forth of a tango this matchup has been so far in Border, to tie things up 6-6 and lead us into overtime. Do Butler have what it takes? James Madison, they're going to do the same strategy they did a couple rounds prior, where they completely tore apart Butler. It's not the Russian. At least we see a Nitro Cell get brought out for Butler this time, so they have something at least to maybe catch off the plethora of players that swing in from that office's side. That's something that James Madison loved to do. But a glorious run out for Big Shy. What a play. Catching Jarvis off guard and getting them an early kill and knocking the Zofia of all things off the board means they lack a lot of utility burn. I don't think they care. They've got flashes, they've got breaching rounds, they've got an Iana. Honestly, if they had lost Oshi or Blue Key, it may have been impactful. But I think Jarvis may be one of the easier players to lose early.
Jarvis has been that third fragger, especially in the more frag-heavy roles, importantly. Big Shy has gone undroned, and instead of shooting out the drone, now they are droned and will back away, so smartly trying to play patiently, but actually almost dies off the back of it, now falling back to what was a previously held angle, but is still being held from 2 separate places. Big Shy is just playing hide and go seek. The run out doesn't work though, and Gravy takes the man advantage that was so difficultly taken by Big Shy and tosses it out the window. Sure, it does damage, but that's not something you're going to write home about.
No refrag yet. And this has been truly a game of refrag, really a game of back and forth. I call it a tango, and maybe the best bet. We can also call it a mariachi, as looks like things are shaking up further and further. James Madison taking a huge lick of damage. PK down to maybe 20 HP, maybe 25, just barely near that margin. I think 20 more closely fitting. Butler, the same problem going in for Big Shy, sitting at about 45. Long shots are being held, and Black Mirrors are doing justice for Butler, who are very worried about those engagements, and with the fact that PK has already used all their nades, Dan, they have nothing to toss over that hard wall connecting in towards Archive. Nothing to burn but the flashes, no destructive util at range. This is going to be a near impossible recovery in towards this site. They'll just have to make a really big hole, and that's where the Nitro comes in, but it's tossed too high, and Blue Key will get off the exothermic charge.
But Blue Key's still holding his angle. The walkout, though, Jonesy getting aggressive, finding at least one kill, wants to play for a second, but won't find it. The trade back, however, is now there. Enham with one of their own with the Mark 14, but Shadows not done just yet. Raikai playing hide-and-go-seek inside a fountain has not been droned nor noted by anybody here for the James Madison attack. But Oshi patiently waiting for the aggression to come through, noting that Raikai had to play forward, and most importantly, seeing him through what was the previously broken wall. It's James Madison just barely scraping by border in all of regulation.
They take their map pick, the Collegiate Special, for the first time this week. Will not come true, or at least be teased to come true, as it's always been the opposition taking the first map of their opposition. Finally, we see it's go the other way, but unfortunately that may mean we finally get a third map. And if you're trying to go home early or maybe take a nap, that's not good for you. But as casters, we love it. We like to see as much action as possible, flex those vocal cords, and maybe flex some skill on the map itself, because Butler, where were you for over half of those? You didn't get beat by JMU, you beat yourself silly. You are not a team that is poor enough to make mistakes like that. You are much better.
And the same thing was there for James Madison as well, where in some of those rounds you were looking at and saying, did you really have to try that? 2 separate occasions of a rush plant in 2 separate sites with 2 separate compositions and significantly different circumstances? No, both of them, they lost both rounds.
No, but one
they got a plant down.
Butler stole that.
But
Butler stole that round. All right.
It was a combination of Butler stealing the round and James Madison handing it over in a silver platter. I think waitstaff may be in James Madison's future because of that. But we're gonna move on to Villa. You were talking about frag-heavy maps. Talk about Italy as we move on to our second. It's Butler's map selection to try and bring this one. James Madison, a risky map finish, but a map finish nonetheless in regulation that goes their way. They take their own map 7-5 as they drop border in their favor, and they're dabbing their way onto Villa.
He's literally hitting the gritty. Right?
You tell him, this is your fault. He said,
Yeah,
quote, I dare you to hit the dab.
You did have to do it. It was just a dare,
Yes,
right? I didn't put anything on it. So to be fair, I win. We're heading on over, like you said, dabbing on over to Villa is the term I think you're used to exemplify what we're doing. Interestingly enough, we'll go with it for now. We'll ride that wave. But speaking of riding waves, maybe JMU riding the high still off that victory. And though we did have a break in between, it still takes a little bit more time than that to truly ice a team. This isn't football. You can't just call a timeout and your kicker magically misses. No, they're still warmed up. They're still staying pretty in the break. I'm sure they got aim labs up in the background or something to make sure they stay hot, because by far the best gunners on our last map of border was for sure the JMU roster.
And they were fragging out at seemingly every facet required as well. I was looking at some of the kill totals when we closed out the map, and you were looking at Shadows on double digits, Jarvis on double digits, Oshi and PK in the general vicinity as well. And that's nothing to diss Bluekey, who, in all fairness, did not do as well in KD. But the most important part of their playstyle was playing these support type roles and doing it perfectly, where you don't have to find kills. You're droning in your teammates. You're not taking as many gunfights. Yeah, he didn't find that many kills, but he didn't die in every round either. It was important play, but one that didn't turn to kills. We'll see if that changes as we move to Villa as our second map of play. James Madison now starting off on the defensive side to kick things away.
Ban phase probably expected to be somewhat normal. Mira is kind of banned a lot on Villa of all maps, of all things. Shockingly enough, that in Oregon. You really don't want to have to deal with that extension when you're holding statuary and trophy. Deal with the extension towards aviation. Ying being banned first, though, is about the only haymaker I think that could shock me. Yes, Ying is somewhat highly banned. The LMG is extremely strong, as well as having those Candelas. Second attacking pick, this one for Butler. They'll get their pick back to back. Is going to be that Jackal, the eye knock scanner. For the second time here so far in this series, so every time we've seen it, will not be allowed to be played. And Butler will be quick with it for their defensive ban as well. Their map pick, kind of expected to be somewhat swift, and they'll take off Solus, which means James Madison are stuck. And maybe a bit of a fickle pickle here, Dan. Do they take off the Azami and ban one of the top 4 most banned operators in R6? Or do they stay with a Mirror or Valkyrie for the information on both parts?
Honestly, if I'm then, I'd go Valkyrie. They don't need a Valkyrie. Their information is fully well and good on the defense, and they do.
Yep.
I like this decision from them for 2 separate reasons. Number one, Azami isn't a requisite ban on Villa. Doesn't get as much play in every single aspect, but is still useful, so has to be countered every so often. But the most important part of that is they don't ban the Mira. I'm going to say almost certainly because they want to play her. Mira's fairly viable, especially over towards Trophy Statuary, and yeah, Aviator games as well, but it's really down to a team. And they're also comfortable playing against the Mira. We saw even when Butler brought her, it was countered immediately, so they have no problems taking it on, nor playing it. So why ban it away if you don't have to, alongside the fact that Jarvis actually wants to play the Azami. Butler was the team that banned Azami back in map number 1, so James Madison, given the opportunity, will keep her on the board. But Butler counterbans Solus. That was their counter from map 1. James Madison counters with the Ying to start things off. Those 2 bans are my most important because both teams found significant payoffs with each of those operators, or at least the opposing team found the payoff once the reason the opposite payoff.
You got there in the end.
You know,
Speaking of getting there in the end, Dan, James Madison are looking to conclude things in a 2-0 fashion. After their victory on border, starting off on the defense for a map like Villa could be the best way to put themselves and their foot in the door. But doors open both ways sometimes, even though there are literally no doors anywhere in this map, which is crazy for a floor plan. I don't think any map in R6 actually has a door. It's house. You can't open that one.
there should be like interactable doors.
There should be. I know there was a R6 spin-off game, spoof game that was, just stealing R6, right? One of those, like, Walmart brand copies.
Yeah.
Had doors. I think it was called Breachers or something like that. But it had doors, and you could break those open instead of just barricades. But besides the point, James Madison are defending aviation and games, planes and games, as people will call it. And they're going to have an extension in through Statuary and Trophy, with more specifically Blue Key not in Trophy, but over more specifically in towards Astronomy. PK will lose their life. This player in the doorway towards Master Bedroom, and a long shot over towards the last remaining player, Blue Key, on that extension. Leaves James Madison with just 3.
Oh, awkward defensive setup as well for James Madison. They kind of relied a little bit too much on that defensive setup that roamed. So looking at what they have left, Oshi does find an important kill, bringing at least one back, but is now honestly stuck in this aviator corner. They have to back away, most importantly with their life. Rotero will go in and some of that utility stuck on that side. Jarvis, surprisingly, doesn't take any damage from that Rotero drone, but Impact Trick doesn't work. Selma will still go off and will find all the payoff required. Doesn't create a rotatable hole, but at least a visual one at bare minimum.
Still have another Selma. You, in fact, have 2 more Selmas you could technically use. Look at Butler, though. Despite the fact they had the man advantage very early, and there was really not a chance for James Madison to crawl back in here safely, they have somehow managed to drop every player for Butler below 100 HP. The issue is, Jarvis has no chance to rotate, and they just isolate themselves and get killed off in the process. Oshi apparently doing the same thing on the other end, and it's just Shadows now left in the 1v3. Limited HP, like I mentioned before, to work with, but still a very dangerous game in the long run. They'll spray down Raikai, plant going down behind the vault door, and there's the Azami barricade working against the attack now. The defense having to work against their own util. Shadows taking down one more. Just Jonesy left, playing on the main stairs. Shadows can tease this diffuser and maybe force Jonesy's hands. Maybe they think they're baiting it. They were, in fact. There's a spray there with the flash, and it's a perfect play for the attack. Somehow, some way, despite a tumultuous round, they will still come back and win it in the end.
Honestly, I would have loved to see the stick there as well. When it comes down to it, you still have the magnets on the side, and the flashes going off will mask some semblance of sound. If you take that fight, the delayed flashes will cut you away, and that's exactly what we saw. A combination of the flashes and the element of surprise, not expecting it to be the red side of landing rather than the 90 side of landing. And Butler's able to find an opening round again. However, we've seen this before. Butler found the first 2 rounds of both halves of order, and yet only won one other round throughout the map. Nothing terrible.
James Madison, despite losing that last round and having the ability to re-pick that last objective at the in game, they're up to something new. Can't dig it against them. None too different than what you'd expect to see. I don't necessarily like seeing the same objective twice. I have a big phrase for that. It breeds a level of complacency I don't think matches what R6 needs to be at in its state of play. They're going to go and do the right thing, in my opinion, move over towards Trophy and Statuary. Well, let's remember how Butler dismantled this defense just last round for that extension. Now, there's less utility put in play, but Butler sure as heck seem to know exactly where they need to aim for some of these crossfires to cut out some of these apex fronts that James Madison are looking to currently use. They'll have to deal with Jarvis in bathroom, they'll have to deal with Blue Key behind triple wall, and with the fact that Castle's in play, you can only assume that Oshi has placed those on those windows leading over to triple wall in the master bedroom, which makes it very difficult for Butler to clear away all that util. They may have needed to rely on an Ash or more Gone 6s to get that job done. So they've gone for a little bit of the same old. And they've also brought in the Rotero drone wielder Flores, who was left unbanned here on this map.
Wow. She's repositioned though, that's one. And PK swings out the back of it. That's a double.
Payback.
And James Madison at this point should just disengage, run away, play for other fights. You don't need these fights anymore. You don't want to give up more than Butler should have right now. Raikai is sitting in the middle of Master.
Over.
I don't know what in the world Butler's doing, but drones do indeed exist. Of those, I mean, they weren't perfectly utilized, but they exist nonetheless. And Gravy's in a 1 versus 5. 4 players died in about 60 seconds or so, maybe even less. And now Gravy needs to pull off a miracle of an ace clutch. I don't know about it.
Is it possible? Sure. Sure. It's not going to happen, though. It's a flawless round result coming out for James Madison. Great shots connect through that Mark 14 like we highlighted previously. It was a solid weapon, has not received its nerve. Even offensively, it works wonderfully. That ties the score up 1-1. And to be frank, James Madison's victory looked so much clearer than the Butler side. Much better all around. Now they'll have to move to a new site. They'll go right on back to Plains and Games. Maybe try to ride through once again after that last round win. And I'll point out, I called it once the first 2 kills were netted for James Madison. It was revenge. The 2 players that were extended, PK being one of them, most of the other, they were the first to get killed off in round 1. And then they refragged back to people who killed them in round 2. Apparently, Butler has no idea how to extend safely from that veranda or south side. But they sure as heck know how to do it from the northeast. We'll have to see if it will repeat the same successes from round 1, though. But Butler will need to do a much better job of actually engaging on site with their players still being alive.
Yeah, same here. If you're Butler, go northeast attack as we've seen in rounds prior, or in the single round prior. Just take the site. Because your side overtake works so well, you're expecting James Madison to do a little bit more to try and counter it. And that's exactly what we're seeing. A decent bit of utility, a decent bit of manpower as well. PK on that side, I believe Blue Key's joining them. But if you just take site now, you have what, 1-2 players in the general vicinity with a third down below? Yeah, that's it. You could take the site nearly for free if you go veranda, study balcony, maybe straight up red. Honestly, it would work a little bit better because, well, this hold on the far side could work unless you melee open the most obvious of peaks possible. PK is rightfully so removed.
Hey, at least it's a 1-for-1 trade. JMU fairly happy with the result they get at the end of it. Repel being used by Big Shy over on that astronomy window. Still a lot of pressure inside a master bathroom as well for Jarvis, who eats a flash, and the eye is not so liking it. They'll be quickly rushing in behind that astronomy desk, and that is very unfortunate. Now the Rotero drone will be doomed to detonate. Jarvis will swing for 1 kill, takes down Inham, and while there is a refrag back, JMU in a much better spot than they were in round 1, Dan, where they finally put themselves in a spot where they can say we're even for the defense. The actual objective of play where we had already theoretically beaten you in terms of kills for trades in the round prior. We can do it again. Just give us the time to do so. And there is plenty of time still remaining. 90 seconds favoring JMU here for this hold.
This is another situation where a player has been seen yet isn't actually shot. Shadow's setting up the classic peek through the dress from the side, but I think it's a bait. They're going around the other side of that same dresser setup, and Gravy should be able to drone this. And yeah, obviously they will be seen. But Butler, on their attack, have to take an early fight. They can't afford to allow James Madison to just continue to play patiently. There's no kunai knives available, no Kiba barriers either for Jarvis. So that's a decent bit of utility gone. James Madison's still fairly comfortable at this point. Butler's taking a little bit too much time to go, and if they continue to do so, they're going to lose this round sooner rather than later.
45 seconds left. Jones using the last of the Rotero drones. I believe they may have one more in the back pocket, but they're quickly running out. No, indeed, it was the last as anticipated. Meaning they don't have any destructive util remaining. Do still have 1 Finka boost. It's enough to pick a player back up should they be DBNO'd behind Vault Door. And there are no Toxic Babes available for JMU. Meaning the actual attempts here to plant, nearly impossible to deny. And no Kiba Bear Kid as well available. Jarvis is completely out. They're placed well. And in fact, Jarvis takes a huge leak of damage, now forced to hide behind 1. But there is no denying the actual push in here through aviation. Big Shot will go ahead and go for the plant. A trade here from Study. Gravy goes down. Gets a kill. I apologize. But it's still too little too late. JMU swing the corner for Vault Door. Remove that player. Player from InStudy wasn't fast enough on the draw. The Wild West shootout, that is, JMU will find themselves another victory defensively.
That's an extra engagement as well there for James Madison that they just take and then back away. The patience worked out perfectly there for the Dukes, as Butler had issues getting in. Without that obvious man advantage as we saw just a couple rounds ago, they were significantly less comfortable in those fights, and James Madison had a lot more real estate to play off of. Notably Study, which had to be cut away from a different angle. They chose Veranda, which was correct, but took too long. And off the back of time playing in their favor, James Madison was patient, played, well, patiently, and walked away with a round victory because of it. I'm now curious to see how Butler adjusts, because their attack has to be much quicker, because they got into the site, or got into the building fairly quickly, got the 2-for-2 trade quickly as well, but took, what, a calendar year to try and take the site off the back of it?
Took one while.
Yeah, just a bit.
That's not what you want to see. I think one of the reasons why Butler took so long to further capitulate their point onto the objective was because of the fact they actually lost players in the extension. They actually had losses this time around. That was something that didn't plague them in round 1. They didn't have to worry about that whatsoever. It became a problem, though. They escalated the situation. JMU actually found picks. Ours actually escaped, of all things, which was also shocking in its own results. That's what JMU needed to do, and it worked. Butler, they just don't have a clean execute for Plains and Games. They don't have a clean execute to sign. Round 1, they had a 2-man advantage, and it still came down to a 1v1 in a post plan. JMU, they're happy with the result, even with the loss. Just make sure you don't bleed the first 2 players, and maybe it'll be a different tale every round. But look at Shadows. You're a Warden, extending away from sight. You're needed for the denial. Thankfully, no Ying, no Candelas. Your job's a little less tedious, but your loss sings dues for PK as well. Meaning it's already a 5v3 and Butler have succeeded in what they were hoping to do. The 2 kills from the extenders right off the rip.
Jarvis, though, retaking a decent bit of otherwise not held real estate. And this kill should net them a free one. They'll melee for 1, look to find a follow-up, but their position is known. They need to back away, and unfortunately they cannot do so as safely as they would have thought. They're being held by the Ash around the Ivy side, and they should be dead here. They are indeed. Good coverage. You lose 1, but immediately make up for it otherwise. And Oshi's left alone in a 1 versus 4. Does damage onto Big Shy. That should be all she wrote here for the Pulse on site. No cardiac sensor for them, but they don't need it. The shots across fine too. A C4 is available should they try to deny the plant. That may go too far though. It won't. It denies the plant. 1 versus 4 for Oshi, down to a 1v1 as Gravy's left alone. They will look to fake the plant and force the Pulse into the open, and it works out. FBI damage back the other way as the backstab works, and Butler win the round.
What a very rough engagement for Butler. JMU clawing their way back. The Nitro Cell to deal with 1, but unfortunately, job's not done. Baiting away the plant. Honestly, JMU could have waited for time. They could have planted a diffuser. Where will that player go? Where will they escape to? They are trapped there no matter what. They are stuck in Tetris. Play to let them plant. They're gonna swing. They're gonna fake. Pros don't fake, but it's collegiate scene. We don't mind that too much. They're stuck there no matter what. Just hold the angle. Jiggle peek for a wider angle over towards that laundry door in case you get swung from a fake. But Butler weren't going to do that. They were just going to swing once short, then go back for the plant, and then retreat to Memo. Once the plant goes down, you swing that wide. And you wide swing. I mean wide. You don't stop moving. You need as big of an angle as you can to catch them escaping through that Memo door. Damn you. After the failure of that last round, they're extending back up here once again through to Bart, where a lot of success was found when they last defended Trophy and Statuary. The extension that Butler tried to deny fell short. And maybe Butler will rethink this, Stan. I think more likely than not, they'll just take master bedroom control as their go-to, as well as that astronomy window, and use that as a pincer point for denial. But I only see 4 players here. And there's Zafia, aka Inham, is on the other side of the map. They may be going through main.
I'm still flabbergasted about the previous round. You're gonna have to give me a second. It looks like Butler isn't stopping. What? Did you run out of time?
I believe he was running out of time.
Oh! Okay, what? Okay, can you stop flabbergasting me? I should stop with the onomatopoeia of, well, shock and awe. Insert shocked Pikachu's face here after that shot. But dropping Big Shy off the bat, that's a decent bit of roam clearance that's gone as well. James mentioned should play a little bit more comfortably. 1-for-1 trade, though. I don't know how in the world PK won that fight, or even to that fight, but still, they do, and still, man advantage for James Madison.
Shadows, come on, buddy. All right. It happens to everyone.
Shadows having difficulty seeing drones, players through the floor. It's been a whole series for them.
Yeah, it's been tough. Lukey, though, finding a nice pick. There's the refrag back, but Shadows finds Jonesy refrag for refrag. And once again, refrag for refrag. But JMU already got the man advantage off the first 2 picks that went wildly in their favor, meaning they have the advantage for a crossfire. They can just play for the retake, but she's off site. She's on the first floor towards dining, having to rotate through kitchen. They're nowhere near for this defense. They're going to have to quickly escape through astronomy. Huge nitro. How it did not kill, I'm amazed. but they're down to limited HP. They'll step into the Kona station, placed by the defense, that unfortunately may get healed, but it's not going to stop the SMG fire. Helleting your flank as you try to rotate back over through Trophy. Round done and dusted, and JMU will at least meet 3, going even at minimum here at halftime.
Little less shock and awe finally setting in as a round ends the way it probably should have off the opening engagement. And the MVP to that round is almost certainly Shadows, playing a little bit more patiently on that smoke. But Jarvis also setting in with the shot early and kind of playing that level of aggression that they needed on the James Madison defense, because the patience from the previous round just didn't work in their favor, at least not until the later stages where an almost 1v4 came through. But now JMU having to go back to planes and games, aviator games, rooms, and Butler has been fairly confident on this site. Granted, it's only been one for them on one occasion, but they still need to pick it up in early rounds because they know what they have to do. It's just a matter of actually getting it done.
James Madison, they have had a pretty rough go of it when it came over to the actual Plains of Games room hole. And did a much better job second time, yes. But a lot of that was greatly assisted by the slow ability for Butler to rotate through Veranda. And that was because Jarvis denied that rotate with their life. Forced them to go for the kill. Forced them to reload, which slowed down the push through to assist the player defusing. Or, sorry, planting the diffuser is what I'll state. I'm honestly at a state of mind where Butler have all of these things in hand, because there is no other definition to this game besides refrag syndrome. There's nothing else to define how this game goes. It's kill for kill, trade for trade. The biggest denominator of success has been early picks that go untraded. Butler needs to find those. Butler needs to punish JMU on these extensions. And look at how much more passive JMU has been playing for this. PK is aware they're maybe 1 for 2 on the entry. Same thing here with Blue Key. They're not doing great. Play a little bit more passive. Play a little bit smarter. I think Big Key is almost doomed to die here, but has a great level of assistance from PK, but unfortunately PK's forced to watch that trophy window and they can't get it done. Blue Key with the Mossberg does find one. 1 for 2 is not the worst case in the world, but an eye for an eye makes the world go blind, and James Madison need to do much more than that.
Shadows almost had an opportunity to find 2 kills there, but looked away at the worst possible time and then dies to Enham on that first shot. Now a 2v4 for James Madison on this defensive side. Not bad by any means. They could still bring this back, but less than ideal to understate the obvious. I think Jarvis is setting up a double impact trick from below to deny a plant off of timing. Yeah, that's all they're doing. I like this decision. That's going to go to the back side of the vault door, and they're going to do it off of audio. They will completely disengage and try and play for utility and information, and this is perfect for James Madison. This is how you bring back a round where you have an obvious disadvantage.
But that means that Jarvis is going to have to not only kill the planter, but also be able to rotate back up to help Ashi in time. And Ashi's just getting aggressive. What is going on, JMU? One of the most dangerous play styles I've ever seen, but it's worked for at least to even things out. Diffuser, not collected. Left still in hall. Over by elbow, I believe. But it means that Raikai can isolate an individual of Oshi. Jarvis now the only one remaining. Their own barricades seemingly blocking the most important POV they can get. Raikai with a wonderful shot from Study. It is all she wrote. The Selma breach paying off in the end. Meaning that you're not able to rotate. And I was worried about that idea of rotating. When Oshi was playing that aggressively, you're just not playing it together when you could have been the whole time. We'll end things at halftime, though, 3-3.
They also dedicated themselves, I think, a little bit too much to the split setup, so they should have stayed with it. Oshi should have disengaged a little bit, playing less towards aggression, more towards information, allowing Jarvis to finally activate. But as soon as Jarvis looks to back away, that's when we saw Oshi die. And unfortunate timing alongside an unfortunate gunfight off the back of a lack of information, because they didn't know that the Selma was there. At least specifically Jarvis didn't. Oshi did, but it's difficult to communicate, especially in those engagements. And Butler now moved to the defensive side at a 3-3 split. If a 3-3 split was where we were at after the first half of Border, we would have seen overtime. Not the case, so we didn't. Butler now has an opportunity to, well, close things out in regulation in their own, especially because this is their own map selection. They're on the favorable side, defensive side, it is Villa most of the time. And I think most importantly, they've played with a little bit more confidence as of late. The 1v4 made things difficult, the 2v4 a little bit more chaotic, but in early rounds, they've played decisively and it's worked in their favor.
Plans games for Butler. They knew to attack it, but they fell short a couple times. Felt like a lot of the times Butler were a little bit slow to take Veranda for a diversified angle of approach to really pincer in the defense of James Madison. Maybe James Madison realized that and will key in on it after the fact. Big Shy, though, caught off. Forced now to rotate through that astronomy elbow, through the staircase and up to that second floor, where the rest of Butler will be extended just the same. JMU are taking a very, I would say, very northeastern approach here to the point. Master Bedroom was the go-to foray, but after a couple explosivity devices, they don't like that option anymore, and they're going to play for a cutoff angle instead, held here by Shadows, who may go for a breach and entry to take a direct approach to side after droning out the hallway through main for themselves.
Madison looking to play aggressive, and I like it. Jarvis finding the opener, Junzi dead, and dropping an Azami early in a round is a lot of utility that I think a Butler were relying on playing around that they just do not have. And Shadows, there's that aggression, walking straight into sight, is currently in vault, almost able to find the second, but can't find the shot. Second attempt for it, and Gravy shuts it down. That's an important kill back for Butler to bring themselves back into this round, and they can now hold for a little bit more time, considering that chaos factor that James Madison had is now gone, as is PK on the Nook, back to a 3v3.
Keep in mind the Vulcan canisters are available for Butler to utilize. One place through that bus door would spell disaster for JMU should they fall into the final few seconds, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. It's Gravy, though, with the 416C to take Oshi off the board. Jarvis is going to rotate down through Library and maybe go all the way around through Astronomy. They're quickly running out of time. There is plenty of time to do so, but that is a good 20 seconds off your time bank if you continue to move this slow. It just doesn't spell like JMU are really ready for this decision. Jarvis finally in through landing. Will clear away as much util as they can. They need to force that Vulcan canister detonation as soon as possible, and it's already been done. Thank goodness for JMU. They're running out. They don't have any more drones to work with, Dan. Final Vulcan canister detonated in Classical Hall. Shots to be sent forward by Blue Key. Is there enough time? Rotero drone to be sent forward. Send this through the fire and the flames, and get rid of that barricade that's so heavily pressured here from the Azami. Gravy's been flashed. Do they know he's behind maps? There's no drone to fully tell. One player behind bar. Blue Key, you gotta know the player's behind it. There's no chance. Vulcan canister on Toxic Babe on gun. Nothing you can do about it. It's too much for JMU to overcome, as Butler will find the first half round going here into round 8.
If I've done my math correctly, that's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 35 damage a second, if not more, without the weapon. And then when you add a vector, you're looking at basic evaporation every time you even look in somebody's general direction while you're in that vicinity. Butler have an important round that they are able to stabilize off the back of. If Gravy loses that fight, it becomes a 5v3 or 5v2 with what it would have been, then Butler loses that round. They don't have sight control, they're not going to have any manpower, and then PK would have activated a few seconds later and probably found the retreating Enham, I believe it was, who found that kill back onto the Nook. Either way, it's James Madison who had a VIP taken care of, and now Butler, off the back of that stabilization, have a lot more confidence because they brought a 3v5 back. That's a confidence booster.
Is it enough, though, Dan?
The world may never know.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but I'll tell you how many kills it takes to get to the center of sight. More than what James Madison were capable of in that last round. Falling short in the end, Butler holding on strong, of all things. And they look like a much different team when they played over to the defense. Look at the difference in extension between Butler and James Madison. Butler extended players on more than just the second floor. They didn't just put player in a trophy and a player at the bedroom doorframe. They didn't just put a player in astronomy and a player at the bedroom doorframe. No, they sent one in trophy, one towards landing, and one down on the first floor to knock down the attemptant through mudroom and also be able to rotate through astronomy. Multiple angles at one position that one player could hold means that Butler have more potential for kills and also more safety alongside those extenders. That was just something that JMU didn't bring, which may be indicative of the fact that this is in fact Butler's map pick and they're just much more prepped for it.
Then we'll go through good usage of the EMP and no possibility to Cade trick there as Raikai put their Electro Claw in a fairly unrecoverable position. Also playing around utility as well. James Madison can play aggressive at this point if they really want to, but they're playing a bit more patient than I think I would like to see from them. They can't afford to give away a lot of this real estate that they're gaining, nor the utility they're clearing out of position. That's a good start, at least for Butler, but a lot of their utility's gone just the same. Shadows being dead, though, again, removes that chaos factor from James Madison attack, which I think they rely on a little bit too much here on Villa.
Shadows could have been playing a buck and directly stepped in from Pantry in towards Kitchen and Dining and clear the floorboards. That makes it so that Butler can't sit still on site. It makes it so that there's at least some level of danger. Instead, they went for the Ash breaching charges to the floorboards. Breaching rounds, I should say, sorry, the floorboards above. You die, you don't get that option, though. Gravy's been DBNO'd off screen down towards Mud, where there is at least a player in library that could rotate to pick them up. It will be Big Shy to do so. Inham on site, not having any problems dealing with Jarvis, but has a couple complications when it comes to PK, who's now taken back control here of Astronomy Desk. And they're going to need Blue Key to watch their flank quickly. They may not be aware that there are two players down on the floor below, and there it is. Gravy finding Blue Key. Shot by PK, though. Climbs at least a little bit further back, but they lose their last team in Eboshi just as quickly. PK in a 1v3 does cut down Raikai, leaving them DB&O. They're aware of that. They saw the arm flail ever so higher. They may not be aware the teammates right next to him to go for the possible pickup. They'll step into the toxic wall, shocking them surely, but PK still finds Big Shy. 18 seconds left. Diffuser is not in hand, and PK has to go for the inevitable ace if they want to clutch up this round. They'll swing the trophy door. Hiding now behind the Elk itself. Maybe behind Bookshelf could be the idea. They detonate the Vulcan canister to buy them time, but Jonesy can just go around the other end. PK, he's getting rushed on. Not enough time. Jonesy does it just fast enough, and PK will fall short.
And the unfortunate part there is you walk into the Prisma that was protecting that corner, so your whereabouts are 100% guaranteed with just a second left in the round. And when there's less time in the round than there is on your completed defuse, you're going to lose it if Butler has information, and they did. The alibi ends up being the near MVP of the round. Even though PK found a 4K, Butler still finds the round victory. They're now just 2 away from sending us to Skyscraper. I can't believe it. Skyscraper maybe played in a collegiate match. I think hell is frozen over.
To be fair, we saw Skyscraper a lot at the CR6 Ohio LAN just a couple months prior.
True.
It was in the final.
But I didn't see Skyscraper yesterday, and I had a best of 5. It wasn't even in the map pool, much less in any of the played maps.
Wow. It's built different
really
here
boring.
for the A-Star League, huh?
True.
Is it going to matter, though? It may. James Madison still has a couple rounds to climb their way back in. Butler has a tendency to take the first 2 and then to hand things over to JMU. We saw that happen both sides of our first map on Border. But Villa is, of course, a different beast, like we mentioned. And it is also Butler's map pick, so comfortability is key. But we're heading over to my favorite objective in all of our 6. It is Kitchen and Dining. And JMU look like, composition-wise, a team that may just be taking a pantry-forward approach. Work down basement, in through pantry, and take control of Kitchen as fast as possible. But I think as soon as they fall short for that idea and they see the util in play, head up to the first, head up to the second, and make sure that you can play top down, because you've brought an Ash, you brought breaching rounds, you brought hammers, and you can make an open floor plan and ruin the resale value here, this beautiful villa here in Italy.
Which is very rude, by the way. I'm sure the owners are pretty displeased with the fact that there's just a counterterrorism operation. I mean, I suppose. C4 timing?
Outside, though.
Oh, he was outside. Wow.
Yeah.
I even thought he was inside. That feels bad. I have x-ray vision. I thought he was inside.
Not always omnipotent here in the booth, are we?
No, not always. Feels bad, man.
Wish I was omnipotent in my gameplay. Then I wouldn't be the worst rank you can be. Wood 2. Still a 5v5, though. James Madison have not given away a first pick. Infernosis rank reveal live on broadcast. but they're about to
Wow.
give one to themselves. Unfortunately, Jarvis is currently stuck with a goo mine in their ankle, now forced to go the other way. Gravy with a sliver of HP, having to charge their way out of dodge. Unfortunately, not getting through unscathed, but there goes the Nomad for the side of James Madison. Big Shy with a big nitro cell. And they're doing all this with no direct pulse nitro, because he was used earlier. They're having to call things out for their team. A kill back in return. I cannot believe Gravy just got a trade despite being at a slimmer.
Yeah, the reason the trade came through as well is because Gravy was hit in the body. If Gravy had any more health, he probably would have survived it and just found a kill rather than what ended up being a straight-up trade. We'll take care of the EDD. No more C4s available now for the defensive side, as the cardiac sensor-led C4 from Raikai misses, and no utilities left over here for the defensive side. James Madison have a lot of time to work with. Raikai now moves into the back stairs, but is moving to the top floor instead. And off the back of sound, I don't know if he's detected. Unfortunately, he is. She finds that kill. And James Madison now with a man advantage and health advantage as well. But Big Shy, playing hide-and-go-seek inside a laundry, finds the frag back onto Shadows. Problems now mounting for James Madison. No easy way into the site, and the problem, no information to work off of either. Oshi trying to play from up above, but sees nothing other than thin air. Laundry is where the diffuser lies, and with 15 seconds, that's also where Enham is playing in the general vicinity of. He'll look around towards Memorial, do damage onto PK, but as they walk back into Laundry, Oshi's dropping, and to their death, Enham with the clutch, Butler on to map point.
Why are you sprinting, PK? Unbind the key. You're making too much noise. You rotate too fast. 7 seconds were left, James Madison. 7 seconds remaining. Yes, you may feel stressed for time, but you have enough. You can go prone through the laundry soft wall that has been breached on the bottom side through the floor holes. You can peek there. You can slow swing that corner. Instead, your gun is at your hips and you are sprinting. No chance you're winning that gunfight. Butler will rightfully punish you and will now reach match point here on Villa. James Madison is all but
PK is now on the
guaranteed
James Madison track team. In other news, PK is now on the James Madison track team.
You find a new sport, buddy. This one's not working if you're just going to sprint in and not be able to fight back, which is your role on that Iana. I also don't like the decision to drop through laundry hatch. Your teammate had just made the call out that they took shots from laundry door, from that inside little outlet, that little elbow corner, and you drop down laundry hatch, isolating diffuser, and throwing the round away. James Madison, they're making so many big mistakes, and yes, Butler makes a few small ones. But look at the difference between these mistakes. James Madison throws these rounds, and Butler's giving them so many chances, and it still doesn't matter. This is not the JMU we saw on the last map. And if they play like this on the third, which is all but guaranteed at this rate, it'll be disastrous. Oh my gosh, this Twitch drone. Also, there's no way they can get that electric claw. It's behind vault door inside games.
Yeah, they have no idea. That's a weird spot to put electric claw.
There's no way they can know it's there.
I mean, it's a possibility. Sure, you have to drone it out, though, and to get that around the corner. Also, to double down, you were talking about the diffuser being put down in laundry. That was in the 3v3. That's when it was originally dropped. The teammate had to drop down laundry because it was down prior. So they were putting themselves in dire straits just to double down on dire straits. 4v4 now in this round as we'll transition. At a bare minimum, something's brought back here for Butler's defense. Next shot from Big Shy, almost finding another out towards the window, but Shadows is very far removed from the window they broke. Also, playing with the F2. Very few occasions do you see the F2 brought instead of the 417. Here's a Twitch drone going through, trying to clear out some utility. Only finds a Vulcan canister before being taken care of. They coupled that with the Dokebi call, but didn't do as much as I think they thought.
Second Twitch drone to come out. This one will kill and clear that second Vulcan canister as well as an ADS. A lot of util being burned, but you just burn your own Twitch drone. Send it over. I know you have pocket EMPs, but if Oshi dies, you're screwed. You can't breach vault wall. And every time James Madison has tried to swing in through that bus door, it has been easily cut through. You can't even go through that door. What's a key kit component here right now, Dan, that's missing for them to break that Azami barricade? The #1 counter to Azami, what's missing?
Or is this dead?
Thank you. I don't think JMU has realized that.
No, and they're taking too much time off the back of it as well. Big Shy onto a 3K. Ace possibility for them, should they be given the opportunity to grab it. Shout is being shot from 2 separate angles. Number one, through that broken wall, courtesy of the TCSG of Raikai. The other, from the study door. Oshi's looking to retake 90 control. Will hop on a camera just to find a whole lot of nothing and possibly damage back into their face. But here comes Big Shy, looking to aggress in and of their own right off the back of their Vulcan canister evaporating. Butler has no way of giving this up. James Madison has to play for everything, and they've been given absolutely nothing but thin air. Big Shy finds a 4K, and Butler will send us to Skyscraper.
It was just an egregious map for JMU, to be frank. They looked amazing on map 1. They looked amazing. They were the better team by far. They won every engagement that they could possibly ask for. And while it did get somewhat close, you got this. You can get back into this one. While it did get somewhere close, it just still was JMU's game. Where was that on Villa? They were not even involved in that second half. Their attack was pitiful. Their trades weren't there. Their gunfights that they were so keen and privy to in the first map were non-existent. It just was not the same JMU team, and that needs to be fixed as we head over to Skyscraper, which is a lot of one-on-one engagements, very heavy for these confrontations. You gotta get intel with the drones, which JMU are typically good about, I'll say. Villa was a little bit worse for wear, but they're typically very good about the intel. But they gotta do these kills without as much intel, which just makes things even more difficult for them.
I think Butler's on the front foot here. If I recall correctly, Nace does third map side selection off of round differential. And with map 1 ending 7-4 and map 2 ending 7-3, Butler is +1 in round differential through map 2 and 3, or map 1 and 2. So problems now, especially considering Butler's been playing around their utility to near perfection. If you can make it even better, they probably would find a way to do so. But we'll see if they can. As we move to Skyscraper, the final map of our semifinal, the winner, they go to Indy and look to compete for a grand final once more. The loser is sent home, which for Butler may very well end up being Indy either way. We'll see who takes it and who's heading to Nationals when we come back to the break. third map is required for the first time thus far in Rainbow Six Siege playoffs in the NACE Spring 2023 playoffs. I'm Time Late, still joined alongside me here is Infernosis, and as we look to close out this semifinal and crown what would be our first of 2 finalists that are heading into Indianapolis on April 30th, first, we have to head to Skyscraper, one of the least played maps even now in competitive play.
One I can't say I'm necessarily excited for after JMU's performance on Villa. Well, let's get enough about JMU's performance on Villa and let's highlight a little bit more about Butler's highlights, right? It wasn't just JMU playing poorly. Butler did exceptionally well. Butler's attacks were a little bit, rough for wear, but their defense was spectacular. I talked about the change up for their extensions. They weren't just playing a flat extension. They had verticality for their extension. They had fallback plans. They had rotates. Something that we never really saw come from JMU. JMU would play flats and they would play to die. When they could escape, they would, but then they just re-swing the same angle because they didn't want to change the I'll say turtling players on site. They didn't want to change the objective players in their positioning. There was just no space for them on the point. So instead, they would just say, hey, go back out there. Get more kills. It'll be fine. Just play for that instead. That's not going to work on Skyscraper. Butler will be much better prepped for this if they get their way here for the ban phase and they get to go first. I think they will.
Bans you're looking for, if you're Butler, probably something similar. They hate the Jackal, so they'll probably remove that. And they're also looking to most likely remove the Solus as well. Solus on Skyscraper is kind of a scary subject considering the information require. And surprisingly enough, for the 3rd time in a row, Butler will ban out the Jackal. James Madison should go similar to what we've seen in prior iterations. They'll probably remove information as well, but only on the defensive side. The attack should be Ying. So in order, it should go Jackal, Ying, Valkyrie, Solus for Skyscraper, which isn't abnormal, but is also a little bit more of a target towards this Butler attack. It's the same. Montaigne? What?
I don't even know. Monte is actually very viable when trying to go through Black Door.
But they are the only team that's played Montaigne thus far. Have they seen something on Butler that I haven't? There's got to be some VOD that I've missed, right? No, I'm looking at prior games. There's no shot.
All right. Quiet time. Just to soak in what has just occurred. JMU will opt to take down the Valkyrie. It's their 2nd ban. This one a lot more normal. Last defensive ban, though. This one finally Butler back on the board. Interestingly enough, Jackal has been banned on every map for this, which is shocking. Yeah, Jackal has a somewhat high ban rate, but never this high, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, no. It's just
information again. Damn. Solus and Valkyrie. Same as Villa. And we know how that map went. I swear I'll stop mentioning it eventually.
It seems like you have like a grudge against the Dukes at this point.
When you watch a team do so well, you want to see them continue to do well. You put your hopes behind them. You get excited for them. I get invested as a caster. You got to enjoy the work you do. And I've been left disappointed by JMU.
That's fair.
If they had lost in a close affair, I'd be like, you know what? Darn good game. But it wasn't. It was Butler having a somewhat okay half and then proceeding to go flawlessly throughout the rest. Just much better of a team.
I also have done some minor Googling over the last, minute and 10 seconds or so. And the extent of Butler's Rainbow Six Siege games have been in NACE. I don't think we've seen them in CEA. I don't recall seeing them at CR6. And the question I really pose to them, James Madison being them, is why use the ban on Montaigne? Why not try and eliminate something that's worked for Butler in rounds and maps prior that we've seen on stream and off stream? The Ying that you banned out on Villa to give yourself at least a shot at defending on the attack. Or on the Butler attack, at least. That's a curious one that I may bring up later. We'll see.
Ooh, that we will. Will it even be needed? Time will have to tell. Looks like an outside office balcony approach coming forward for James Madison. EMP goes out. The exothermic charge will come in quickly after the fact. Shadows, the Ash for the side of JMU, has already been felled early.
Oh my.
Join into that one. Big Shy finding Hill now on to PK. 1-for-1 between them and Jonesy. That is a huge stance for the entry for JMU. Already off the board. Starched difference than what we had seen from them previously, where their injuries were by far their best players, now relegated to mostly util. And it's going to be a hard adjustment, a big whiplash moment for them, because that objective is not in office. They spent all this time, all this utility, and all those players dead just to get into the map.
Their fragging ability and their explosiveness is quite literally gone. They've lost a set of frag grenades, and they've lost a lot of their explosives as well.
One shield for another.
This is a problem, and this is just going to be a rinse and repeat. There's one Rotero drone left, and it's going to be used over towards Drum. It'll probably clear out, that bulletproof shield, assuming they drop it. Can they get it out? No.
Did we get it?
This round's over. James Madison has flashbangs, a couple breach charges, an EMP or two, an exothermic charge. If they don't find straight up gunfights in the next, I don't know, I'm going to say 10 seconds, this round should be over.
The reason why we're seeing so much ash from JMU, I believe, is because they're worried about these zombie barricades. They're worried about the Kiba barricade. You wouldn't need to worry about bringing in ash if you had just banned a zombie. Would not have been a concern. Instead, they're more concerned about information, which, to be fair, is also a big factor. But I would say Solus would be higher priority, at least in my opinion, on a map like this, over that Valkyrie, but you still go the other way. Gravy taking down Jarvis over near Drum. Removes them quickly from that little study side. Lukey's in Dragon and looking for a refrag back over to the Drum player. Will step in through Terrace and maybe goes for it, but falls victim to the greatest splendor of all time. It's not the real alibi. Peekaboo. What's the Apex Legend term? Bamboozled, I think is what is said when you fall for the decoys. Rough way to go about it. A good round for Butler, though, nonetheless.
Butler, as well, smartly disengaged from a lot of those fights. As soon as the overwhelming pressure came up through Shrine, drone was thrown past the eyes of Big Shy, who just backed away. There was no need to take some of those fights. James Madison just straight up did not have the utility nor the information gain to try and take the site if they didn't find those kills. So as soon as James Madison finds one kill in Shrine, the Bulldogs are like, everybody run away. This is no longer a first-person shooter. It is a game of Five Nights at Freddy's. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as you shoot what you think is indeed Freddy, Freddy himself, or Gravy,
the man behind the slaughter,
will swing and drop you. This is a problem for James Madison. If they continue to rely on singular option fights tactics, which we've seen in a couple of these attacking rounds between maps, and it's just not an option anymore, I don't think they can put together a decent attacking half a skyscraper, especially with Butler overwhelmingly having utility in late rounds to use. This may not be one of those rounds, considering the extent of late round utility they may have is a C4 and Big Shy on the Azami, but oh no. Tech issues.
Round has started.
I think you can call it the first 30. I haven't read the NACE rulebook in a while.
Well, that is true. I don't know the NACE rulebook. But James Madison, if they're wrong here, they could have just had a 4v5. Yeah, but it was not called in prep, Shadows. That would be the issue.
Yeah.
If James Madison is wrong, then it's a costly endeavor. Seemingly, we're just waiting things out till we have confirmation.
This is weird. I'm
we have
looking
it on
at the rulebook myself.
You can always look. All right, Dan will look it up. I am completely clueless when it comes to the NACE rulebook. I've been brought on for these playoffs.
Part 6. I don't see anything. I see eligibility, board of directors, completion. This all seems like not the rulebook. Okay. That's a Ubisoft rulebook. It seems the global rulebook says prep phase or round if no damage and called within the first 30. So, for the time being, it looks like we may go to a tech pause because we need to figure out what the game is going with. It's entirely possible we come back and it's 2-0. It's also entirely possible we come back and it's 1-0 here for Butler. I'm going to get some confirmation from our production staff just to make sure we can send things away before trying to move on. But for the time being, it does indeed look like we're going to send things to a very quick break while we sort out our technical issues on the back end. And when we come back, we'll see if it is 1-0 for Butler or if it's a second required. apologies for that.
Hi. Dan, you had a little moment right
We've had
there.
some tech issues on this one. We'll send it to a break. When we come back,
Let
we'll
her a
figure
break.
out what's wrong.
Let her a break. It'll be fine, everybody. Stay tuned. We'll see if this one ends in 2 or if something's going on. We'll be back.
So, our rulebook problem has been solved. According to the Ubisoft Global Rulebook, you can call a rehost in prep phase under any condition, or into the action phase, assuming it is the first 30 seconds and no damage has been taken. All of those conditions were met. James Madison's rehost request was indeed correct. So, we restart 1-0. But, because attacker repick exists, Butler is not locked into their previous composition setup, and they can do as they please. They do basically pick the exact same things, but they had the option to switch should they want. James Madison luckily will not have a extra issue on top of their technical problem, and we restart 1-0. Apologies again for the technical delays, but I'm happy we got things sorted.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Glad to have all that information so cleanly brought forward. Butler, I'm sure, were a little upset at the beginning, right? We'll have to have JMU go a little slap on the wrist for leaving too quickly before the rules can be, all organized and underway. But they are technically
honestly,
right.
In all fairness, it wouldn't have been solved in the first 30 seconds.
I agree as well. I also agree with you. But still precedent. Yes. We'll have to revamp the rules here since we only do our 6 in the playoffs on broadcast. Be a little finicky to have rules specifically for it. We'll have to revamp that. Either way, 30 seconds into the round, JMU, no timeouts to be called now. No rehosts here. No chance left. And speaking of no chances, JMU's PK gets an early chance and gives no chance over to Jonesy, who had typically found the first frag in that last round. Now will be denied of it here in this one.
Problem now for Butler, losing that bandit off the board means no possibility of the bandit trick. And also, with that kind of softball setup, I don't think they were even trying it, but either way, it's James Madison having a pretty decent opener. They'll also take care of the bulletproof camera that's put on the wall, so a lack of information now for Butler as well. They're falling back to very little. ADSs are available, Vulcan canisters sure, a C4 for Big Shy, but Anaham playing on that Warden with Ying available, that's where James Madison could very well be cut away if they fall into that false sense of security.
How many maps could you swing a hammer at the roof and connect here, Dan? PK's found a nice angle to do so down in bedroom. Jump up on the bed. Don't typically jump on it. Your parents will get very angry with you. But if you hop up on the bed and swing the hammer skyward, you can in fact connect. Still only one blood has been spilled so far here on this round. It looks like maybe JMU have given the chance to go a little bit further, a little bit above and beyond, some would say. Vulcan canister is detonated after that exothermic breach finally goes forward and gives that JMU side access to the objective. Look at the drone work. They're still having to work forward here with. Try to gather as much intel as possible. Candela sent out Jarvis, removing those retinas of the defense. And that gives Blue Key the space to go for the plant. They're going to get this one down because Butler are getting torn apart at the seams of post-plant with 2 players alone left remaining against 5.
Problem, especially for Butler, is losing Enham as they were trying to flex. It was an extra angle held by James Madison that allowed them for that cutoff of the Warden, and now they're looking for a flawless round with a plant. Not many times do you see it. This will be one of those times. James Madison take the fortuitous change in the rulebook and now turn it into a round victory. I'm pretty sure they're a little lucky on the back of that one.
Maybe the extra time during that break gave him a little bit of edge, and that probably was enough time to actually ice out Butler after their, map 2 victory and the very solid map 1 performance they had brought under their belt. We're going to head over towards exhibition and office, though, as our third objective of choice. Kind of not really. It's still our second, but third round objective of choice, really, for Butler. James Madison picking up first blood onto Jonesy. That was a really rough go about it for them in that round. They can keep Jonesy alive as long as possible. That puts them in a much better spot, especially this round when you're trying to bandit trick down that wall. The only option they have is to EMP it. And they're only really bringing pocket EMPs for these rounds. It's a lot easier to bandit trick that because it will come back a little bit faster. There's a little bit of a fallback if they mess up the timing with that exothermic charge placement.
Madison didn't, and now, as they will move back to attacking Exhibition Office, will bring a fairly similar setup. However, one main change for them is a Habana in, Thatcher out, and Dokebi in just the same. I'm not honestly a fan of this setup now for James Madison. They said it broke a first round. Why change something if it worked out pretty well for you in rounds prior? Jarvis not going onto the Ying, which was basically the staple of them getting to the site, and we're going to Thatcher, I mean, maybe, but it depends on the Butler setup around those bandit batteries.
If they fall into more difficulties dealing with the bandit batteries, the EMP that they toss for the pocket there of Oshi means that they can have double hard breach, which means they won't be able to completely bandit trick both walls. They'll only be able to do one. It means it's theoretically impossible for Jonesy to be able to bandit trick the wall effectively, 100% at the very least. And when that happens, no matter how small or big that breach happens to be, a nade tossed through that hole, even if it's just a couple pellets wide from Jarvis's Habana pellet, it'll be enough to get a nade in there and destroy the bandit batteries with that. Yeah, but that's why you place an ADS there. That's why you place an ADS just close enough to eat it all up and gobble it up effectively. In through Black Door, it's PK. First blood netted there against Inham and the Warden. That extension they made from Dragon and Shrine all the way over there towards that break. For T, falls short. And Butler once again will put themselves in a man disadvantaged position, and look at all the util that's already being burned. PK will throw their last nade, and that will finally clear shield.
ADSs are not cleared though, so they still have to worry about those if they want to continue up with utility. PK now looking aggressive, help from Shadows on the other side of Shrine as well, so forcing back this Butler defense, and in fairly decent time, but could certainly be better if you're on this James Madison attack. So Butler, now knowing that, could back away. Now starting to play off of time rather than the man disadvantage they've been put in. They're still in a decent spot in the round as a whole, but are still looking for frags just the same.
Rakai forced to make a hasty retreat back behind bar within lab. One of the last bandit batteries in play. Two were placed on that outside wall in office. One's placed over on that connector wall towards that elbow outside balcony. Let's keep in mind that James Madison don't have a great way to clear that shield besides the breach round in the pocket of Shadows. It's another reason why we're seeing them bring the Ash over anything else. Despite there being no Azami here in this round as well, might I add. Blue King, connecting shot towards Gravy. PK, though, will be felled by Big Chai, sorry. They'll go for another one as well, but unfortunately, Bushai just can't get that secondary kill off towards Shadows, and they'll get refragged back in return. But at least they've crawled their way back into at least a one-man deficit instead of a disparaging two.
One difference, though. This is a weird spot for James Madison, just walking in. Johnsy left alone. Has a C4 in time on their side, but no. Oshi will find a double. SMG-12 and the Mark 14 to follow up. James Madison was put through the ringer with time, but played it a lot more calmly than we've seen so in prior rounds. And now going 2 for 2 on Exhibition Office, Butler's going back to Karaoke and T. It looked pretty good for them, but they need to try and replicate, especially after James Madison seemingly found new life.
Is JMU's new life going to be enough to continue on with the string of these rounds? Time will have to tell. We're going to head over to Karaoke and Tea Room. Butler loved the extension over to this side of the map. But JMU have at least already shown that they can, in fact, breach through Black Door and take control of that hall. T Hall is a very dangerous hall to work from. Maybe JMU still go for the longer approach, working east to west instead of just going fairly direct on west side. But the fact of the matter is, there are windows directly in objective. There are rappels that can hold cutoff angles. There are multiple anticipated entries towards behind drum, as well as in towards the archive side. It's so many variable options available for JMU, they truly can change up their approach. And one of the reasons why we saw JMU struggle in round 1 was because Butler, off the back of Jonesy, and I believe Ryker maybe had been Big Shy at the time, they found 2 picks, burying Jarvis and Shadows, or I won't say them, burying their 2 entries, I believe at the time was PK and Oshi, and making it impossible for JMU to have much success, bar the utility that was in their back pocket, which was already limited after their breach through that exothermic wall they did in offense.
We've seen rush setups from James Madison before, none of which, including both in Amaru, and a blitz. Actually, neither of the two operators, much less them combined. I'm not sure what James Madison's trying to set up here, considering you'd expect them to try and go in the first little bit of the round, but now noting the fact that there are multiple players in the site itself, they may not have the opportunity to do so. Jarvis finding the opening kill, though, may open that opportunity around towards the black stairs as well. There goes the blitz, walking straight in, hit by their own teammates' explosive mine from the lifeline, but it may not matter. Jonesy sends PK leaping for death as they fall in the entranceway to T, still seeing the blitz on the backside of the black stairs, having the information but not the actionable intel they can do anything with. There's so much real estate for James Madison to now work off of. They still have to worry about long angles being held, but they have enough to work to turn it into kills. Jarvis finds another from that rappel, and JMU having many issues, of which I don't think they found a solution for just yet.
Keep in mind, JMU's ability to take control, like I said, through that black door has warranted them a lot of success. Gravy was heard from the Dokubi call, and still Shadow sprints past them. Entertaining, but the wrong idea for sure. Blue Key, a little slow on the shot over towards Jonesy, but will still find the kill in the end. Gravy left in the 1v3, and yes, Oshi is quite low, but there's a giant shield in their face. It may not matter, and it really won't. That AK from long range gets really high success for the second time, at least here in this round, and JMU will continue the slaughter. Huge play for them. That's 3 in a row, and Butler a much-needed timeout. They really did not like what they've been seeing and feeling against this JMU roster.
All I'm saying, though, is this is probably the best decision for Butler. Last time we saw them call a timeout, it was off the back of, again, James Madison finding 3 rounds in a row. If you'll remember, that was when we were 3-2, with James Madison winning back on Villa. After that timeout, Butler decided they didn't want to play Villa anymore, so they just casually won 5 straight rounds. 1 back in the first half, the remaining 4 in the second to close out the map. If they can replicate here, they're looking at 6-3, which, again, is a scoreline we've seen prior, and dominance over James Madison. I like the decision to call a timeout sooner rather than later as well. At least make up for lost time while you can, before the map is already a foregone conclusion.
They've already seen all 3 objectives that JMU will bring to the table. Or, sorry, that Butler will bring to the table, right? They've played all 3. So they've seen variable strategies for the first, the last point we just were at for T in exhibition, but they've also seen multiple strategies for the other one. They can start to rebuild their defense to slightly counter James Madison. But the issue is attacker repick. The ability for attackers to change their operator throughout the entire prep phase makes it so much easier for attacking teams, which is why once that update came through, attacking disparity for round wins was increased by a pretty large margin, all things considered in the grand scheme of R6. It makes it very difficult for any defensive team to truly counteract. They would need to deny a ton of information here in the drone phase. And that's just not available to them because guess who got banned by Butler on their defensive side? It was Solon, the best op to destroy the drones before they find any intel. It just seems like it shoots themselves in the foot. This one, incident couldn't really help that. You were going to ban Solus no matter what. But I don't think Butler anticipated that James Madison would find such a solid start here on this map after a rough round 1. Just an unexpected affair. But they gotta adapt. Man, they cannot keep making the same mistakes.
James Madison also continues to look as clean as they have, more decisive than anything, and confident in their playstyle. Then that's also a scary subject for Butler, because a lot of what they found on Villa was off the back of, yes, their own team play, but James Madison made a few mistakes here and there that Butler was able to take control of. Notably the 1v4, where you got a little over-aggressive in a big plant, the 2v4, where the over-aggression came through from both Oshi and Jarvis in the possible brought back when it was already 2v2. You're looking at Butler and saying, he won 7-3, but 2 of those rounds were rounds in which James Madison certainly had a shot at, and I'm not going to say hand it to you because that's just objectively untrue, but certainly gave you a significantly better shot at than you should have had otherwise.
Exothermic Breach finally going down here on that office wall. Looks like James Madison will repeat the same attacking strategy they made in round 1. That did lose them that round. But like I said, a lot of that was greatly assisted by the 2 picks that Butler stole early in that round in the first 30 seconds. Really catching 2 players, the entries for James Madison off guard, leaving just support and utility players at bay. But let's also remind ourselves that Butler on map 2 for Villa was a refrag heavy team. They would punish extenders, and they would refrag kills when they would lose them. Where has the refragging been? Where has that potential been? It's been non-existent for Butler. And I think that's another reason why we're seeing him struggle. Shield still in play in Shrine, right outside of Dragon. Maybe a Retainer drone to go that way. Breaching round is also available. It just makes it so that there is a fallback plan. And with the Azami up, there's even more options to clear. 2 extra. Gotta clear 2 shields. Gotta clear 2 Azami barricades. But that means you can't fail to clear the shield. Remember the biggest problem that James Madison had? It was the shield and drum and the player and drum of Big Shy, who had found 3 kills in that round and is already back up to that 3 margin since the reho.
Yeah, they're in the corner here for PK. They want to swing off the back of it. Johnsy's stuck in this corner. I'm not sure if this is going to be cleared. PK played a staring contest with the Warden, and nobody shot each other. Because why would they? This is a first-person shooter, maybe now a first-person looker, if I do say so myself. But Butler, still confident, and their playstyle leads that way. That timeout was all important. They set time aside for themselves to adjust, and most importantly, the utility in their favor. Butler looking clean as ever with a flawless round post-timeouts. James Madison are torn limb from limb with utility and just straight-up gunfire.
JMU needed to not step back into the same strategy they attempted in round 1. Drum and Shrine hold were way too strong for Butler and have been consistently. Butler shows that they don't just win when they have the man advantage from the early 2 picks. They can win when they are on an even 5-on-5. Big Shy has been insurmountable for their success on that hold. The issue may just be Big Shy is not necessarily there for the rest of it. 3 kills in round 1 for that defense. 3 kills in that round for the defense as well. Now they're going to head back over to the office side where James Madison tend to pick them apart at the seams. This could be a 4-2 half if JMU continue to get their way with this one because Butler hasn't found an answer to this attack. We highlighted the timeout. Maybe it was being enough. Maybe it was just a change of strategy from JMU that gave Butler the chance. This will decide if the timeout was as impactful as we hope it would be.
I'm also looking at the setup here for Butler and saying not much, in all fairness, has really changed for them. I mean, yeah, they're going back to Exhibition Office, which we've seen prior, nothing new there. But I think the most important part is the extent of what they're changing on their defensive side is Big Shy is going from the Vulcan canister wielding Goyo to the magnet wielding Wamai, from utility usage to utility denial, and honestly, I don't think it's needed. Not a whole lot of utility was used in the last round that James Madison won here on Exhibition Office. They brought in Habana, they brought in, well, the Thatcher previously, but now that they're going on to the Ying and Thatcher setup, I'd say, even without knowing it, Butler has brought in a better improvement than, honestly, what they may have originally thought.
Breach already going down on that office wall. JMU's made quick work of it. Only took them 45 seconds, really 40 seconds. I'll cone it down just a little bit further to make it even easier for them statistically. Highlight them a little bit more. I did dig on them quite a lot in between map 2 and this third one here. They make quick work of that wall, and that gives them a huge foothold to work from. Raikai holding behind their shield and the bar itself within lounge. Big Shy. An exhibition behind the bomb chassis, and, well, there goes the flashes, and the Candelas will not be far behind. A repeat of strategy. Raikai is looking to deny that. Let's remember that the plant came down on that secondary reinforced wall when it happened last. The fact that that wall's been left open and they reinforced only the first means that there's a much better chance for Butler to go for the kill. They do succeed in doing so. Raikai has to extend for it. Jonesy, though, and Big Shy finding huge pickups, and Butler have found the biggest answer imaginable to deny themselves of an unfortunate plant on their site. And a gorgeous defense, all because they changed one reinforcement. One reinforcement's position saved them that round.
As the smallest of adjustments pay off in the biggest of dividends. Take an inch, you may even be given a mile. And Butler's very happy about it. That round, again, makes it 3-3. James Madison could not close things out in the later stages, even after stringing 3 consecutive rounds together. Butler finds the all-important response, and at halftime no less. The switch now to the attacking side most of the time doesn't favor them, but their defense looked good enough, especially on Skyscraper, which can be such a back-and-forth map with no clear favorite on either side. The momentum may very well turn things around. James Madison, however, in that same conversation may not be as confident on their defense. So no guarantees by any means, but Butler at a bare minimum have brought it back to 3-3 and gave themselves the best possible shot in the later stages of the half to make this a better attack.
Can Butler repeat the successes they previously had? It's really a question with no answer until it actually can go down into the action. Thankfully, that electric claw will connect. All of them set in stone. Cade was left unbanned to this point, and I'll throw out something that Butler are bringing that is a little bit shocking to see. The Amaru with the Garu hook. And interestingly enough, on top of having the Garu hook, they have pocket hard breaches, which means the Garu hook is literally only there to get them up onto the balcony. Jonesy caught off, hard breach gone. Thankfully, they brought three different sets of hard breach, interestingly enough. But it will allow for Big Shy, who swung in from that upstairs hall down to the first turret's kitchen to refrag against Shadows after that run out. And the 2 exothermics have already been placed by Raikai, who's looking to make apparently a really big hole. And it's detonating here on the other side of the map.
This finds the opener, but look at the setup now, especially for James Madison on the defensive side. They've flexed back, and the patience is weird. You're talking about the pincer. I'm a little curious to see how Butler try to set up that pincer, because James Madison's just playing a little bit more patient than honestly you were expecting. There's PK dropped. There was PK. Let me correct myself. But I think there's still Jarvis sitting inside a drum who may go uncleared because they've made no sound cues. The extent of what they found is a kill early in the round, but it's certainly expected to see Butler fall away from that without having to drone it. And, well, they drop Big Shy on the James Madison side, so they keep them at advantage. But, oh, they're looking for another. Raikai dead. Oh. This may very well be where they activate. No, it's Oshi with a double. Trying something different, Enham is taken care of, and that's a round back here for the James Madison defense.
What an interesting attempt by Butler. Butler breach open the wall right there on that balcony, right next to stairwell. They breach open the office wall, and then they send 2 players on the eastern side of the map. There was a west and east push. They were trying to trap James Madison within their own objective. The issue was James Madison was playing a north and south defense, meaning the western to east extension was hardly there. And even when it was there, they were sticking more towards drum or sticking more towards the northern staircase all the way over towards the breach they opened on balcony near officer. It was a really solid idea for Butler. I love the attempt to justify. I love the attempt of diversifying their attack the same way they did on the defense with their extenders in a different play style than James Madison had done. But doing it on the attack, you're relying on kills. You're relying on limited players for refrags, which is Butler's speciality. And because of that, you're finding yourself falling victim to shields, to util, and to off angles. Because you don't have as many players there to drone out for you, because you only have 2 players there and they need to be swinging together, meaning there's no drone in front. It's the rightish idea, but it also is the wrong idea, because James Madison have just the advantage.
Okay, are they setting up a run out here? I think they already have prepped it, as they want to run out of that shrine window. That'll be around towards the balcony should they gain information. Watch for that run out on the Azami. If they go out and find a kill, that's a problem that may not be recovered. Ace may very well rotate up that side as well should they try the repel. But James Madison know how they want to set up. You can see the entire soft wall for office as well. This is weird for Butler, having to do with many different aspects of a defense for James Madison in which they haven't seen. Even though this is a karaoke and T hold, it still seems like they want to defend exhibition office with all they have.
Dojo's been breached. Butler are once again creating multiple angles to work from. Does not seem like Shrine Window will in fact be run out upon by James Madison. It doesn't mean that Blue K holding once again inside drums can't find and connect for a kill. Jarvis locking down that black door. That's what you need to see if you are on the James Madison side. You have to expect that Butler will use it one way or another. That Shamika launcher is going to be pivotal to your success, but unfortunately, the last one doesn't go out far enough, but you can at least get a little bit of assistance and reinforce yourself out for a hasty retreat. You just can't escape from there, because if you try to leap over that edge, you'll get shot in the process. Big Shy finding a kill, refrag back. JMU giving Butler a bit of their own medicine here, Dan. That may just be enough here as we enter into the last 70 to 80 seconds to give a bit of leeway to JMU and say that they have a good dominant straight to work from.
Really clearing out that barricade set up by the kunai knife, but an odd setup still for James Madison. That advantage that they're playing off of, it's still being pincered. And learning is the Butler attack, but maybe a little too late, as Blue Key cannot play as patiently as they want to. Oshi has their support from behind, but Raikai walks in from that far side and finds a double at that. Sure, one trade is found from Blue Key before they fall, but Butler have now brought it back to dead even. They still have to contend with Jarvis's Shamika launchers, but they've made it significantly more likely than it was just 25 seconds ago.
An amazing attempt for Butler there. Initially thinking it was just two. One from that westernmost window. Sorry, northernmost window. Oh, it was west. I am correct here. One from the westernmost window, one from the initial side reaching in through Dojo. But there's a third coming behind from Lounge. And that's what caught them off guard. JMU fall victim to it because of it. But red time is now officially ticking. And there are too many angles being held at once. Inham has to find one more, has already taken down PK. Needs to rush into side, and apparently Tachanka is quite sneaky. Hiding away. Not even behind the bomb chassis itself, just on a chair. And apparently the colors throw them off. And it leads to a JMU round win as they are one away from match point and series points. The scoreline being 5-3.
I have a fun fact for you as well. James Madison would be the second Virginia team in the grand finals. Granted, not this specific grand finals. Davenport from Chicago is awaiting them after dropping down Kettering. But the Open Premier Grand Finals have been decided, at least the two teams that are contending there. It's University of Virginia's Esports Association, aka Vespa, taking on Fisher Rainbow Six. So Beezer will be in another Open Final, seeing if he can win it this time.
I'm honestly amazed Kettering lost. Honestly, I'm amazed they lost 2-0. Yeah, especially
7-1,
they actually had a rough time yesterday. They had a rough yesterday, so maybe I'm a little less surprised. That was a game that was close, and it probably shouldn't have been.
This game wasn't close, and it should have been.
No, this game is... Oh, you're talking about Kettering's second game today?
Yeah.
Probably, yes. It should have been close, and it wasn't. This game... it's split 50-50. I'm honestly not surprised it went to map 3 and it's still close. It is a 2-round buffer still in favor there for JMU. Blue Key really making sure that you cannot step in through that door or that window. 3 EDDs placed. You're gonna die. You go through there. Thankfully, hackers have this little known thing known as a drone that they can in fact use. Most of the time they try to use it. And it helps them out greatly.
It's also one of the first times we're seeing a tertiary site required, because we hadn't seen Kitchen Barbecue prior. James Madison, on this defensive half, are bringing in something different just the same. I'm a little surprised there's a bandit on the board considering the site selection, but honestly, if you're holding as far away as you are, it's still understandable. Eagle does miss drones, so still information gain here for the Butler attack, but James Madison's still holding the real estate they want to hold on to. And all in all, they could be happy with how they've held. Even if they lose a pick on the top floor, already a minute and change gone. A decent-ish bit of utility removed from Butler, and time off the board as well. Sure, you can gain info as much as you please, but if you can't find kills off the back of it, what are you doing with your drones?
One player spotted in makeup. Butler are still kind of at a loss about how they want to engage here. It's really just praying that your pre-fires are going to work, and you can kind of cut a player down before they can cut you, but it just has them in the case. Shadows swings to find Yonzu. Swings back the other way. Takes down Big Shot. Inham is kind of trapped in the entrance towards drums, and there goes Shadows striking for a third. Hunting for more. Keep a barricade just barely not enough to close out that entrance, but PK has the able to lock down, can cover Shadows, but not fast enough. Inham will get the upper end on their opposing player who had already taken down 3 in the afterlife. There's just not enough time to. Gravy and Inham are running out of util, active util that can be used. In fact, Thatcher's entire kit is entirely useless for the breaching round. Or charges, I apologize. And it won't even matter. PK snuffs their life short. Blows out the flame of their soul. and leaves just Gravy in the 1v4. Diffuser, opposing side of T-Room's exit. And this isn't even the objective. They're still on the second, squandering their chances. JMU will now reach match point, series point here to possibly move on to the finals after this next round.
Butler need 3 straight round victories on any site they can find. But the problem is James Madison on this defense has gone flawless thus far. They have not lost a defensive round. I'm getting reminiscences of our second map of Villa, where Butler just walked all over JMU in the second half. And that's just the case here, but Butler seemingly hasn't set up an attacking round since, what, forever and a day ago? It's been a problem for them. And finding early trades, sure, you can find a kill here and there, but they're relying way too much on the information that they are sure they're gaining, but they're not turning it into kills. They're throwing away their drones so that when they can finally try and find those kills, they don't have the information gathering tools they require. And most importantly, their utility is being removed faster than they can use it to any effect whatsoever, much less to try to find kills off the back of it.
I think this is a very smart decision by JMU, and it all started from the pick and ban phase for map selection. JMU gets to go first, gives them a huge advantage. They'll take Chalet, and for their second, they take off Theme. Bank and Oregon will follow. JMU gets to pick Border. They do exceptionally well on that map. They get to play on Villa, which they do terrible at. We won't sugarcoat it as best we can. I don't think that hits the second.
I don't think it does either. Oh, no, it
barely
does.
Wow,
That's
what a tiny
pixel? Okay.
Ban followed up for JMU, though, for our default map. It's Club. The 3 maps remaining are Club, Cafe, and here Skyscraper. Knock off the easier map. Knock off one of those maps that we highlight as the good team killer. The one that makes good teams struggle, or good teams go to die, the phrase we'll use. Clubhouse and Oregon are the maps that are typically considered that, your T3 special. That forces either Cafe and Skyscraper, and I think JMU would have played just well on Cafe as well, but I think they realized that Butler was going to ban that. Leaving only Skyscraper. You gave them 2 options, 2 terrible options. They're going to have to pick the worst of the 2. They wanted Clubhouse, and you banned it. It was a smart decision. And James Madison are riding that. Already getting a kill. Unfortunately, fragged back. Shadows goes down. But that's a lot of information, and you took down the Finka. No boost on the board, no Gone 6.
A 1-for-1 trade overall, though, and dropping away the alibi, that's Shadows, who's been interrupting a lot of these tried and true flex plays from Butler. Jarvis has opened up the drum, so the drum room is more of a hollow room at the best. Jarvis, on this shot as well, has been seen. I believe that drone at least seeing Jarvis as they back away, but they are forced away. And Butler and this attack are still looking comfortable. They're taking room, but they still need to take these kills. With Big Shy off the board, that help with health is no longer available.
Gone 6 goes out.
He's lucky.
Another one in the back pocket, apparently. Butler plenty happy with that. Rakai even nets a kill for Butler. That one onto PK, who just couldn't make that hasty retreat fast enough, it seems. Yeah. 60 seconds left, and James Madison are 1 round away, 1 win away from moving on, and I mean physically having to move, unlike gamers tend to do, into the finals for the LAN event. But it's all up to Jarvis, as Oshi gets DB&O'd and finished off by Gravy. Gravy takes it all into their own hands. Nearly 3 kills alone in the final kill cam. Only 2 to conclude. And it will be a very hard-fought victory for Butler, who will take that one in stride and now attempt to keep at it. Their first attacking round win, though, for that half.
Honestly, if you're James Madison here, I don't know if going T karaoke is the best decision. I'd go back to Exhibition Office, because T and karaoke was a scary round. I don't know if anybody who's watching remembers, but the TLDR about it is Butler found a lot of real estate early, brought it down to a 2v2, and the only reason they lost is because they took too much time. Butler has been learning, not only in this map, but in this series as a whole. If they take anything from that 8th round, of this map to heart, it should be that there is less time in the round than they originally perceived. And if they go quicker, and as well as we've seen prior, that's a scary subject for James Madison's defense, who was set up to rely on utility, but really just relied on the clock and only barely won it off the back of it.
I don't know if I agree or disagree. I think T is probably one of the better points for James Madison. You know, it did come down to a 1v1, but it was also a 2v1. Can't give too much thought. against that fight. It's just a question about how Butler are going to decide to push this. The fact they're bringing in Ying, the fact they have that Ashe still, maybe spells an indicative scenario of which they maybe want to take black. They want to swing through that door and take control over towards that karaoke hall. But the problem will lie that it doesn't seem like Butler are actually engaging there. They will meet the extension of JMU all the way from opposite. Oshi may be in a bit of a tough spot, but they may just be playing to die for the bandit trick, which could work. But the second Butler change up the angles of which they attack, such as through dojo and makeup room wall, that puts a big dire spot on James Madison, who will be cut off of their rotate and retreat. What's happening? Look at the two players on the outside balcony down. Butler have the rotate cut off. JMU's two players in the extension, they're playing to die. And that may be exactly what happens. It's going to be really tough for them to escape here alive.
I'd honestly like to see them not run away, though. If they could just proactively take these fights and bleed time away from the Butler attack, you're looking at a better option. There will not be a bandit trick. There's not enough time for Oshi to get that down, but also, they've also had an opportunity to back away with their life. They have to worry about that second window, and they will, but to their demise. Gravy has found the opener. Butler are looking to continue to stay alive, and at least one kill has given them the benefit to do so. It's just a matter of closing out the round now that you found the opening kill, and most importantly, the real estate on the entire east side of the map.
Shadows has been spotted by a drone. Will melee it. That's how close it got. Blue Key, their position here is unbelievably important. The Shamika launchers will at least buy them a bit of time. 70 seconds still ticking. JMU at the man disadvantage. Candela's ready to be sung through that dojo window. They'll follow through quickly behind it. Nobody in makeup. Still a player holding atop a staircase.
What?
Jarvis, stop running! JMU once again falling victim to their own circumstance. Enham takes down Blue Key, takes a huge bit of damage in the process, though. It is PK to find a frag back, but still sitting all the way towards Black Door. They will still have to be careful of the fact that that is an easily known pixel, and now they're the last player left standing with Shadow falling to the Ying of Big Shot. Lore board's working for PK. Player all the way in Hall. PK, slow swing. Another small clinical error coming out for JMU, and it seems like that's some of the only mistakes they make is clinical issues, and it's just relying on Butler to get those gunfights, and they do.
Most importantly, Butler realizing they can take control of James Madison when they are caught out of position. Sometimes it's just down to timing, and Butler has gained timing control, sure, but they have made sure that they are set up well for these gunfights. The final resting place, possibly, of JMU or Butler, whether it's in regulation or in the NACE playoffs, is going to be T and Karaoke. And again, they're going back to this, but last time around, it just straight up didn't work. Now here for JMU, they are completely overhauling their defensive setup. I'll give you the trades and operators down the line from the top. Jarvis from the Tachanka onto the Frost. Shadows goes from Jaeger to Alibi. We see PK as the only player to keep an operator, and it's the Azami. Oshi actually also brings in the Bandit to keep consistent, but Blue Key goes from a Frost to a Smoke. That is a drastic change, and JMU either know exactly what they did wrong and is now looking to change it, or they have no clue and are grasping at straws.
All it takes is one round, though, for JMU still. Just one. Taking them a bit to get that one, though. We kind of reached this gatekeep moment. Butler, the king of gatekeeping. I don't know if that's a title you necessarily would like to see. At least it's not the king of gaslighting. JMU may have gaslighted us in the booth of thinking they would have a really solid map too, but that obviously didn't happen. And that's why I was so upset. Didn't like being gaslit by them. 30 seconds on the clock, and Butler are now starting to provide pressure from that office balcony. More so towards the actual statue room itself. Puts that trophy in, but now they're actually starting to bruise through that terrace door. Probably sending one through that terrace window as well, which is where they did find the rotate denial in that last round, which I think was the beginning of the end for Butler, playing that perfectly. And James Madison did not choose to rotate through Dragon, which would have been the safer option.
That's an awkward start, and I think they're trying to rotate away, but Gravy's still waiting. in this office door, and there's another follow-up kill. James Madison are being torn limb from limb, operator from operator, and most importantly, roamer from roamer on their defensive setups. Shadows finds one back. At a bare minimum, Enham is taken care of, and the Thatcher is off the board. That's an important aspect maybe later in the round that James Madison now has some control over, but not enough, especially with relinquishing more and more real estate that they just do not have the kills to contend with.
Jarvis holding the restaurant staircase. Just needs to isolate this one player, and they are trapped over there. But the Candelas will force them back. Great thing about Ying is she gets her own little ward and shades when she tosses out those Candelas. Gravy has an alternating angle to maybe help with that pressure. And they're going to have the perfect spot for it. It seems like an inevitable kill against Jarvis here, and it will be the case. JMU, you're shooting yourselves in the foot. It is an awful, awful stance you've made in these last 2 rounds specifically. Just blue key. Can the SMG-11 at that range connect? It seems impossible. And to make matters worse, a smoke and shot straight through. Big Shay just knows. Big Shay just knows. Straight through. Just fire. Can even turn and get the kill. What a unprecedented kill through a smoke. But you know they're there. Just spray through anyways. That's overtime. James Madison failed to conclude, and Butler pull off a comeback of a lifetime to make it now possibly into the final.
And this is just the first round of OT as well. James Madison will start on the defensive side, which at this point, this is about the most even overtime set of possibilities that we've had in a little while in Rainbow Six. Because it went 3-3 in the first half, 3-3 obviously in the second to make us 6-6. But on no particular site did either team seem favorable. James Madison's only 100% successful site thus far is the one they're currently going to. That being Kitchen Barbecue, which I honestly thought they were going to go to in round 12, but they instead went T-Karaoke twice, and they got absolutely upended on it. Butler, on their attack, I don't know what's going to change. As of right now, they have the exact same composition, but no, they will change Jonzi from that thermite onto the sledge for verticality, and Raikai will be the only primary hard breach on the team. Actually, only hard breach period, as they will bring in the Habana of all operators. It seems like Butler wants to play vertically, and James Madison's more than happy to meet them at that point, but the question is, will it work for them? Also, Jarvis, I think, is going for a spawn peek, but it's not going to work because they have not repelled up that ventilation side. I spawn peek there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm mean.
Glad to know I'm never playing a game with you.
Don't play against me, at least on Skyscraper. That's why I love Sky. It's one of the maps I'm good at.
To be fair, that window jump out inside statue, that was my bread and butter. Because there's also a nitro cell toss you can make direct to that spawn. You wait 3 seconds, you toss, you detonate after 1. Almost always guaranteed to kill. I have a clip somewhere on my other computer that's like a 4K from that. Right off the rip. It was great.
You know, Mason called me a nerd yesterday.
Got brought back.
Mason called me a nerd yesterday. I'm going to return the favor. You're a nerd.
Yeah, it is true. When you only play orcs on the defense, you gotta change things up every once in a while. So you gotta switch to someone new and bring out an actual. But speaking of changing things up, JMU, please change things up. You are shooting yourselves in the foot. And yes, Butler has played wonderful angles. They have way more intel, and they're actually providing covering fire for their teammates.
Hello.
It doesn't excuse you not finding these very influential picks early when Butler still hasn't organized themselves to set up for crossfires and defensive. You get one. Raikai off the board. It's a Habana. Big boon. The only hard breach available for Butler. But for an objective like this and the way they're pushing it, I don't think they need the hard breach.
No, originally they were going to try and play top down. Drop Geisha, maybe take care of the hatch there, but I'm honestly pretty sure James Madison opened up the Geisha hatch anyway. The odd part now for Butler is how do you take horizontally? Any real estate you take past this current point is going to be heard. If they open up this door, there's Oshi playing an awkward angle up above, and he finds 2 off the back of it. James Madison finally has made an adjustment. It is to the bottom floor, the only viable site on the bottom floor in most teams' opinion, and it's working in their favor. Butler's now playing up against the ropes, and it's Gravy alone who has to 1v4, has no diffuser, very little time all things considered, and needs to find 4 players in the process. He's dead. There's no way to do anything here. He's going to fall. It's just a matter of where from, and the answer seems to be from up above, as he's going to die from right in front. There's the kill, and there's James Madison right back on match and series point.
Gotta shoot through that slight wall. Can't go through the wall, go through the floorboards. Why not? Can't get out of dodge. JMU will find themselves successful. Took them, what, 4 rounds in a row of a comeback by Butler. In the 4th, they finally returned fire. But unfortunately, now JMU needs to do so on the attack. And Butler shut them out when it came to JMU's attack in that second half. James Madison did a better job of having 3 in a row. But then there comes Butler back in return, which is kind of Butler's specialty. First round win, a 5th and 6th round win. And those 5th and 6th rounds were pretty much flawless from Butler. If I remember correctly, one of them was flawless from Butler, and the other one was denied flawless off of a refract. It was a trade for trade on a kill. JMU have their money cut out for them. They have their work cut out for them. But they do at least have some leeway. Should they lose this, they can go back to the defense, where Butler was doing much better as well.
It's still a trade of how comfortable do you feel? And James Madison, they're doing the same rush setup. We've seen this before, and honestly, now's a perfect time to employ it. When Butler may feel a little bit overcomfortable in the first time they're playing on the defensive side in 7 rounds, which is conveniently also the last time we saw this setup, which kind of worked fairly well for James Madison, all things considered. If Butler can bring it back, this is gonna be a shocking round, considering they do have the on-site presence they need to counter this. It's just a matter of timing. And with those herd repels, they may flex back towards this black side.
Honestly, JMU with 2 players prime there. 3rd actually by Statue Door. Could be another danger. 2 drones.
3
drones. And I'm making a lot of effective work of that util denial. Vulcan canister finally detonated though. Sorry, no. Shamika launcher? No, it is a
Vulcan canister.
Butler has not opted to go for the Tachanka like we saw come out for James Madison. It's kind of shocking in its own right. Another drone out. Inham. Honestly, it should be a war crime to take away this much information from James Madison. And to make matters worse, they can't step forward. Inham is immune to the Blitz Flash. Can see through the smoke canister that could be tossed by Ashi as well. Best case, they have the Nook nade, but Nook is going to be elsewhere. Nook's going to be roaming around on the other side of the map, maybe more so towards Drum to diversify the approach.
And they're down to 2 drones on this James Madison side. There's one of them. They have 1 drone left in this round, and we're already halfway gone. That's a problem. Enham, unfortunately, does not find the kill there. The last Selma will be used here on this hull wall, but still it's kills for Butler. The defensive side is holding strong when it matters. Gravy is dead. Enham is trying to rotate up, but they may very well be caught out. PK misses his shots, though. That's the one opportunity that may have been there to catch them off guard. A defuse could very well go down. Any opportunity to cut it off from that T side is being held by Jarvis, who finds the down onto Big Shy, and the time is now up against Butler on this defensive half, and the Vulcan canister finishes the down.
Great play by Oshi. Shots unfortunately still coming from T, a danger zone. PK shuts down in him on that stairwell. Raikai's rotated in from Dojo and Makeup. And it has set themselves up to maybe take down Oshi. Oshi will finally fall. Jonesy trapped inside Hall, and PK falls. It's just one man. Jarvis by themselves. Their position not known, but Jonesy will still swing. Somehow, Butler can make a return on a plant round for JMU. They'll survive on one more maximum OT in the final map of full BO3 to determine this semifinal matchup. Will Butler or JMU move on? And I mean move physically to the land to take on Davenport, who just took down the Kettering 2-0.
Also a matter of how far they have to move. For James Madison, that's almost an 8 or 9 hour drive if they're not flying. For Butler, they have to sit down at the computers they're currently playing at. They are actually playing inside of the esports arena in which nationals are being hosted. Butler's gonna move all of maybe 8 inches. And that's to turn around and sit back down after celebrating, assuming of course they win this. James Madison, a 9-hour trek across the Midwest and the Eastern Seaboard as well. Just a matter of whether they can pick it up. And Butler's attack now has to be the decider. James Madison has won this site on one single occasion. They have lost this site on one single occasion on the defensive side. It is a matter of whether the tiebreaker comes through, not only in the full best of 3, but maybe in the best of 3 on one singular site to determine who goes to the finals.
Spawn peek?
Nah, he was just setting it up for the alibi. The Prisma. Tis a bait.
Could have gone for it.
Honestly.
JMU need all the help they can get. Butler has looked good. That last round is a little hectic. They still come out on top. I give that one to them through and through. Even though JMU had a very solid defense, I think the fact that Inham bought so much time on Stairwell, which had dropped Oshi to low HP, which allowed for Raikai to swing and take them down, a lot of things added up. Even if you can't get the kill, you buy time, which is huge. Jarvis goes for the run out. Like I was saying, they need all help they can get. They went for it. Falls apart. Lion is on the board, and they do go for a scan. But they're back inside, so not a big issue, and they'll lie immobile for it as well. That's already 60 seconds, and look what Butler have failed to do. They've failed to even step inside.
They're playing patient, though, and that setup could work very well for them. That Electro Claw, though, it lands. The exothermic charge is denied, and that's one EMP left, but no exothermic charges remaining. And James Madison, if they're going to pick up any VIP play with utility, that's a way to do it. That's a way to set yourself up for success in a 5v5.
And the only counter right now that Butler have in play is to have Raikai pre-place while the Electro Claw is still shocking, and then toss the EMP in perfect time. And if you're not well rehearsed with that, you're not going to get it right. I don't believe Raikai's done so. No more exothermic charges. Pocket Heart Breach only for Big Shy, and Big Shy's dead. Taken down in a trade.
Uh-oh.
There is no chance now for Butler to entry in from a hard breach. Jonesy's been DB&O'd. Blue Key has found the pickup and a cleanup onto Jonesy as well, and it is just one remaining. Raikai, at least able to take down Blue Key, but Shadows finds the pickup, and that's just enough. JMU. Somehow, some way, Dan. 8-7 our final scoreline. In the last map of this BO3, they're moving on to face Davenport.
And now they get the opportunity to defend their title as well. A wild finish, 8-7 required on map 3. They hadn't looked extremely good other than maybe the first half of Sky since all the way back on Border. That's when James Madison was really showing up. They showed up a little bit on Villa, sure, but then Butler went on a 5-0 run to close out the map. Yeah, they scored 3 rounds in the later stages of the second half, but Butler scored 3 back the other way. It was always meeting blow for blow until they couldn't anymore, and the trade game for JMU came down to finding opening trades and closing out the series 2-1.
It would have been an entirely different beast. It would have been a different series if the Electro Claw placed on that wall was not fast enough. And it is unbelievably difficult. For those of you who are not well versed with R6, the timing for Electro Claw checking is so tight that it is almost impossible. You would go for a bandit 9 times out of 10 because it's that difficult. The reason why it worked is because they had thrown the EMP before the exothermic charge was close enough to be planted, which gave them a 0.5 to 1 second timing interval to get the Electric Claw done. Second one, same exact scenario. They had no more exothermic charges. They had already breached open the wall on the balcony. That was their last one. And when they have a pocket hard breach in the hands of their Amaru, you can't even get over there. Big Shy dies. Huge play for JMU. That was the beginning of the end. They had it in hand. They just needed to win the ones, and they finally clutch up for them. Because honestly, Butler's panic set in, and that's exactly what they needed to have happen. When Butler panics, they make clinical mistakes aiming, and JMU can pounce on that. Let's go and pull up the schedule. This was our last R6 matchup here. The next one's going to be on land with James Madison University, JMU, who came out on top here against Butler, facing off against Davenport.
And of course, Counter-Strike to close out the day here. It's Michigan Technological University taking on the Rochester Institute of Technology. 2 tech schools going up against one another for another spot on LAN at Butler University. As ironic as it may very well seem, James Madison's going to defend their title from the team they dropped in the semifinals, home turf. Ironic as ever, I suppose. Some unfortunate timing has, however, gotten the best of James Madison once more. Unfortunate timing this time, however, is about the stream. I don't know if you've noticed, but that time on the CSGO schedule said about exactly an hour ago, which is why we unfortunately have to cut off the interview. There are still 2 Rainbow Six matches yet to be played here in the NACE Spring Playoffs. The first is Open Premier, which is the Thursday before LAN, April 27th, if you're at all looking for that one. That's Fisher taking on Vespa A. If you're looking for the main Premier Finals, of course, you can come to Butler University on April 30th. We're going to move on to Counter-Strike Finals, or semifinals, to determine who sends it to Butler. But that's it for Rainbow Six for at least the next 2 weeks of play. Hopefully, we'll see an Indy, if not online, for the Open Premier Finals.
Hello and welcome back to the NACE playoffs. It's Counter-Strike time. Vincent alongside Birdie Box. And Birdie, we got to watch this RIT team last night, and now we get to see them once again, this time up against Michigan Tech. First of all, how are you doing? And second, how is this game going to go?
I'm doing excellent. Following up of last night is exactly what I wanted to see happen. I mean, I think both of us, coming into this, we're looking forward to seeing this matchup specifically out of the two that are going on tonight. And I think it's really going to set itself up well for what should be the grand finals later on.
Indeed. I'm very excited for this, considering that this is, I mean, we going to see a finalist come out of tonight. That's the reality of it. And, well, let's talk about these two teams. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. So let's look at the rosters to start. Because, well, RIT, we talked about them last night, so I'm going to put them off to the side for just a moment, and I'm going to discuss a bit of this MTU squad. We've seen a lot of them on stream, and really led by Lysander, the in-game leader, has advanced experience, and I would say probably the most experienced player outside of Retina in the server tonight. And Retina is the conversation pretty much the entire way through. Will Retina carry as hard as we expect or not? That's the reality.
Yeah, exactly. But it has to be thought about too. I mean, even if if Renton doesn't show up, you do have the players such as Lysander sitting in the background just ready to pick up the pace, right? So despite how much of the effort RIT might have into countering the likes of Retina, you still have to worry about the rest of this roster as well. You have periods where Chowds is showing up as well, delivering crazy impact as well. The rest of these players can't be ignored. And RIT, I mean, listen, showed up last night. We had excellent performances from a lot of these players, but MTU have already proved their own right that they've got some firepower that need to be countered.
Yeah, and I want to talk for a moment about Eel, because Eel is actually a substitute for this team, has been subbing all season. Florida Pies hasn't been able to play, and Eel is a Valorant player, plays for the MTU Valorant team. Now that season's over for them, unfortunately, and has been putting in some serious work. I talked to Childs earlier today, just asked her, hey, what's the deal? What's going on? And she was talking Eel up, been playing a lot of games, been really grinding it out and trying to improve for this game specifically. And you know what, Bird? I think that's huge. Awesome. And props to Eel for just going at it in a game that they aren't even typically playing. But it isn't just about the players. It's also about the maps, essentially where we're going to be playing this series. And we can take a look at where that has gone. Take me through it, Birdie.
Yeah, so heading into Overpass for first map, that's going to be RIT's pick, leading into Inferno for a second map and Mirage for the third. One thing you'll notice here is that these are incredibly puggy maps. These are Overpass, maybe the slight extent exception, I would say. You can be a lot more tactical, and obviously Inferno's a more tactical map as well, but these are very, I would say, firepower heavy maps. It's very difficult to come back from a man disadvantage in these situations. It's very difficult to, when you've got the pistols, make up in situations like Overpass. You rush me with pistols, yeah, it can work, but if you're shooting it through smokes all the time, it can be very difficult. But I think overall, this map pool, it's more or less what we expected. We see the ban coming up from Vertigo for RIT. That's their perma, which I think was also established last night. Anubis being banned out by the side of MTU. That's also something that we've seen consistently being banned out by either them or their opponents in the last few matches that at least I was able to see. And so this is relatively standard. We see both teams playing on their comfort picks tonight.
Yeah, I do think MTU used to perma Dust too as well, so it kind of makes sense that they've just kind of adopted that Anubis ban. Also, RIT, they played some Anubis. We saw them play Anubis yesterday. So makes a lot of sense to me. One thing I wanted to mention though is that this is a serious statement for both of these teams, right? This is a situation where neither of these teams have actually been in this position for a hot minute. It was 2021, the last time that Michigan Tech actually were in a top 4 position, despite being in the top 10 in ranking essentially every season since at that point. I mean, they've been good for a long time, and they were really good even back then. Arguably, MTU, this is such a storied team, Bird. They're essentially the first collegiate Counter-Strike team that was on the map before Davenport ever existed or started playing in different leagues. They were an advanced roster back in, I don't know, 2020.
I remember them being extremely dangerous too. Seeing them in the server was always a nightmare, to be honest. But here we are, heading into Overpass, our first map of the night, and one that RT had lots of success on last night as the Glocks sent out towards this B site. I said it to be that first victim to fall as Uni looks for this fight onto Say You Will, and boom, 4 kills in the kill feed. It's all yellow, baby.
Yeah, and a conversation going into this is a 1v5 was Proto as well. Was unstoppable in the op last night.
Oh
wasn't
yeah.
he? Simply absurd. And Retina, a player that we've talked about at length, I think that duel is going to be a key one as we continue to look. Child's looking to try and find some frags, but 1v5 is going to be difficult, especially with just a pistol and now tagged down very heavily. Might get an exit or two.
Oh. That's tragic.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to be there, but yeah, RIT, first round, and getting the pistol on the T side, it does just give you that strong economy to start from, doesn't it?
Yeah, not only that too, but the way they went out the pistol is particularly impressive. Going for just, rush B, let's take fights, start off the game on our own terms, and being able to win that out, it does kind of change the mentality a little bit. Michigan Tech, listen, we're not going to be able to win this on just gunfights, right? And that's an important note to kind of build off of, because it could set up how you're going to play the strats later on, But Rifles early up for RIT, as expected off their buy round. A flashbang for Michigan Tech to try to get up close and personal, though.
I think it's important as well to kind of to lead the conversation along the lines of what the expectations are for these teams, because RIT on paper are the favorites into this one, despite how good MTU have looked, despite actually being undefeated throughout the season. Whereas RIT, they did have that forfeit loss. Realistically, RIT are the more experienced roster, I think it's fair to say. So just setting expectations for RIT walking into this probably expecting to win, but MTU are a team that you never can count out in any situation.
I think it's important to bring up too. I mean, from what I could tell, the only map that MTU have lost this season has been Nuke. I think that was during the regular season too, though, and so that was a long time ago. This MTU roster with Kennesaw State forfeiting last night hasn't played in 2 weeks together. That's something that might come into conversation. Not having played officials for that period of time, it could impact you, right? This RIT team, on the other hand, they've been playing nonstop. They had the Ashland game not too long ago. Obviously, they had the conference championship as well. It's a damn good shot. Say You Will also fighting back. How do this RIT team has just had so much opportunities to just iterate, and especially on their map pool, because they play it over and over and over again.
That's very true, but that first kill up against Retina, that's huge to kind of stop the confidence build for Retina. He's a confidence player. Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
The case. He's the kind of guy where if you're playing against him and he's feeling it, he's just going to continually peek you, and it doesn't matter what the right decision is, he'll do it. MJB, gonna find Lysander on the site, but there's still 2 players here. Eel, Say You Will, both ready to go. Now,
Is there a gap?
difficult to make their way through this. There is a gap. K2 working it, but Eel good for the frag, and that practice paying off for the stand-in. MJB, a couple of frags. It's 2-on-2.
No more utility left on the CT side, so left to fight for these angles, and that's a quick trade back to get MJB off the server, and okay, that's the first retake actually coming through, and it's on that first gun round. MTU will pick it up. The question is, RT, will they be strayed by any of this? I mean, losing out, it's a close round. Do you just kind of sweep this to the side, try again?
Most definitely. By the way, you wanted some very fun trivia, Birdie?
Ooh, hit me with it.
Okay, so you mentioned Nuke, the only map that MTU have lost that we could find this season. Guess what? Last season, MTU and RIT, they played in the playoffs. Or actually, this was regular season. And the only map RIT won was Nuke in that series.
Might explain the ban. What? Oh, so many icons. You got the smoke shot, headshot, blind, and assist from the flashbang. Perfect.
Yep. Just every single possible addendum to that kill feed.
Oh,
brilliant.
man.
It's like watching Overwatch right there.
Oh,
Like
just...
hit with the ultimate. It's like 4 players assisting.
Yeah,
Overwatch
so
gamers will know.
definitely gonna be happy to get that kill. Especially considering those first kind of 3 rounds where it didn't start off the greatest. I think that's a good kill to be able to start getting into the flow, so to speak. Did you spot the head there? I don't think so, but
Yeah, I didn't see.
we'll bump off the angle at just the right time.
That was awful close. Very, very close to a shot connecting there for RIT. Bathroom control very firmly in the hands of Rochester, but going to be throwing out a smoke. That's going to go towards Dumpster. Molotov going out as well for truck, and there's another smoke. 2, in fact, on the site to deny any positioning. A shot fired. Retina can't get out of this alive. Will be felled as Childs moves forward, finding some success. She'll get traded. Sander running and gunning, trying to make some moves, but still not good enough.
And the problem is you got Elin on the flank as well, and that's just distracted K2 just a little bit too much as the scoreline ends up being tied up. I don't know. This entire round, it seemed to be a little bit interesting for RIT in the sense that I'm seeing a lot of parallels to the way Overpass was played last night. I'm not sure how much you remember, but that's almost exactly the way that Ashland were approaching their T-side hits. It's just, you know, they started out taking control over towards A, they lost water control, and then they never really made an attempt to retake it or make presence elsewhere, and so Michigan Tech stacked the A bomb site, and boom, it's a very easy affair to close out the round at that point.
I'm sorry, my head's currently empty. I've seen 48 rounds of Overpass since then. So, yeah. A little bit of a rush down to B, and actually, this is getting a little out of hand here, Bird. Lysander, that's some critical kills as Childs comes to help out Proto. 1v3 would have been brilliant to see, but no dice on the retake, or rather, retake denial. So, the lead now, Michigan Tech's, has more trivia. Overpass was won last time these two teams met by MTU, but it was 16-14. Granted, keep in mind all of these when I'm saying last time these two teams met. This was all last season, but they do have the same roster with the exception of Lysander. Or no, Lysander was here last semester. It was Eel who, obviously, as I said, standing in for Lord of Pies.
Lysander was your last semester too? Man,
Yeah.
time flies, man. Holy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
He started in the fall of this year.
Man. Alright, well, let's control over towards A. Retina, I mean, well, time to be able to fall back. It's not landed in the most useful position, though, and I think both sides really in this situation happy to not lose a player early on.
Yeah, those opening picks, it's incredibly important, and I remember talking a lot about the opening pick conversation. Number one with Retina, but even back, like, if you think about every dominant opper that exists in the collegiate scene, like, back Mojo as well, when they're playing on this map, it's all about finding those frags.
Oh gosh, MJB playing with fire. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's so like scary to watch. Lysander bullied.
MJB got that second kill, by the way. He checked it.
Wait,
there was a player right outside of connector, like on the close right here, like immediate to the right of where K2 is.
oh.
And MJB got that kill as well.
Look at the options. 40 seconds left. MJB will probe it towards his B bomb site as the bomb is also rotated through. But the opera Retina missed shot from him. Considering the save at that point, it's too dangerous and too expensive a weapon to give up, especially after winning 3 rounds in a row. And so they'll fall back. Looks to be the save already. All right, see, we'll find that third.
So a good bomb plant on an eco round rush leads into the full buy for RIT and double entry kills from MJB, who, by the way, double entryed a lot last night. Absolutely dominated, it felt like, in the entry role. So that's another matchup with Childs, the entry fragger for MTU.
No!
Yeah, Retina just a little bit too far forward. They're on the hunt, and they've got them hunted down. A triple from MJB to close it out.
Losing those weapons is crucial for RIT's performance here in the subsequent rounds because carrying over an op and a rifle into this round, it could have meant a force back into this by MTU. It could also just meant, a more powerful hold. Send the pistol somewhere, have the rifle in the op somewhere else. Just distracting from what the true intentions of MTU are, but now instead we've got Deagle's Zeus in play from Retina. He's really trying to have some fun with this, isn't he?
Retina does a bit of trolling in the collegiate games.
Yeah.
I think back to actually the last time that we saw UCF this deep in the playoffs. MTU. They were playing against UCF, and it was actually Retina who dropped, I want to say 48 in just one overtime on Dust 2.
Deagles, Vincent. They can be quite good.
Not as good as the 5-7, though.
Also not as good when you get shot in the head through a tree, but
honestly, I want to know how that tree is still standing.
It's crazy to me that Retina and Lysander right now, despite the fact that the scoreline's tied, haven't really been high performers on this MTU side. That's
The difference is Lysander isn't expected to be.
true.
Lysander is the in-game leader here, and whilst we know he has the skill, I mean, you and I, we've seen him play a lot. The expectation is that Retina is going to be taking that, and it was actually Retina that was in-game leading prior
Look at the speed
to
flag.
prior to Lysander taking over. But yeah, was it going to be checked? Yes, it will.
Could
but
have
yeah.
potential there, yeah. Continue.
Just taking the logical conclusion there, we expect it from Retina, and that's why even maybe people feel like we're being harsh, and probably fair to point that out. But Retina's a guy we expect to have like 14 kills at this point.
Yeah, 14 kills, 7 rounds in. Yeah, it really it's when the outlier is getting less than 1 kill per round. There's a problem.
It's not a reasonable expectation, but it's what we know from Retina throughout many times seeing him play.
It's how they've been winning their games. So when that factor starts to disappear, you wonder how they're going to be able to follow through. Right? You have to start finding other answers, and it's so far. I mean, it seems like they're being answered. Contact, K2. This seems to be the destined play for RIT. They're already committed off of this. But yet to actually put the bomb down. A gap on the left side of that smoke, and Lysander finding a kill with the MP9. Blind is Proto with the AWP and committing it to the bomb site. That second frag is crucial to delay the bomb. The rotations as well coming in from the flank. And K2 stuck in pit. The bomb is just out of reach. How are they in this situation? It's like the CTs. Oh, man.
Retina burning alive a little bit. This is maybe a little bit more doable with him pushed back. Because down there's space. RIT to work within. Here comes the duel. K2. So worried about this player up in heaven. Understandably so. Brought it out information. Finally, Retina gonna come back. Look for more. Well, that smoke's not good.
Oh,
Finally, the shot connects. The second one, K2. K2 for 3. That's ridiculous. As Retina will create the 1v1. As K2 has 25 seconds remaining. Has to grab the bomb. Has to get it planted. And will do so. I don't think he got the reload on the AK. So, but has plenty of ammunition. 21 bullets to work with. It's Retina on the up.
It's such a good angle, too. How would you be expected to clear it? You can't, K2. That's the 4K. Oh my gosh, RIT. How can you pull back from that situation? You're stuck in pit. You've got 4 players. They know exactly where you are. The crossfires, there's like 4 different possible combinations of them. But he just pulls it back, tap after tap.
Terrifying. And I mean, to be fair, shouldn't have been given that amount of opportunity to take those shots. A little bit, I would say, over swinging, maybe. Just shouldn't be in angles you can get swung like that. You got to be playing off contact at this level. But nonetheless, MTU, I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised to see them take a bit of a pause, take a moment. They have a great coaching staff over at Michigan Tech, and I've gotten the chance to speak to their coach a couple of different times. Their head coach has absolutely got a great mind for the game. It's important to take that time when needed, but won't need it for now. MTU back on the pistols, I guess, to be fair.
This round's been really unfortunate for Michigan Tech. I mean, they were expecting a round win to 4v2. I mean, you usually do, right? you don't go to 4v2s expecting to lose, right? 5-7, close range. Retina's first one dead. I feel like this has been a trend.
The opening picks, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Retina get that opening pick in that one big gun round win that MTU had.
To be fair, he's always been the one to go for opening duels.
Of course. And, I mean, how can you expect an opening pick on a round where you have 3 USBs, though?
What do you mean?
Just shoot them in the head? Is that the answer?
Just kill them.
You're right. My bad.
No, but
This is why you failed as a coach, dude.
Oh yeah,
because you said just killed them.
Just killed them.
And they said they kicked you. They were like, this guy doesn't know anything.
Yeah, for real. I mean, on a real note though, I mean that pause is definitely justified because losing that round is one thing, but being able to just kind of, I guess, not being able to invest off the back of it, forced to sit and just contemplate your mistakes in that round, it sucks. And RIT, they've given them the time to do that because the clock continues to tick as well, they patiently work their way up towards long. They'll walk themselves into a bomb site which is only being held by a single deagle. Actually, no, never mind. Saywell's not on the site. The radar has tricked me.
Yeah, the radar is a little bit difficult to read sometimes on this one. Yeah, I like your use of technical terms there. It sucked, yes. It does. It does indeed. Eel might get a frag. Unfortunately for him, Vinci spray just a little bit better. And even Lysander on the D can't do any work with it. 6th round for RIT. And on the T side as well, I think that's an important addition to mention. Is that this map, I mean, is not a T-sided affair.
No. Do you have the database open, Vincent? Could you consult the logs for what the last time these two teams played was?
The database. Yes, the database you so kindly put together. I'll find it. So of course, overpass. That was 16-14. I gotta find the answer to what. Actually, I don't have the answer to what the score at halftime was. I cannot find it.
Okay. Well, it's okay. Listen, the archives aren't complete. That's okay. We'll complete them at a later date.
Someone must have taken it from the archives.
Yeah. Childs, was that with the help of a flashbang? It was. It just didn't quite connect. Benji, the nice follow-up too. Not expecting a third. No reason why you should. The quick trade means it's an open A site. And Molotov will secure the rotation. I'll have the bomb to come in because it's a little bit farther behind. Uni's pushing in aggressive here for 5 HP.
Darn. That's a bit rough. Retina had absolutely no idea. And, you know, Lysander was good for a multi-kill there. Almost certainly. Had a bit of an M4 moment, didn't he?
Yeah.
He hit the perfect headshot, and it didn't matter because he had an M4.
Shots 1 through 3. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. For those who know, they know.
For the knowers who are watching.
What do you mean? Everyone in chat is clearly a knower. Because they're watching us.
Hold on. I need to. What was the combination of stickers on the SOP? What is this outrage?
Oh, I have no idea. I was paying attention. Proto, let us see.
It's like,
He's not gonna let us see, is he?
it's fine. It looks like it's some like you give a kindergartner like stickers and just like, all right, go ham. It's like, put one here, put one here. No, you know, like.
I mean, there's only 4 places that it goes. Like, you can't put them anywhere else.
I'm talking about the choice of stickers though. Just like, this one, yes. Why? It's pink. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
You'll have to point it out to me next time here. Unfortunately, that's another gun round that's fallen by the wayside for Mission Attack. And I mean, Eel has the save, but at least they're gonna push forward. I like this fountain aggression. And I also like that, I mean, they're trying to work this gun, but oh no! Proto finds Eel, the sole player with the weapon. It's been recovered, sure, by Say You Will, but it just doesn't seem to matter that much with no armor, and now no one to shoot at.
This is identical to the second round we saw of this game, actually. I think exactly. MTU went for the play towards fountain. They got 1 kill, and immediately RIT just disappeared, which is definitely the right thing to do. Once that rifle is dropped, you don't want to give them any more opportunities at gunfights, right? And so Say You Will this time, though, I assume go for the save. This is a nice rifle to hold on to, and I mean...
I want to see Proto's up. All I can think of.
Is really still lingering on that?
Yeah, sorry. You told a compelling story, Bird.
It's so good. It's a great site.
But now I'm being denied.
It's the op graphite, right? It's the op graphite. I remember that there was a blue sticker, I think a yellow one somewhere on there, you know? But listen, we can look at MGB's M4 in the meantime. Well, it's not his M4, but you got the point.
Add him. There's a lot going on in that one. I'm very busy.
Oh no!
Feels bad, man. Say You Will. Oh, he will not be going into the next round alive.
Well, I mean, he is alive though, Vincent.
Yeah, but he didn't go into the round alive. He went into the round dead and then came back to life. It's very complicated. You wouldn't understand.
I'm not a professor of the game.
The life and death, understandable. Little Molotov from MJB. That's just to gather some control over at the connector. Oh, and there's the opening pick. Retina hitting that is always a good sign.
That should accelerate the pace too. It should force them to go out towards B. You know, that Molotov is going to be a little bit too late to actually stop the take, and well, no gunfights can be taken off the back of it too, but flowing into the bomb site, K2 is going to try to take this fight. Lysander to save his teammate though, trade it out. It's now Eel stuck in pit to hold his own 1v3 there. Only too good for the 1. 2v3 retake. The bomb's going to come down, and you got Childs in water as well to make this a little bit more interesting. But they've got some time to waste here. 2 smokes, 2 flashes for the retake. but look at Proto as well. Op in hand, okay, but a full util set to use.
Most certainly, yeah, Proto in a good position, but Retina going down. MJB taking that swing is massive. Oh, and he's out in the open. Proto had no idea that the player was coming around the corner. That's a big retake for Michigan, as they have found their second retake round as well.
Oh man, it was close too. I mean, the taking to the bomb side, it looked like it could have gone either way. Kills were back and forth. The trades came through. Just, I mean, unfortunately, when you end up in that 3v2 retake, losing control of water as well, it doesn't help. And when you have Proto constantly worried about the flank as a result, MJB can't save you the round. You know what I mean? There's just too many players to fight.
Yeah. It's what it is, but Michigan, that's a very important round for them to win. Up back in the hands of Retina. We know exactly why that's important. Talked about it ad nauseum at this point. Chalto leading the way alongside Retina. Got a far-reaching flashbang off the angle, but still hits the shot. K2. The refrag. MJB putting him in position. Benji will be taking another shot, but that a very difficult spray. Childs will eventually get there, but enough time passed to allow K2 to once again refrag.
3v3. The keynote here is that RIT have control of water, and I think a jump spot just came through which revealed the position of that third player of RIT. So MTU now with all the information, you know, 2 players of contact over towards A, that water lurk. Subsequent read should be over towards B. Because I don't think that door is open towards connector. The Molotov, that should actually confirm it as well. The Molotov to prevent the bomb plant. That lands in a really weird place on site.
I don't think it's actually... Oh boy, that was the molly. Is that a second CT molly? Yeah, it was actually.
Yes.
See, Will's gonna find a great timing and actually get stolen away by the shot, or rather the nade from Eel, but big miss from Lysander. Really needs to be connecting that shot. Flashbang ready for Uni. Both players approaching bridge. Smoke to clear off Uni's position. Proto's position given away. This is absolutely huge from Eel, delivering time after time. The 1v1 now, 15 seconds remaining. Bringing around, and the shot for Uni. 9 on the board for Rochester.
Such an important one, too. This allows RIT to push even further forward because the money situation of Michigan Tech is still suffering. But let's talk about that last round, too, that kind of set up towards the end. We saw that same 3v2 retake kind of situation, but the difference between that and the round prior was, one, the bomb hadn't been put down, but the gunfight towards water was actually won out by the side of RIT, and it allowed them to focus back into the bomb site and set themselves up for, I mean, what was difficult way back into the round? It was the 1v2, but it did allow them to come out on top.
And I like this aggression. I love that RIT are just deciding to take long control on this round. They, I mean, to be fair, aren't probably expecting an op to come out. Retina does have one.
They'll be surprised when they see it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that they would expect them to go more for the utility because they have barely any. I mean, it's a minute 20 left and they're lacking significantly, but say you will, not lacking. He is headshotting. First shot is there. Follow up on that too, turns around at MJB, too swift on the uptake and grabs another potential frag as he looks towards short. Bomb dropped in spawn and MJB will rotate to grab it.
Oh, disrespect there. Retina getting punished. Just not having really much success in the AWP. He's been good for a kill here and now, but Benji finding multi-kills here. Okay. Awkward situation, but he somehow finds the third. That's round over once again for MTU Eel. I mean, okay, yeah, justify this retake. A nade, a flashbang, but you can't even get the first. Benji's going ham.
Yeah, Benji's on one right now. He's cracked and jacked. Absolutely ridiculous. 13 and 10 currently, but MJB's got 13 as well. And it's Uni at 15. It's everybody having a game. K2's at 13 as well. I don't know, man.
So they tell me, Vincent, they tell me if we ever get to this point that you wouldn't talk trash to Benji on LAN, you know?
I probably wouldn't, you're right.
He hangs out with
like a nice guy.
He hangs out with the hottest dudes.
True, yeah.
This is another faster pace play from RIT. This time, though, it's close range with the inferior weapons from MTU, and it's the bomb site to collapse. But look at the low HP. A single grenade could drop 2 of these players. Well, that grenade is nowhere to be found. Yeah.
I was about to say, there's just one. Retina has one, but...
Whoa, okay. Well, low HP player, a little bit overkill for that. Oh, no.
That's going to be it.
Does he see it? Oh, no. I don't think he saw the boost. There's
He
no
didn't.
way.
He certainly didn't. Not at this point. This is a great play right now from Childs. Pushing forward, but Benji up on top of the boost, and Proto will run v1 to win. Oh my goodness, 11-4 the half. And domination, not quite the likes that we saw yesterday, but awful close. And there's something I've noticed from Retina here today that I think is really biting him in the butt. And I want to bring that up because Retina is the type of player, like I said, that works on confidence.
Yes.
That just continues to get better and better as his confidence builds. Well, not only has there not been a way to build that confidence just yet, but also whenever he's taking those confidence duels, he's getting punished because RIT, I mean, the vast majority of this team, I mean, they have quite a bit of experience, much more so than most of the other teams in the collegiate space.
Right, exactly. I'll add to that note too. Retina hasn't really been supported in the way that you would need on a map like Overpass to go for those opening round duels, and it's really been unfortunate for him, as the A bomb site looks to be the main battle of this round. The Glock's getting up close and personal, but the flanks come through. This is similar to what we saw last night on Overpass. The flank's just so devastating as the bomb is dropped out in the open, and the USPs at this range so devastating.
Oh, but Retina grabbed another frag. This is very winnable now. 2v1.
Do you think it'll be?
Grab the bomb. Yeah, they do. Or not. Gonna plant back dice instead. Proto given an opportunity. Already got 2 frags. I think there's a kit down somewhere. I just don't know where that is. I saw one purchased. Regardless, Proto's got to clear all these angles.
It's in CT. I see it.
Limited tap.
Here's the
Oh,
shot.
wow.
Yeah, this is
There
it's
it is.
close.
Yep. He's going to grab it. So at least this is still technically winnable.
Tom's takes a little bit too far though. USP not good in that situation, and Shouts I think repositioned to actually get there in the first place. A good one at that. That's a very good pistol round from MCU, especially considering how the flank came through. It's to be able to deal with that's impressive.
Yeah, I think that they deserve a lot of credit for just not getting flustered. A lot of teams in that situation could get flustered a little bit. And what can happen is that they take the fights instead of just grabbing the bomb and try to play in the post plant. So good work from Michigan as they are in position. Here's the double scout buy. We actually see this from MTU quite often is the double scout.
So important note here too. RIT have put no presence over towards A anymore, but that's in response to MTU not even doing anything. And so I'm not sure if this is a read that back to the B bomb site or if this is just worried about taking those early fights.
Oh,
They've
no.
missed everyone here. K2, he set himself up perfectly. It's information and an opportunity and a massive play. Double off the back of a single bullet. The Deagle spam. Only good for the 2, though. The scouts in rotation, though. These players are tagged. And MJB's got another double. Childs with the MP5. What do you do?
You just check your corners. You look up, find K2 before he can take you out from the back line. There's just no way Childs wins this. And oh my goodness. I think his gun barrel might have been, like, surely the gun barrel's sticking out, right?
Who knows?
That's just straight headshot? Oh, no.
Dude, okay. Because every time you see, like, players in that situation... Because the problem is, they went for the B rush, not, like, relatively early, but right as the smokes faded. You usually don't expect players in that position, like, off the start of the round, you know?
Right, yeah.
And that's really what kind of got them. Is K2 was like, I got this, boys.
Yeah, watch this.
You heard that time I killed 2 people with 1 bullet with the Deagle?
Yeah, they all walked by me for free. Yeah, that's a story K2 is going to be telling later to the boys. Right now, though, into you. They're trying to make sure that the story of Overpass doesn't end here and now. Because a win like that, it's devastating. The force buy, all of this from Michigan Tech is actually, I mean, you could argue it's a good force buy. It's the standard, but at the same time, a loss here is 13, and then another eco round, that's 14. Like, you're talking one more gun round if they lose it.
Oh, Benji, listen, you've been good for multi-frags this game. Definitely spotting shadows there, but Lifesander's Deagle just that much quicker. Retina following up, traded back out. And Proto needing to defend the safe side. His reliable op not going to be in hand this time around. A 2v3. Oh, man. I feel like you have to go for this if you're RIT. There's too much to lose.
No, MJB's walking away.
But he's relying on this flank. I think that's, if he finds kills here, it might just motivate his teammate to come back in. If he can spot it out as well, that second player, but only good enough for some damage. MJB needs to come into play.
Oh, this smoke. MJB knows, and he's 1 HP, but Lysander is critical. The 3K on 1 health from Lysander is ridiculous. That double kill with the Deagle, putting Michigan Tech back. And I said it was highly important that Michigan win that round, and they pull it off.
What's crucial about that too is that the round wasn't won inside of the bomb site. It was one of those first few kills in bathrooms. I was going to mention the utility problem for Michigan Tech, but it didn't end up mattering, right? At those close range fights, you don't need a flashbang to take them. The Molotovs flying in towards truck, the smokes towards dumpster. Who cares? It's those M4s at close range that you need to take out first, and they did. It's what allows the round at that point to kind of snowball into their favor, and that's why fighting ecos on overpass, they can be so great, at the same time so detrimental. If you don't know where to position your players properly, you can't make the right reads. And Scout here, we saw it be really effective before. A tag early on to Lysander as well might just put some fear into his heart. But no, that's the position you like seeing him. That's exactly where you want to be seeing him to you as well, into the A site with a 2-man advantage.
And Benji ripping Retina's head off with the Deagle, but that's all that's going to be had. K2 with a very nice adjustment. But it's Uni. Deagle in hand, still all alone. And honestly, save would be reasonable, but
the snake, no.
I mean, does damage, just not enough.
It's never enough for you, Vincent, is it?
Yeah, I do have high standards, sorry. Uni is
knife?
Understanding the difficulty of this. Yeah, knife seems possible. Lysander will ensure that doesn't happen. It's 7-12, just 5 rounds. Between these two teams, the difference cut significantly, but not entirely.
Yeah, we're starting to reach the snowball effect. Listen, this is Counter-Strike. It's very well known at this point, with the current, I guess, economic rules, as I'll put it, that if you're not winning subsequent rounds with your CT site, I mean, I guess in some cases, if you are winning subsequent rounds, you're really going to struggle to bring out guns. And that really allows the T side to just snowball into the lead, which can be problematic because it's a really long-range map. That's not really going to matter this time, though. I think Lysander didn't even have head armor there. What the heck? What's going on?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a unfortunate situation. Immediate rotation, though. This is the right call from Michigan. They go back towards the B site. But a couple of rifles able to be recovered here would be massive. And they are not being guarded, so...
I think they were still worried about the T side hanging about, but that's not happened. The bomb's down, and I think they're a little bit too far away to actually go for this, though. Proto with this USB, why not? You've got nothing to lose.
Zero things to lose, in fact.
Please go down the slide. K2, show us how it's done.
No, feels bad. K2 is not having fun.
Are you having fun?
I'm having a great time. K2 is denying me more fun.
Proto's
he's
providing
gonna kill.
Fun.
He just about had a kill there. And a tag low. We'll get a 3K into this round, though.
You know, if you think about it, the playground on this map is really not that fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
There's a lot of murder.
Also, like, it's just a lot of angles to deal with.
Yeah, party as well. Not really much of a party going on. Whoever was partying there has long since left, and yeah.
I mean, the good news is they left some food, so.
True. After the murder is done, you can just take it back.
And balloons.
We love me some balloons.
Kind of feels like it's a Stephen King novel now. Like the way that you've described it. Proto can seem to do it with anything. The rifle, this time in his hands. The headshot gathered. It'll be the fall back. Will this timing work out? No, so you will. It'll too late. Won't be able to refrag.
Oh, there's a problem. There's 3 flashbangs left on this T side, and they don't actually have significant map control yet. If you want to get into bathrooms, if you want to get in towards water, even out towards B and towards the A site, all 3 of those are going to be crucial. And so they need to pick their fights now. And MTU, they're already at that man disadvantage. You can't really afford to take risks. There's one of them. But wait,
Well,
that's all of them, actually.
Yeah, actually, that is all of the answers. Retina has an idea with this op. I mean, he can hit the shot. Oh, that timing, the dice peak. going to be the hit towards A, surely.
It'll need to be. They don't have that control over towards water, and 30 seconds left. The time is starting to sink. If they find trouble getting in, it might just cost them. And there's 3 players here ready to fight for this MJB. First point of contact, finds the frag, allows Benji to swing through for the kill as well. Now Lifestate over towards Long, contributing, but it's the remaining 2 players of Benji and MJB to bring RIT that 13th round. 4 players left standing. It's exactly what they wanted to be seeing.
MGB grabbed that AWP as well and tosses it back over to Proto, who didn't get to have the op. Now gifted one via Retina. Retina looking for revenge. Has the op in hand as well.
I'm concerned. If Retina's op here doesn't find frags, okay, this is a weird force buy. I mean, okay, say you both got a P250. It is what it is, right?
Yep.
Well, it's gone. Okay, I guess maybe it's good that he didn't buy a gun. I guess
I mean, he did buy it.
Right, just that he didn't have one, I guess.
Yeah, doesn't mean he's in a better spot, unfortunately.
He is dead, I agree.
Yep. Your concerns were?
That this AWP wasn't going to have any impact before the round ended.
Okay, well, I'm with you. The concerns are reasonable. Let's see what the outcome is. Proto lining up another. His child's so very low. Just got spammed down through that smoke.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, well, there's the impact. Found it.
Better late than
Was
never.
lost. We found more. It is a 2v5. Well, was a 2v5. Now a 2v4.
Okay. Scary. Are they still going to go for this? Outrageous.
It would appear they are. And they're going to get away with it, too.
Oh, that's disrespect. I love it. 30
It
seconds.
certainly is.
MJB's far away for this rotation. It's going to come down to these 2 players. Benji's got that first headshot. Just so reliable on that first contact every single time. As he doubles top. What's he at? 21 and 15. He wasn't even one of the highlight players last night, was he?
No. Though, to be fair, no one else was really required to do things on this map other than Proto. And then MJB had a great second game as well. So
Very well distributed KDs across the entire RIT side. No one's slacking, which is really good to see.
it is. It is absolutely amazing to see that. Of course, this is part of your concern. RIT, they're up against Glocks.
I think MTU wins these. They've got the better weapons, Vincent.
Oh, right.
The Glocks.
You can't even say that with a straight face.
Yeah, you know I don't have a straight face. It's very clear.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, rear miss from Proto. Molotov to help push them back. Give him another opportunity. He's going to go for the 5-7. MJB, though, has his help. Yeah, the Glocks decide, yeah, that's just not where we win, actually.
Yeah, if they would have gone B, Vincent, the Glocks would have worked, I assure you.
Can you prove that?
No, and I refuse to.
Okay.
Bench is just always in the right place, man. Every single time.
Yeah. Well, it's 15-8. This is, of course, remember, semifinal game. Winner of this confirms into LAN finals. Winner of this series, I should say, not of this map.
It's okay. Don't get ahead of yourself, Vincent. We're not there yet.
I'm just yeah, just clarifying. But here's the buy. They allowed map point for this purchase, so it's got to be good. AKs only. Up going. Whoa.
It's fast.
Trying. Benji actually had the spawn. Tosses that back over to Proto. Swings with the rifle right afterward. Benji is a madman.
Oh man, he's insane. But keep this guy at the server. Don't put him into a mental hospital or anything. He's definitely where he needs to be. Playing Counter Strike and what is at a very high level right now.
Yeah, I mean the fact that he has gets tossed the op because he has the spawn for Fountain, then misses the shot, runs back, and then tosses the op, grabs the import, turns back around and instantly swings to get a kill.
Style points. How many would you give it?
At least 4.3 ounces out of something.
4.3 ounces per bullet fired. Understood.
What?
Okay.
He just wasn't looking.
All right. I have no words. Continue.
My words are, you what? So you will is more like gone on the server. This poor guy couldn't get a break into that one. And I mean, to be fair, I'm saying Say You Will couldn't catch a break. Ain't nobody for Michigan Tech could catch a break there. Even typical of, Retina, we see, even in losses, have like a ridiculously good performance. Even that was missing. And I think that's the starting point of the conversation is, where is Retina?
Yeah, it's crazy because you look at Retina, and it's not necessarily that he always has the best performances KD-wise. He does, but even when he does it, the things you look to him for isn't just to perform, it's the multi-kills. And that's what was missing to me personally, is when he would go for those opening duels. What makes MTU's round win so dominating is when he finds 2-3 kills at the first 20 seconds of the round. They weren't there. He would get 1 kill sometimes and then immediately get traded. And that gives so much confidence for RIT, knowing that, listen, this guy's going to take a fight off a spawn, we're going to take him out, and then we just play out the round from there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it also felt like RIT just were not missing shots.
Yeah.
It's hard to compete, and even with a really good team, hard to compete. We see even great teams, get rolled over when the opposition is all firing on all cylinders. Every single player for RIT was playing well today, and, well, we've got the first map. Now, just 1 map away from those LAN finals, as we mentioned, but it's MTU's pick. It's Inferno. Coming up next, it's going to be after this break. We'll see you in a bit. What happened to MTU? Nobody knows. And, well, going into the second map, you have to hope that MTU are going to look better on their own map pick. Inferno coming up next. Birdie, talk to me about the main takeaways. What went wrong? What went right, and what do we need to see?
So, what went right? RIT. Just about on all fronts, there weren't really many problems that we saw from them. Early on, I was a little bit worried about the way they were taking map control. I was seeing similarities to last night's struggles with Ashland, but that was quickly quelled. It really, the rounds were often won in just kind of the opening duels. Retna went for them a lot of the time, failed. He wasn't getting a lot of the support that I feel like he might have needed. The trades weren't necessarily there off the back of it, and overall, he just wasn't succeeding at getting those duels and staying alive. It wasn't working out long term for the side of MCU, and they weren't really able to adjust. But Inferno, it's a map that I think suits it a little bit more. It's a little bit safer to take opening duels. You could do it with the help of your team. It's a lot easier talking about, those picks. Right, you can go for the Hall's Peaks with flashbangs. You could set yourself up better to go for kills, in my opinion. I think that's going to help them a little bit more.
Let's talk about the setup, or actually more specifically the lack thereof for Michigan Tech. That's something that you picked up on, and that I as well kind of saw consistently over the entirety of Overpass, right? Is that, though Retna typically doesn't need all that much support to go for those duels, he wasn't getting it at all for that map. So as we head towards Inferno, I think that the fact that it is a little bit easier to set your teammates up, there's more. I think it'd be fair to call it like standard teammate flashes in utility.
Yeah.
You kind of have to get creative on Overpass to help you get your teammates out in certain positions, especially. Like I think on the CT side, trying to help flash for people on B can be kind of tough depending on where they're playing. On Inferno, like there's 3 flashes that flash all of Banana.
Yeah. Which is actually insane. It's like, yep, I'm throwing the God Flash, I'm throwing the God Flash, and it's like, there's like 3 of them that blind the entire, I won't say radius, it's just not the right term, just all the sight lines, and I think it's going to allow Retna, especially if he picks up the AWP again, just go for those picks. We see the Furious Smoke being thrown very often. He likes to go for that. I know we've seen that happen a lot, and even on the T side too, just be able to set himself up for those opening frags. Like, that's what Retna's known for.
It's absolutely the case. By the way, don't want to put you on blast here, but for anybody who doesn't know what the Furious Smoke is, can you give them just an idea of what that looks like on Inferno?
So, towards the top of Banana, you've got what we call card, even though there's no card there anymore. You've got the half wall. The Furious Smoke is a smoke that lands in a way that allows you to peek the car and have just enough of a gap on the right side where it's very difficult to see you, but you have a full sight picture of everyone down below.
Yeah, exactly. What we won't see ever after CS2 comes out, because no more one-ways. But yeah, exactly. Feels bad.
Shedding a tear.
Feels good. What's that?
Shedding a tear for CS smokes already.
I don't know, man.
You know,
I think one ways are fun, but they're also kind of lame.
Well, they're fun when you're on the right side of them.
That's true. I regardless of opinions on all of that, it will be going away. So we'll have a little bit more time to appreciate them. So regardless, though, I think that the conversation about opening picks continues. We have to have that come to fruition. Maybe not more so, but certainly to a significant degree. But the key that I want to bring up is that this is the pick of MTU. That means they're going to be starting on the east side, presumably.
Yeah, and
that's a bit scary.
Yeah, I'll say why, in my opinion, and I think you'll agree with me. Feel free to correct me. But, we've mentioned time and time again, every single broadcast of Retna is a confidence man. He likes to take momentum, carry it over into his playmaking, and it almost feeds him. He gets a stat boost for every single time he gets a kill in the opening duel. If he starts on that T side and he's not having success with those kills, we might see him struggling on the CT side, which, if you're struggling on the CT side of Inferno to get opening duels, it's round over from the very beginning.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. That is indeed the problem, and that was, not the problem that we saw on Overpass. It was one of many, but it definitely doesn't help that they're in that position. So it's going to be interesting. As, by the way, both of these teams, looking for that ticket into the finals. Like they've been so close. The last 2 seasons, they've lost to some of the best teams. Last season, RIT lost to Davenport in the quarters. MTU lost to Northwood in the quarters. Both teams that made it all the way to the LAN finals, and ultimately Davenport winning it out. So, this is their chance. This is their opportunity.
Indeed, and look at this pace. MTU, I think a little bit upset about how that last map went, wanting to accelerate the situation slightly, put the USBs through these smokes. They're just doing so much. Proto, I think, out of bullets there, has been caught off guard, but the bomb been dropped very much out of position. This Benji is the closest person to deal with the situation. That situation is Lysander up against 2.
Difficult 1-on-2 scenario here, especially with the kit in the hands of K2. See how they go for it, though. Trying to get this out of this position. It's very difficult. Lysander doesn't want to go through the smoke, understandably so. Crossfire set up brilliantly. Going to be difficult to deal with. First shot, and if it wasn't perfect, it wasn't going to be. Lysander can't quite get there.
Solid. We saw, okay, what were the pistol rounds on Overpass? We saw R2 in the first one. Did they get the second?
They did not.
Is that a...
But they did not. But they won.
Okay.
They lost against the Force.
Right. Okay, that's what that was. So...
Yeah, so MT one pistol, then RIT Force Bite, and 1 second.
Okay, so now both teams, I guess RT having won a pistol on the T and the CT side, so yeah, great for them. Right now, fire's hot, sir.
It does burn, I've been told. Ooh, that was awful close. Very, very nice looking though.
Oh no!
You see Retinus Deagle and nearly get your head ripped off, and you go back.
That-
Before Uni, what's going on, man?
That POV was terrifying. But Proto will I play a little bit of whack-a-mole, but it's very rare that you see the wall doing the whacking.
Through MJB through smoke, finding Retina is a pretty big deal. K2 from behind is there as well. Proto pushing forward. It's now just Eel alone and Eel down. The Force Buy does not work in the favor of Michigan Tech.
So they get the bomb plant, which is great and all. But I'm more worried about the fact that 4 of those kills on the CT side were from MP9s. That's a lot of money.
And then 4 survived.
Yeah. Proto's a very rich man. You're thinking at this point, you might want to just retire from the Force altogether. Do something that isn't going to get you killed.
Maybe
Just
get a yacht. You know?
yeah. I mean, well, hold on. For $4,000, all right. I'm thinking more like getting a McDonald's or something.
I find myself a bit of a deal finder. You know.
Oh, okay.
I think I could get a yacht.
For,
$4,000.
really? Okay. I need to talk to you later on. Proto, just continuing to farm cash, and this gun round coming up from T. They've lost control of Banana, but that's with all this utility being used by the T side as well, including that new Malta.
Oh
no! Surely he should have been aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the audio cue was given away multiple times over. But nonetheless, right now, overzealous, overswings, and gets punished down for the counts into this round. Benji, that flash was great. Timing, he will just barely getting away. It's a 3-on-5, but HP is going to be interesting. Not only that, it's actually very much a advantage for the T's in the sense that they have AKs, but up against 2 players, or rather 3 players total, 2 players with rifles and half HP. I don't know that it matters.
K2 being nade out in that situation definitely costs them. It locks them out of this bomb site for the time being. How does that Molotov not land in the smoke? I don't question things, but R2 will get away with it. Not too much damage being taken. Just a slight inconvenience as the FAMAS goes hurling into the bomb site, and Child's now left alone. 9 HP to pick up the third. 1v3 on the line as Uni goes hunting. Oh, but he's got it. Third frag.
Does he
On the
got it?
retake. Maybe not.
Oh no, I don't think he does.
Too much time spent recovering the kit. It's over. Uni not gonna be able to escape too with 9 HP. Childs does it. It's the 1v3.
Yeah, big victory there. Child's making the moves, and it wasn't pretty, but it was good enough, and that's all that Michigan Tech are gonna need. As I've just heard some typing. I don't know if maybe we're gonna get a pause.
Or they're just like laughing about it.
LOL, yeah,
Lol.
could be.
Died to the bomb.
Nice 1v3, W.
Yeah, hit him with a nice 1v3 bozo afterwards, I would never.
I would just be nice 1v3. Oh, that's that furious smoke you were talking about.
There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't Retina though. It's Proto taking advantage of it. It does work both ways in that sense.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about utility in Counter-Strike is everyone can use it. It's
Yeah, exactly.
it's not like other games, where you have some utility that only you've got.
Oh. Pew, pew. That's fired. Oh, what a great crossfire. JB, he's just not shooting. Lysander, the fight, he wins it, but he will get traded instantly.
Oh.
Say you will, a 1v3. This time, not to be. 3-1.
That pit frag was swift. I had to check my vision for a second, even though I don't wear glasses, but you get the point.
That's for me. That's me. 20/20 vision.
Can you check my vision as like someone who wears glasses? Is that the way it works?
I don't think I'm actually required nor allowed to do that.
Are you qualified?
Nope. I think that's like an HR problem.
So you're not required to, qualified, or allowed to. I see.
Yeah. It's like it's sort of a trifecta. Well, big miss shot right there. Gallons has gotten so deep. They're just whipping every bullet. The Proto takes out the USP. Finds one. You got 2 assists as well. So
Yeah.
did he hit the leg? I didn't notice.
I don't know. Right now that's tragic. I appreciate the attempt. No, Proto on the USP. I don't know, man. He's got an up in hand. I'm always more worried about the USP after last night. You know, it's just.
Dude, he's got a USP. Watch out.
Yeah, and he starts with a, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it is sort of unfortunate that that's the way it goes. RIT up 4-1 off the back of that eco victory. It's MTU now. Time to buy. And we're going to be seeing more banana control on the cards. A bit of banana control. Oh my goodness, Retina. That's like max damage.
That's a good opening
No
duel
way.
again. Proto's just so good for these. This is so we didn't see a lot of it on Overpass, but this is exactly why RIT had so much success last night. Just finding kills after kills because Proto's just there. He's just there.
That crack angle is so hard to hit sometimes as well. Like, I mean, I'm bad, so. Oh boy, MJB. That's a brilliant shot, a blinder on K2. He hasn't been checked. Gets 2 frags. Oh my goodness.
I don't really know what's going wrong here for MTU. It feels like everything's just kind of falling apart. I'll be honest. I don't think they've come into this. I don't want to say warmed up, but prepared, maybe even mentally, to fight this game. RIT, they're putting up an amazing fight right now. The pace, the staggering, and the firepower is just so strong. We need to be seeing. I mean, everyone pop off on MTU, to be honest.
I'll push back on that a little bit, Bird, because I spoke briefly, DM'd briefly, I should say, with Chout. And I mean, she was saying like everybody hyped for this game, really, really wanting to go for it. Felt like they had a great opportunity, and I think that MTU at their best actually very much are competitive with RIT. Though I mentioned earlier that RIT on paper just maybe the slight favorites.
Yeah,
but it is. I mean,
maybe it's just that Overpass.
Based on that, I mean, it just looked like it sounded like they were very ready to go into this game, and unfortunately, we just haven't seen that.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a continuation of the last map. It can be difficult to recover sometimes. But who knows? I mean, this is RIT. Listen, performing greatly, right? If we look at previous games from RIT, they've played Inferno. The last time they played it was because Jimmy Patriots. That was a 16-1, Vincent. So very capable. You know, we've seen that. Although not necessarily against the likes of Michigan Tech. You can't ignore 16-1.
No, you cannot. But I think that just that shows as well a level of the individual prowess of Michigan Tech, but at the same time, we're seeing both prowess and just great utility, great teamwork, good crossfires. Like everything for RIT has been good.
Well, so many players to be spotted. Child's at that range. Excuse me. MP5. Listen,
did MJB not have head armor?
I have no idea, but to be fair, there was a lot of players there fighting. It could have just been, you know, pepper spray at long range from the Glocks and the MP5 to close it out. Who knows?
This is a great AK. They're like very shiny Virtus Pro stickers, I think.
I like that MP5.
The Asimov?
Yeah.
We know we like that MP5. Oh, Proto got another one. And they've got no.
Oh no!
A rare miss. Honestly, Proto, that feels bad. Lysander just sidestepped him.
At this point, it's round over. Lysander in position with this recovered op 2. Retina, the back lines of Bananas will finding impact 2. And at this point, needs to start thinking about how to get out of here. Not really way back into this round. And I mean, I was going to mention it too. Based on how many kills Proto gets off of spawn, it would be easier to talk about the kills he doesn't get. But even though he does, it doesn't seem to really make the difference in this round. It's the only kill that RIT get. MTU, this was a really solid round, and off the back of the pistols.
Very true, though. That's the only the 4th kill from Retina. He got 2 that round. Just to put it in perspective. So, very much that same slow start from him. Nonetheless, a big round to win on the eco, essentially. That is massive for Michigan Tech. To buy, but even an MP9 there for K2, not ideal. And where did that bullet go?
I think he just hit the wall a little bit too much, or might have scooned past, isn't he? Benji, no! Oh, what? How?
He still wins that?
Oh no, the disrespect!
Oh! How is Childs gonna be the one to go down? She started shooting first.
Benji's just... Oh, man, it's crazy. Yeah, perfect word. Honestly, I'm not going to elaborate more.
No need. Right now, there is a need here for him to get more than 1 kill. Honestly, maybe more than that in this 3-on-5.
Promise, how do you go for picks with the state of BP in this situation? You know what I mean? You put yourself into weird angles where it's really easy to get traded. Oh, yeah, exactly like that. Weird angles, really the definition of that gunfight, and the remaining 2 players here stuck behind a Molotov in apartments, but as it fades, an opportunity to work their way out because the timing has been found. K2's repositioned, but Benji, he's still alive.
He's repositioned more is the problem. Like Benji, just 4 different positions, 4 different frags, another quad kill. Benji, I mean, I see another, but
That's
just
not
a continuation.
Yeah, that's not possible. He's got 6 kills this game.
Yeah, it's a continuation from Overpass. It's,
Right.
we're like adding 2 and 2 together. It makes sense. Trust me. Don't check
wait,
on that.
2 and 2 is 4. You got a quad kill. You know, I'm on board.
Good. All right, T. They're on board for what is currently looking like a very solid CT half. Yeah, Lysander, quite scared of that. Understandably so.
So much damage being done to the T side here. Listen, 2 of these players have been 4s. But up against everyone except Retina, that's just going to be a one-shot kill from this point on, which is a scary prospect, and that's really why the utility can be so important on Inferno early on. But that's not really what's going to be important here. It's going to be its opening kill from Retina. K2 going down opens up the archway and leaves Benji alone at this bomb site. Listen, an incredibly good anchor with this AK in hand. He's going to have to do more than just be a hero. He's going to need to be the savior, and it's not going to be possible as Retina takes him down with a P250. The bomb, though, it's stuck in spawn. Lysander unable to actually prevent it from being held, and this is disaster for MTU.
When it all goes right, it all goes wrong. As MJB just pulls out a 3K. And Retina still looking, but 45 seconds, and there's just so much to clear here. Got to deal with now player Banana. And that's Proto, who's got the op on this angle. Oh, no. He's got a molly, no flash. Retina just can't pull the trigger fast enough. 7 rounds on the CT side. RIT are on the go. They've continued to find success after success. And how brutal that the only round that MTU are really looking very good in, where they get the opening pick, Retina finding the opening pick, by the way, is a round where they leave the bomb in steps.
And not just that, but it leads them into this. Tech 9's armor. It's a dream. You know what I mean? MTU has a dream, and it's to hit this B bomb site without taking too many casualties.
Oh, the molly didn't get extinguished fast enough. It's just all gone wrong. MJB gets a free kill, and now they come through, but Uni on top will be taken down. Retina, there's what we expect to see. Now it's a 3-on-3.
Good position, though. Benji, this time, no impact from him.
Lysander.
Dirty play.
Great Great work right there. And he's got another one. Lysander and Retina doing the damage, and that's a classic Retina moment right there.
Once again, though, like a solid round from MTU, but they need to follow up. They can't keep playing the guessing game with this economy. They need to be able to commit into back-to-back buys. And looking at their money, it seems like they'll be able to do that either way in this next round, or at least they might want to give it a shot. Retina, this is swift.
I mean, it looks like the confidence is starting to build for Retina at the very least. Opening pick in the previous round, double kill, double entry in the last. Flashbang to get K2 in. K2 hits a great shot. That's Retina down. What a critical member to fall. Molotovs continuing their way out. Smoke and MJB. It's the shot on a player walking through it. The pre-fire with the help of Uni. Benji on the site here inside of pit. Uni joining him. RIT, after losing the last round, instantly win the next.
I think Michigan Tech made the mistake there of getting on that map control for spawn and trying to take advantage of it. RIT didn't really contest for the brackets position too much, and so I think Michigan Tech should have expected a little bit more, that they would have had the utility in the back of the bomb site to be able to contest for a take like that, and they did. Not only that, because they were so loud about taking the control, the rotations were in place to actually prevent the take from coming through. That seemed like Michigan Tech a little bit complacent there.
And just a little bit. Time to go. K2 continuing to find success. Grabbing a Tech 9 just to hope and pray to get another. He's not reloading. He's just wants more.
I mean, the Tech 9 kills are more satisfying. So much damage. Benji to be the one to punish. He's just always there.
Yeah, not a lot to be done here. It's meant to be a gun round. Well, I say a gun round. See Will bought. Eel is down at 700. Other people have money, but I don't really know what the plan is. Okay. Eel just hit him with the Peruvian peak.
There's no way he expect. Yeah. But the kill! Oh no! Rifle in hand. Okay, too. Chasing with the Tech 9. I mean, respects, I guess.
If he had bullets in that gun, he probably has that kill.
So let's talk about the implications of that fight. Actually, it's the small things like that, right? When players are disrespecting you, swinging you just because they want to kill you, and you're still losing those fights. That's the kind of stuff that gets into the back of your head. You're like,
not the back, your front.
I guess, yeah. Like
right in the prefrontal cortex.
My opponent's not afraid to fight me. I should be scared.
Yeah. And terrifying that Retina goes down early once again. This one, it's really not even his fault. There's players swinging this angle for him already, but he's the one to go down.
So, Vincent, let's do some, was it first grade math? I don't remember when we learned how to count, but
yeah, I can't do that.
How many Molotovs does MTU have?
Counting. That's one.
Oh, Lysander. Barely getting away alive there. Okay, so one Molotov. Last time I checked, that's greater than 0, but it's less than anything you would need to actually get into a bomb site successfully.
Ouch!
With the amount of players alive here starting to dwindle for this T side, Chowds MGB just waiting here, swinging through again. Just the confidence to continue and extend for the second kill as well. It's double digits for RIT. We've only been here for like, it seems like, what, like 15 minutes? I don't know. It's been so short.
I mean, yeah, this first half's been lightning fast. Brutal way to lose out right now. Nonetheless, we get into this one. Final round, or second to last round, actually. The penultimate round, one could say.
You could see how MTU, I mean, obviously they got the Deagles here and, you know, the Tech 9s, but they really slowed down the pace, at least towards this brackets area. And RIT, it's weird how they seem comfortable either way. They're more than happy to sit back in the bomb site. They're more than happy to play aggressive. And while this round early on, they've opted for that aggressive angle, I think these shots towards Banana have forced them to reconsider slightly. A flashbang towards the apartments to give them some information. I think that's going to cause K2 to shift back just a little bit. These are really passive angles from RIT across the board.
Yeah, it seems like they're very much willing to let them take the contact. Flashbang out. MJB, there's no smoke here. So just takes the frag and falls back with it, hoping to find another. And Lysander will walk straight into his crosshairs. A flashbang, but Uni caught out in the open. Good news is Proto has come back around the corner and has 2 more frags. It's just Eel alone. HP not high. And confidence even lower.
Oh, okay in hand though. Headshots. Very deadly. Just no match for MJB's recovered AK though. This entire half, MTU, I mean, it's been a disaster, but with the money to invest into this last round, can they convert into a 4th?
I mean, my money's on probably not, actually.
Yeah. I guess it will depend on this opening frag. Again, RIT, continuing off overpass, just been so successful at getting it.
And the team effort part of it as well is still there. Massive amount of utility in Proto. How many opening pigs has he had?
Yes.
It's 15 and 4 right now. Good thing that player didn't stick around. They were looking at headshot straight through a brick wall. Balance at least has positioning towards bracket, but they've used all this utility to get in the spot, and there ain't nobody home. No one's here.
Oh, okay, but that kill, it's just enough. There's information on the second towards pit as well. That last Molotov on the T side used to force them out, and Chouts has the frag. Routing back around to follow up. MGB dropping means the bomb site's been opened up. Last round, Vincent, and it looks like it might just go MTU's way as this retake comes through.
Yeah, it looks like I'd be losing my money unless we can see the RIT retake. Proto up in hand. He has a kit. Uni, you have 1600 and don't have a kit? What? Why? Proto giving a chance there as Retina.
Didn't need to do that.
Oh, but Lysander, he's looking good. Flashbang ready to go. It's last round. Might as well give it a run. A chance, but doesn't know about the player inside grave. 11 to 4. What was it? 12-3 last map?
I could find out.
Bird, you don't remember? You disappoint me.
I don't remember.
You disappoint me massively. I'm sorry.
I do that quite often. I know.
I'm constantly in this state of disappointment. Actually, I'm just constantly in a state.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, because I live in Georgia. It's a state.
Yeah.
Looks like a little bit of banana control on the cards for RIT, but they're just chilling for the moment. In fact, you get a little boost going as well. Not that it's looking at anything, but making sure. It was 4 players early towards the B site. I wonder if there's a little bit of a read in this scenario with RIT. 4 players early towards B, now just 2. And 1 player rotating, actually kind of biting over towards B, but could still fast rotate back towards A. Keep an eye out on Arch.
The problem is MTU's playing such a passive thing here. It might come to bite them if this Arch hit is really quick. In the back of the bomb site, Childs isn't really in a good position to actually defend on his own. Okay. Alright, contact there, but no frag. Low HP as well in the pit player. And Child's gone immediately. Oh no. This is absolutely disaster for RIT. Uni as well in an aggressive position to handle the rotation. Oh, but the Glock. Okay, say you will. We'll find that kill. A little bit consolation prize, but it's still the man disadvantage for the retake.
Possibilities abounding, though, with the 3v4. Feels plausible that MTU can bring this back. Oh, this is going to be a hard adjustment. K2. Very difficult to find that shot. And there's like 3 players peeking all at once when they swing around the corner. But Eel has already found 3. 1 more to be had. The bomb, it's been ticking.
Okay.
Away. Yeah, no kid indeed. This is the problem. He's off of it.
That's
and
rough.
K2 knows it. No more time. It's over. MTU. They can't buy themselves a pistol round to save their life.
That's 3 out of 4 in the series. I guess depending on the way this follow-up rounds go, it'll be the opening advantage for each half for RIT in every single case so far this series, which is staggering, to be honest. But
I mean, when you look at how this is going, it makes sense, though. I mean, RIT, they've just individually... What do pistol rounds mean ultimately? What are they most about? It's individual skill, really.
And also just, how much money do you get to take into the second round? Honestly, like that's really like, I feel like that deserves a mention. Pistol rounds in Counter-Strike aren't that important because of the actual round win. It's only important because the second round is important. And the second round is really where the action begins. But this is a close range for Deagle. We saw Benji trying to do that little swing maneuver before, and this time not going to be caught off guard. Knows very much what it's like to turn down the stairs there with your back turned and then get the frag.
Uni has my Galil. I have that.
You should file a complaint.
Yeah. I'm gonna seal it back, just like Eel is stealing back this round, potentially for MTU. 3 frags have been had as Lysander's all alone, but Lysander with an eagle and armor, that's actually a deadly situation.
You have to go for this too. Unfortunately, I think in a normal round you might just want to pick up one of these guns and save, but when the scoreline looks like this, you take every single chance you can get.
A realistic situation where Lysander could save this, actually.
The time's ticked a little bit too far too. He hasn't got no kit.
He might just look for some exits. Just try to get a frag or two.
Stepped. That was his first mistake as Benji puts him to bed. 9 rounds the difference, Vincent.
And it's not going to get better from here. That was a force buy for Michigan Tech, and realistically, they have to save this round if they want to have any gun rounds in this half, or if they want to not rely on hoping and praying that the force buy works in their favor. They will go for that eco. Deagles for a couple of players. B250 for Lysander, and Eel even has a molly.
I respect what's going on towards B.
Or is it the Charlotte stack?
Yeah, except they don't have all 5. Retina's rotating back in. We could see all 5.
Retina's like, okay, fine.
I think Retina just went for the contact play to see if there was an A-rush coming through, and didn't find it, so.
Well, it's not an A-rush. It's more like just a roll.
Yeah, like, how would you describe this? Like what's like faster than walking, but like not like jog? Like, it's not a jog. What's slower than jogging but faster than walking?
It's more like a brisk walk, I guess, but
speed walking.
The brisk speed walk towards the A site. How is that man alive? Say he will. Oh, should have died like 3 times over. Eel honestly has been playing really well.
Yeah. Hold on. Retina is gone unnoticed, and the bomb is in the mix. And that bomb is now gone. K2 would have been an outrageous way to get that kill if he had found it, but Retina once again out of commission. Eel's Deagle still in play. 1 frag. Their name and uni. We'll keep it just there. 14-4. This is... where did we end off the first map?
That was... What was it? 16-7?
We're... Considering this is the map pick of MTU, this is quite devastating quite devastating position to be in if you're Michigan Tech, to be honest, because you're expected to come into this, mental reset, probably find a lead, try to make it happen, but to be on the comeback for what's match point is very scary.
I mean, not just very scary. It's terrifying, really. I mean, this is your last chance, essentially.
Retake utility coming out through B. Alright, team might just use this opportunity to grab control towards brackets. Benji will do so. But no commit just yet. The bomb is still in spawn. And so an opportunity to go back towards B. Benji hears footsteps here. That might convince him to go for this control. And with that information, maybe a B split on the cards. The bomb's shifting towards B as well.
This goal is going to be important. Lysander hits the shot. That's very nice. Lysander's also been stepping up very key moments in this leader map. K2. Oh, that needed to be a kill. Oh, and he steps out. Benji helps him, but Lysander returns for 2 more. And MJB just a little bit slow on that move, and you know Retina's coming through that smoke. Uni knows it as well.
The CT Molotov, something about that is just so cursed to me. Just, I can't smoke you off, but I can obstruct your vision just a little bit. Michigan Tech, I feel like, I don't want to say like by an accident finding themselves in a good position to win that round, but due to the nature of that kill happening towards the top of car, them losing contact on Banana forces rotation back. They're expecting to play towards A. Obviously, they're not expecting to play towards CT, but they end up in just the right position to fight for it before they get punished by it.
Indeed. Here's the push continuation. Ooh, Eel got a kill already with the nade. Lysander can't adjust for the second, so K2 will have that frag. Eel good for it, though. And the challenge chiming in against Benji. It's just MJB alive. Ooh, that's a little scary. 2 players were lined up, but it's still all good. 6th round for Michigan Tech.
Man, I love the stage of the game where the Tech-9's being used again, but it's not, like, outrageously broken, you know? It's like, it occasionally finds frags, but it's unreliable. I guess, similar to the way the CZ works, I guess, where it's like, you know, it could be good for one, but good luck doing a lot more than that.
I mean, it's good to see a niche, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the CZ is always a niche weapon. Not great if you need more than one frag, but...
What is Retina?
I mean, that's the kind of plays where I yell at my screen when Retina does it and gets away, but in this case, he's just not getting away with it. And you have to think, okay, well, is that just one way to end your run? Is going for those types of rounds.
A flashbang was thrown by Childs. I wonder if it just didn't connect.
There's also many players there.
Yeah, either way, if you're Retina, you're going to be really upset about that. That was potentially the last opening play you were going to make with an op tonight.
We'll see if that potential turns into reality. RIT with the man advantage. Bracket control is theirs. Waiting for these smokes to fade. Eel. That out. Fine duel. Hits the headshot, but just no frag. Heals him 4-man. Here's the push onto the site. Chow's there. Gets 1 for 1. And K2 will find Say You Will before he can do any damage at all.
Needs to save.
Lysander just has to save.
Man. It sucks too, because you know Lysander in the situation is like, I want to go for this. The scoreline demands me to win it.
Yep.
But just there's just nothing to gain. I mean, there's lots to gain, but there's so much more to lose.
Indeed. By the way, 16-8 was the last map. I corrected myself, not 16-7.
Stevenson, this is why we love having you here. You're a knower.
Try to be. A2 is a knower as well. At least it seems like it.
Causing some
You
property.
don't take 3 shots right there without knowing.
I mean, no, you don't. But I don't know. I'm thinking about the people that live there, and I'm thinking about the property damage costs. I'm like, he's being really inconsiderate, to be honest.
You're right. He really is. You know, that's how you know that you're thinking the right way when you're thinking of the property damage costs in Counter-Strike.
I mean, economy is a massive part of the game, Vincent. What can I say?
You know what? You got a fair point. Brenton has another op, so it's actually not the last opening pick opportunity. He gets blinded over a mid. He's still going to go for this fight. Oh my goodness, MJP nearly hits the shot.
Oh, okay, both weapons in that situation could be very likely to find the frag, the jump. Gets Eel out, though we'll take almost 50 points of damage as punishment. 20 left. Oh, Chowd's firing a couple deagle shots for K2. RIT immediately opt out. They want nothing to do with that.
Yep. Nope. In fairness, probably don't want any of the smoke either. Retina popping through the smoke, and MJB will go down. Childs has the deagle, and it sings as well. Oh, one more player, but Uni making the entry in towards the B site. But this is actually... I mean, they could wait here even further. Good RIT. They don't have to commit.
Red is in a good position. It looks like the B hit is destined here. If he just holds on here, is able to just jiggle back and forth for these op shots, it could put them in a good place. Even a kill or two here would set up his teammates for the eventual retake if it needed to come to that point. The top of Origis here, it's Lysander. in tandem with Retina to find the frags. The Molotov's only going to force him out into an aggressive position as he goes for the kill. Proto pistol so powerful, but Retina with one of his own puts him to bed, preventing the series from being ended. MTU push it to a 7th. 3 players of standing. Michigan Tech don't get away scot-free.
Dude, I want to know if Proto used to be like a Minecraft player in his former life.
Why?
He's got the fastest trigger finger I've ever seen.
Oh, okay. I was confused. Like, how does Minecraft play now? Then I forget like the old update.
Mhm.
Yeah, the old updates.
Yeah. That was my days.
Back when you were a competitive Minecraft player, the best in the world, I hear.
I was never a competitive Minecraft player.
You're still
I've never been
still
a-
the best in the world, though, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Back.
IT.
Ooh. Oh, that was
What did
actually.
you have to say?
I was just gonna,
Please tell me.
so that was a pause right there. I'm wondering what was said, to be honest. By RIT specifically, because this is one of those situations where it's like, this game theoretically could get away with from us. You know, if
I mean, theoretically, you're right.
yeah, I mean, theoretically, anything is possible, right? But you're on the T side of Inferno. Once things get locked down, it can be very difficult to find rounds. It's not generally one of those maps where, I mean, you could luck yourself into a round win, but it can be extremely difficult.
I feel like you luck yourself into a round win out of 8 rounds.
Maybe.
It's gonna be great. Not as great as I was hoping, but I mean the round looking pretty good, though maybe not as good as I was thinking.
Looking yourself into a
Remember
round
when you
win.
could luck yourself into a round win. Remember that conversation we just had?
Listen.
Oh, the bomb's gonna go down. Birdie.
Listen, I'm not the most intelligent person in the server. That's very much clear as the Tech Knights continue to find frags. NJP's got this M4, but Proto's got that AWP. Lysander alone to prevent this from going the way of RIT, and they've done it. 16-7, it's a 2-0 series. MTU, they fall just short of the hurdle.
And we have crowned to the grand finals. RIT, they are moving on. And that's LAN finals as well. They will be headed to Indianapolis, which is where those are located. Absolutely stupendous work from them. Michigan Tech, I feel like we were, and this is going to sound really selfish, but I feel like we were a little bit robbed here because this is not the M2U that I am normally used to seeing. This is an M2U that kind of felt like they were just limping a little bit, and I'm devastated that that we didn't get to see M2U at their best, but RIT they looked like an incredible team today.
No, I absolutely agree. And to be honest, I mean, with the way that RIT showed up, it's like you can't really blame them. They absolutely deserve to move on in a situation like this, and with a performance like that, MTU can't necessarily say the same. These scorelines weren't particularly close. If you watch the game, they wasn't particularly convincing that it could have been much closer. RIT the whole way through were leading. The pressure was on MTU to perform, and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, right now kind of heated up there towards the end. I mean, started to come alive, but it did feel like they just didn't. They didn't feel confident. They didn't feel comfortable even. It felt like a lot of the movements that typically you would see like a team that is really prepared get into, they weren't finding those grooves. And I don't think it's worthwhile to try and guess or speculate at what went wrong necessarily for MTU, but clearly something was happening where they couldn't get those connections made. And with that, seems as if we are going to head to that short break. We're going to get to talk to, I think it's K2 today we get to speak with. So we're going to take a short break. We're going to get that interview ready to go, and we'll be back in just a sec. Well, with our finalists set, as I've been told, Drexel winning on their side of the bracket, and that means they'll be meeting RIT in the grand finals live and in person. We're going to get to talk to one of the RIT players, K2. Let's bring him in and discuss what happened. Hey, K2.
Hi.
Welcome to the stream. And, well, first of all, congratulations. And let me just get first feelings. What's it feel like? I mean, definitely making it to grand finals at this point in person at LAN.
I think the audio cut out for me.
Oh, okay. Well, so the question
There we
was, right, was just how's it feel? What's the feelings knowing that you guys are gonna be in person LAN finals, etc.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited. And I think it means a lot for the rest of our team. Speaking compared to last year, this is a completely new roster. So it's good to see early results, at least being able to play on LAN. That's something that in the past I wasn't able to get to do because of COVID and those circumstances. So yeah, excited for the finals.
Yeah. Well, so let's just talk a little bit about the pick here, because Overpass, that seemed to be kind of a guarantee from the start. But let's talk about a bit of Inferno. What were you guys expecting going into Inferno? Did you expect them to pick that? And were you guys prepped? I mean, you certainly look good, but what was the prep like?
Yeah, I think we were expecting either Inferno or Nuke from them. Looking at their past best of threes, we saw that they liked those maps. And Inferno is a map that we've played a decent bit over the season. It's fairly popular, so it's kind of a map that everyone needs to be at least a little prepared for. And for MTU in general, it was mainly like shutting down Retina. He's the main threat of that team, so as long as we could keep him in check, we're pretty confident.
So talk to me how you guys actually did that, because we were noting that Retina wasn't having much success in performing the plays that he usually does. Was there something that you guys specifically were doing to try to stop him?
I mean, it was nothing specific. I think Proto was doing a pretty good job in the op 1v1. He wasn't finding much, at least for Overpass. Like the fountain picks weren't always working. So being ready to trade, if he's on an op, it's a fairly easy trade as long as someone's close enough. So yeah, that kind of stuff.
And so leading off that too, I mean, you guys had a lot of success here tonight. And one thing that really noted too is that across the board, everyone on the side of RIT was just kind of pulling their weight, fragging out, and delivering when we're required to. Is that something you guys note as being important?
Yeah, I think most of what this season has been for us is kind of figuring out roles and how we play along with each other. And it's definitely been more of a challenge for me because on other teams I've been more of a entry and like main fragger, but on this team I tend to fall into the support more, and I play like anchor roles. So when I can pop up and have a nice game, it's always great. But yeah, I think as long as any one of us is shooting, we're good for the most part.
Oh, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, y'all certainly were shooting tonight. It felt like everybody was having a good game. There wasn't anybody falling behind or even having troubles. With that said, I want to shift our focus forward to the finals. That's coming up in a few weeks. It is going to be, we just confirmed, it is going to be Drexel that you guys meet. That's sort of the expectation, but I want your first thoughts. What do you guys think about Drexel? Have you played them? Do you know anything about them? And what is your prep going to look like going into that weekend?
Yeah, so we've actually played Drexel before this semester. We played them in the league that won't be named, but yeah, when we played them, it was a bit unfortunate. I think we had 3 subs, and it still didn't feel completely awful. Like it wasn't a steamroll or anything. So I'm pretty confident that we can at least make it closer than last time. And we'll probably look over their maps and get a basic understanding of what things they like to do. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, congratulations once again. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. I look forward to seeing you guys at finals. Before we let you go, anybody want to shout out or say hello to?
Yeah. Shout out all my teammates. They've been great. All of our IT esports, really. They make things like this possible for us. And then my family.
Awesome. Well, K2, thanks so much for taking the time. Congratulations, and it'll be awesome to see you guys at finals.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Alrighty, Bird. It is guaranteed. We have Drexel and RIT, the grand finals, the Counter-Strike side of things here for the next Star League playoffs. Any final thoughts before we get going?
Yeah, I will say this leads us into what is it should be an excellent grand finals. I mean, obviously with the departure of Davenport from this season, most of us were looking towards Drexel as the likely grand finalist, if not the actual winner overall, but that's yet to be determined, obviously. I think with the current form we're seeing from RIT, I think the best case to challenge for that spot. I think with the things we saw tonight, equal footing on all ground, players fragging out, the calling was good. We saw excellent coordination on all fronts to be able to pick things up whenever they were dropped, and that's a good sign going into it, because that's not something I could necessarily say for a lot of the other teams we saw. You can't have performances like Retina dropping off, especially when it's such a cornerstone of the way the team performs. Other rosters have similar issues, but performance. Let me put it this way: point of failures for RIT, there isn't one. There's several. There's so many things that need to come together for this team to fall short, and I think that's why it should be an absolutely excellent grand final.
Gonna get prepared for that coming up in a few weeks. We got a lot more action coming at you before then, though, with a ton of games. So make sure that you are following and tuning in for those. Thanks so much for watching. We appreciate it. We'll see you next time here at the Nace Star League.